I've been looking into flat Earth now for probably about 2 years, but more seriously in the last year. And I also had an interest in the Nazca lines. And what I'm going to do here is show you how the two actually relate to each other. To do that, I'll have to take you back a little bit in history to when we took to the skies and we were flying over Nazca, Peru. Because the Nazca lines, you can't really see them unless you're at altitude. So what people were seeing was blueprints. You'll come to find these are blueprints. And people were starting to form a picture of what it was telling them. This blueprint here, it's the Sun Star of Peru. It's a 12 by 12 grid, 6 concentric circles, 6 squares and 6 rhombi. This is one of the Nazca mandalas at Peru. I'll go into more detail what all these lines on that one mean soon. This one's also from Nazca, Peru. It's called the Nazca mandala. Now, it doesn't matter which mandala you look at, whichever religion or location in the world, you'll find they're all telling the same story. There's a square, there's circles, there's things in the corner, and there's something in the center. So my kind of research, I started looking at these, and I started overlaying them with world maps. Here's an image where I was overlaying them with the Annalima orbits, trying to make sense of them, and I was surprised how well they fit in with Annalima orbits. This one here, there's some more information on it. Basically what it's telling you is it's giving you the dimensions of this grid. And at the end of it, it wanders off into what it says is the distance between the sun and Earth, which we know is a lie. It's not that far away. What it's really describing here is the internal cubed dimensions of a Merkaba. That's where this figure is really coming from. If you follow this through, you will see it is cubing a Merkaba. So consider that, and we'll continue with this. You notice the 666 there, that's been referenced in scripture before, and lies been told about it. So I'd mention that there. Right, so with this configuration, it gives us this. This map here is the one done by series, and I've overloaded this network of grids onto his map. Take a look at the grids. There's an 8 by 8, which is the center grid with these 3 things in each corner, and then the external grid of the 12 by 12. So I'm now looking at how this relates to a world map. I'm using this world map because it's the only world map I've found that shows the true scale of Antarctica. Now you can see correlation going on here where things start to line up. I'm going to go more into detail later in the video of things in between what you can see there also, and more detail on the grid itself. Again, referenced biblically or in scripture, the angels in the north, south, east and west, I think are relating to these 4 corners that are shown on the 8 by 8 grid. The 8 by 8 grid is what we would probably be known as the Antarctic Circle. Going by their own numbers, I think it was 24,800 miles on the globe. You know, the circumference of the globe, 24,800 miles or thereabouts. On this, you know, that would equate to each square on the grid being 3,100 miles going from one side of the Antarctic to the other. Now this demonstration you're seeing here is the whole grid lit up. The 12 by 12 and the 8 by 8 and a Merkaba added on top to see what it's forming. And what a pretty picture it paints, doesn't it? That's where I was going, the Nazca lines. Now a little more detail on the 12 by 12. The Solomon's Temple. If you decode Solomon, it really means solo mono, temple of the sun and moon. Now, if you look at it in detail here, you notice when you put these geoglyphs into a 3D environment and pan around them, you start seeing a different picture being presented. If you look carefully, you will see a 6-tier pyramid with 6 concentric circles encircling it. So that got me thinking, you know, is this something below us? What's down below us? Is this the underworld that's been mentioned? You know, the underworld referenced in scripture and the book of Enoch, these places below ground. Food for thought, perhaps, but it got me thinking about pyramids and portals. So let's take a look at that again. We've got the 12 by 12. We overlay the 8 by 8 in. Now then, if you look carefully, is this what the Pyramid of Giza is depicting? Remember, the Pyramid of Giza is referenced in the Bible as a monument. But a monument to what? Is it this place below that it's a monument to? And these exits or entry points that you see on this these four corners connecting to the center, is this what Enoch referenced as portals? Portals, gates, you know, portal translates as a gate, a gateway. But a gateway to what? You know, I start looking at this now and I see electrical connection, your king and queen, your positive and your negative. These star shafts, well, they're probably just cables. Here's some images from Stan Smith and the 360 team's cameras. It shows the moon's path appearing to come from out of the ground and return back in. This is a 360 camera. You know, you're seeing north on the left and on the extreme right and south directly in the center. Same again. You're getting this path of the moon rising up and coming down and vanishing. Which, you know, when you watch the 360 cameras, it does appear like they're going underground below you, following the, you know, the trajectory that they're on. These have yet to be explained, but the model I'm going to present to you, I think, it kind of explains this away. Another part of this project, I'm going to take you to CERN, the technological monster. And people wonder what they do there. Take note of these lights on the ceiling. Because what I think CERN is, I think it's a reverse engineered technology which is capable of projecting a beam we can't see into the sky. If you look at the circles at the bottom, there's a small circle and a large circle. They have a counter-rotating flow of energy. And I think this creates a third halo that isn't visible to us, but Enoch referenced as chariots. We'll get more into that, don't worry. And I think the sun and moon actually use these to maneuver around our sky. Take a look at this video taken by Brendan Clark on YouTube. He reported it as a camera malfunction or the unit, the motor that the camera was on, but that was me tracking it. And it appears to go around the outside of one circle around another. This here, I think this is CERN's predecessor. The reason I say that is the design of it. It appears to be alive, neutral, and Earth, with two elements in the center which are possibly counter-rotating the flow, which would create an electromagnetic field. So this is what I think is responsible for what you see and report as the flower of life. It is this technology, the Fibonacci sequence. If that doesn't make sense, keep watching. You know, I'm putting this together. I haven't got a script written out for this. This is coming off the top of my head and research. Here's another thing, a purpose that I think it's doing. Remember, you got the rotating toroidal electromagnetic field, and I think they are responsible for this. Volcanoes. Also notice the mountain range in the background curving around the halo. Remember, we can't see the halo. And it's when you think about CERN, CERN is just one of these, a particle accelerator. There's another effect I think they're responsible for. Remember, we don't see the halo, but add some water, you're going to get some arcing. So consider that, people. This is a type of technology that is creating a halo in the sky. And what you're looking at is a particle accelerator, antimatter to matter. And if you haven't guessed it yet, you are looking at an angel and its halo. This is an angel and its halo. And this is how they work. They're particle accelerators. You can do antimatter to matter. Because when you start going down the route of looking into angels, you start going into the Enochian language. Would you believe this was a blueprint found in England, UK? And it's not unique to UK either. Sorry, not a blueprint, a crop circle. It's a crop circle from UK, but it's not unique to UK. This design's been seen before. But the design itself gives the game away to me. Why would something of that design exist? It's got mathematical precision, and its purpose appears to be something to do with these two elements in the center, one being larger than the other and one having a counter-rotating flow. Like I said, when you start looking into this technology, well, I'll say this technology, it takes you into the angelic language. And again, the towers mentioned in the north, south, east, west, and it becomes the union of elements. And that's like a table of elements there, how it works. And it's all, as it says here, it's attributed to spirit, the black cross or the table of union, the forming of elements. The further you look into this, you find it leads to a university in Greece, and then you run into a brick wall. The information isn't public, so I can't decode those, and I don't know if they're real, but to be protected such, it would suggest there's a bit of merit there. This here is my take on what Rahu is. Rahu, I now think, is an angel's halo in the sky, where people have always noticed the sun and moon eclipsing. It seems to be a location, and this could be the reason why it's always that location, because it will always be there. You've got the rotating flow of the halo, and the sun and moon going across it, one going one way, one going the other, as we noticed in the August eclipse. Ketu would be the complete opposite, the sun on the near side and the moon on the far side. Right, look at this webcam footage from Meie station in Antarctica. Do you see unusual movements from our sun and moon there? Or the actual closeness of our sun and moon, should I say. That station's facing roughly south, southeast. So that sun and moon rise came from the south of Antarctica, which has been mentioned by Admiral Byrd before. But do notice on this footage, this is real footage from their own cameras. It's a German station in Antarctica. Look what's going on here with the sun. Does this look normal to you people? You can go on YouTube and look at loads of videos of this. I'll give you links even to some of them. There's things going on here that is not normal to our sun and moon. And not to mention the closeness of how they appear going past this station. Take a look at the moon here on this clip. Look how close it looks. I urge everyone to go and search this camera on YouTube, because you will see some amazing, phenomenal footage of our luminaries going past this area, which don't make sense unless you start considering technology. You're going to have to consider a technological world, people. Here's some real footage of real halos that people are capturing in the sky of the sun going round them. These aren't fake, these are real. And if you look on the halos, you will see nodal points. There's nodes on the halo. The two closest to the sun usually lit up quite bright, which gives the effect of 2 or 3 sunrises or sunsets, which people seem to report. But it is a halo projected from below, and the sun is traversing it on its set path for that time of year, wherever it may be. But these are real. What I want people to do here is go out and record these if they see them, because we need to locate these and put them on the map. So if you see one of these halos in the sky, try and record its location. Roughly, if you can guess the center of the halo, that would help. I would expect it to be a hill, volcano, mountainous terrain perhaps. And the reason that you're seeing them is because they spray barium. Barium will illuminate a geomagnetic field line from pole to pole. So we're looking at electromagnetics. It's an electromagnetic projection into the sky from said angel below. Consider that, people. Now let's take a look at what that would look like. We already know there's 48 on the external of the 8x8 and 32 on the internal. But we know there's more than this because, like I said, when you go down the angelic language, you find there's 92 angels minimum. But there's still another 12 to locate and put on that grid at a minimum. You might remember these mimic maps, the mimic maps there that we've looked at before. Now, if you watch this one carefully, you will see a double helix forming as part of it. And also notice the heavy signalling going from Easter Island on the left and somewhere off Australia on the right. Heavy signalling goes towards Antarctica from Easter Island. Interesting. The double helix, and not to mention the double helix, but the date. The date's quite important because this was the winter equinox in 2016. And it tells me there's some kind of switching going on. And these, whatever is at Easter Island or below Easter Island is sending signals down to Antarctica. And things are being switched, which is how I think it creates the seasons. Things will get rerouted and switched on and off. The sun and moon's paths will get rerouted around these halos and the orbits of those larger halos you've seen, and go about its business. Take a good look at this. You know, you can see it. This was recorded from their own mimic map. They're now trying to hide this. They cut those lines out and they make a bad job of it, actually. And you'll see where they're cutting pieces out to try and hide what's going on. Also, Hawaii is playing a part. There's lots of places in the world playing a part in this. So I'm revealing to you how it is technologically driven, is where I'm going. The technology involved in how this world works. Notice the signaling, see it? You can't miss it. There's even another type of signaling comes from down there that you haven't seen on this one, but I think it's scalar wave signaling. And it spans the whole of South America going towards the United States when it signals. Now, this is the double helix overlaid on, I'll just pause it there. This is the double helix overlaid on what Series found and calls the 4 pillars, which point towards the center of our world. Say Africa would be just slightly right of center in the middle of that helix. You see the pattern it's forming there between these 4 pillars. It's like a signal looping back and through between these 4 pillars. Again, the 4 pillars biblically referenced. The Bible's telling truths, and it's panning out into what the research we're finding here. Here's some overlays of earthquake data and possibly volcano data, just so I can see how it relates to the grid. I'm trying to follow paths on this grid to see what's going on with this grid. There's 20 years worth of solar eclipses. Now, if people can make sense of that, excellent. It doesn't mean a lot to me. I just thought I'd overlay it and show it people. I've added this clip because I seen a video a few weeks ago, people wondering about something in the Book of Enoch where it mentions mountains will jump into the sky like lambs. Well, the only time they can do that is if there's an angel below and a halo above, because the halo above has got that pull factor on land. Like I said, it raises landmass. I also think the Egyptians figured out how to harness this upward toroidal field of energy. And that's what the pyramids possibly were designed to do. And here's Easter Island, the statues on Easter Island, silently telling their story of involvement. They are playing a part in this somehow, but it doesn't appear to be anything on the surface. It seems to be below Easter Island where those signals are coming from, because I can't see antennas on the surface. Whatever's happening there, it's coming from below. So now we have this kind of projection. We've got these halos in the sky. These are the ones you would probably call the tropics. And then there's also smaller ones to fit in on this, where these dots on the grid align. So that's there's 80 to go on the grid, 80 halos, say, plus whatever other ones we can locate. So we do want people locating these halos in the sky. We need to map out. I think that's what they've been doing with the bearing, mapping them out where what's where, and we're just following their footsteps here. They're mapping the sky, so we better grab the opportunity and do the same. Where these halos located, you can see where these ones would be located on this world map, and you can see where it intersects key sites. The red and gold parts are elevated terrain. So wherever you see red or gold or yellow, it is elevated. And you can see where this grid would play a part in the elevation. I would expect to see raised landmass like you can see in south. If you look at Antarctica, all those lines intersect at a southern point. So that landmass, it makes sense to me that landmass would be more raised, and that's the data series is getting. It's very elevated compared to the rest of the world. And I would attribute that to the congregation of that grid being there. There's rock down there playing its part on the grid. There's a lot of sites in the world playing a part on this grid. And what we'll be doing is adding them slowly but surely over time, as we figure out the world map and such. You know, all these ancient sites need placed on here. Here's some magnetic data series overlaid. This is a snapshot of a magnetic data overlaid on that world map. And you see how it comes down in the north and south and kind of loops over the top of the world, the known world. This is a view looking north from South Antarctica. Magnetic lines again. Does it make sense to you people? Does it remind you of a ribbon cable on a computer perhaps? Different paths to take. Same again. This is looking south from the north. Something in on the east side of the map there, going up over Australia and coming down to Antarctica. And on the opposite side, on the west side, you've got it coming from Antarctica, going up and coming down and appearing to go into the sea. Very strange. That's magnetic data, real data overlaid. So maybe this old map here does have some merit after all. These are the world chakras. And if you look at them, you know, there's some interesting locations there and it makes sense. You're getting a double helix end out of the shape. Take note of the text at the bottom. Gates 5, 10, 11 and 12 are spinner wheels marked SW. I think you should be able to work out now what a spinner wheel really is. It's a halo. And it's helping guide this signal around the world. There's look at the bottom left there, female great dragon, and you've got a male great dragon. I think we should know now dragons are probably volcanoes. You know, that would make sense, but I never considered a female dragon. A female and a male dragon. Yeah, interesting. So something else to take into account here, people. I'll just leave it clear and you'll see it. Are we looking at something like this? You see where this is going? Stan Smith and the 360 team are currently looking into this kind of relationship. And so I thought I'd put that map on there because I can see where my work now starts overlaying into what Stan Smith's team's looking at. I just thought I'd put that there for you, Stan. See if it helps you. But yeah, I think you're on the right path. So let's get down to the heart of the matter, people. This is Satan. You remember Satan? This is him here, the heart of the machine. It said Satan runs the world. Well, if it's technology, then I would have to agree, because this is what's right at the heart of all this technology. So the worry, I would guess, would be these halos can reroute the sun or moon if CERN or another CERN unit projects one in the wrong place. And who knows what would happen. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank some members of my research team, Cat's Eyes, JLo 1982, Been Taken Pics, Kathleen, Adrienne, and Will Bishop. These are good people, very good people, good researchers, loyal. I'm still working with these people and others. There's more people coming into the mix. This kind of research is ongoing. The goal here for me personally would be to get all this into Unreal Engine 4 with VR support. So you've got virtual reality and you can take a full tour around the world. That would be nice to see. But I also want the tour Enoch got, the world tour and the underworld tour. When you listen to the Book of Enoch, he's trying to describe something that is impossible for him to describe. So he does his best to describe it. And I think he is describing technology. The easiest thing to describe either. Like I said, I didn't made a script for this. So I'm just like, off the top of the head, I'm guiding you through the kind of research we've been doing. Hello everyone. If you have been following our research, you will see how the decodings of sacred geometries, mandalas, scriptures, the Nazca lines, geoglyphs, petroglyphs, hieroglyphs, the Book of Enoch, various cultures and belief systems, the research of real-world data, those halos in the sky, earthquake data, the mimic map, and much, much more decode into a technological and mechanical realm, a construct of vast magnitude and magnificence, described and depicted everywhere in our history, the same story of the underworld, the heavens and their workings, repeated over and over no matter where you look, a history and knowledge we seem to have forgot. Pieces of a jigsaw that slot together into one amazing construct and conclusion. There is a creator. In our previous video, we showed how the sun's 24-hour path works within this model. After looking back in history to see how the sun's return path is depicted, we arrive at the Egyptian depictions of the 12 gates, the sun's return path in the underworld. Today, One Conscience is going to take you on that amazing journey, which we will break down further after the presentation.
Okay, so today we're going to look at the book of Näyttää, the summary of the book of what is in the underworld. So what this book is it is a journey of the sun's path as it takes it through the underworld from the western gates back to the eastern gates to rise again. So let's begin. I want to say from the start that if I mispronounce any words, I apologize. I'm not fluent in Egyptian at all, and any corrections are welcome. The beginning of the horn of Meidän, which is the uttermost point of the deepest darkness. The first hour. This god entereth into the earth through the hall of the horizon of Meidän. There are 120 true to the journey over this hall before man arriveth at the gods of Tuat, The name of the first field is Netra. He alloweth fields to the gods who are in his following, and he beginneth to send forth words to and to work out the plans of the divine beings of the Tuat in respect of this field. Ushimehatu Heftira is the name of the first hour of the night which guideth this great god through the hall. The second hour. This great god afterwards taketh up his position in your nest, which is 309 a true in length and 120 a true in width. The name of the gods who are in this field is Beutuati. Whosoever shall know their names shall have his existence with them, and unto him shall this great god allot in fields the place wherein they are in the field of Uranus. He shall gods who stand up. He shall travel on in the following of this great god. He shall enter into the earth. He shall force a way through the Tuat. He shall cleave a passage through the tresses of the gods with flowing hair. He shall travel on by the Amma after the emptying of the lands. He shall eat bread cakes in the boat of earth, and there shall be given unto him the forepart of the Tatuba. She sat Meketnebs is the name of this hour of the night, which guideth this great god through the field. The third hour. This great god afterwards taketh up his position in the fields of the Peru gods, the fighters. And this great god paddleth his way over the stream of Osiris in sailing up this field, which is 309 a true long and 120 a true wide. This great god uttereth words to those who are in the following of Osiris to this city, and he alloweth them estates which are situated in this field. Beu-shi-teu, or hidden souls, is the name of the gods who are in this field, and whoever knoweth their names upon earth shall be able to approach the place where Osiris is, and there shall be given unto him water for his field. Netnibu Ahepera Atu is the name of this field. Whosoever shall know these hidden similitudes of the hidden souls in the correct form, wherein they are depicted in Ament of the Tuat. Now the beginning of such representation should be from Amentent. These figures, I say, shall act as magical protectors to that man upon earth and in Netterhurt, regularly and unfailingly. Whosoever knoweth these, when he is making his journey past them, shall escape from their roarings, and he shall not fall down into their furnaces. Whoever knoweth this, when he is keeping ward over his seat or place, his bread cake shall be with Ra. And whosoever knoweth this, being soul and spirit, shall have the mastery over his legs, and shall never enter into the place of destruction, but he shall come forth with his attributes, and shall snuff the air for his hour. Then Tent Beu is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great god. The fourth hour. The majesty of this great god, having been towed along afterwards, taketh up his position in the secret circle of Amentent, and he performeth the affairs of the gods of the Tuat, who are therein by means of his voice, but he seeth them not. Ankh Uparu is the name of the gate of this circle. Ament Setha is the name of the circle. Whosoever knoweth this representation of hidden roads of restated and the holy paths of the Amahet and the secret doors which are in the land of Seeker. The God who is upon his sand shall be in the condition of him that eateth the bread cakes which are made for the mouth of the living gods in the temple of Tem. Whosoever knoweth this shall be in the condition of him that is Mat on the ways, and he shall journey over the roads of Risatha, and he shall see the representations of the Amahet. Yurtem Sik Muset is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great God. The 5th hour. This great God is towed along over the ways of Mat, of the Tuat, through the upper half of this secret circle of the God's Seeker, who is upon his sand, and he neither look upon nor gazeth at the secret figure of the earth which is containeth the flesh of this God. The gods who are in the train of this God hear the words of Ra, who crieth unto them from where this God is. Aha Neteru is the name of the door of the city. Ament is the name of the circle of this God, and in it are the secret paths of Amentent, and the doors of the hidden palace, and the holy palace of the land Seeker, with his flesh, and his members, and his body, in the divine form which they had at first. Beu Amu Tuat is the name of the gods who are in this circle. Their forms Aru, who are in their hour, and their secret shapes Heperu, neither know nor look upon nor see this image or similitude of Seeker or the hawk himself. Whosoever shall make these representations according to the image which is in the writing of the hidden places of Tuat, at the south of the hidden palace, and whosoever shall know them shall be at peace, and his soul shall unite itself with the offerings of Seeker. The goddess Hemet shall not hack his body into pieces. He shall go on his way towards her in peace. Whosoever shall make offerings to those gods upon earth, these offerings, I shall say, act as magic protectors to that man upon earth, and in the netter hurt regularly and unfailingly. Samharabis is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great God through the field. The 6th hour. The majesty of this great God taketh up his position in the stream of Nebmut Tuatu, the Lord of the waters of the God of the Tuat. And he sendeth forth words to the gods who are therein, and he commandeth that they have the mastery over their divine offerings in this city. He maketh his way through this field, being provided with his boat, and he setteth apart by his words the estates which are to produce their offerings in the city. And he giveth them water for their lakes, and he travelleth through the Tuat every day. Setmetu is the name of the door of this city. The secret roads of Amentent, and the manner wherein this great God is being rowed along over the water, therein in his boat to perform the plans of the gods of the Tuat. the gathering together of them by their names and the manifestation of their shapes and their secret hours, such are the things of which the secret representations of the Tuat is not known to men and women. Whosoever shall make a copy of this image in writing according to the representation of the same, which is in the hidden things of Tuat, at the south of the hidden palace, and whosoever shall know them shall be in the condition of one who awardeth offerings in abundance in the Tuat, and he shall be united to the offerings of the gods who are in the following of Osiris, and his parents shall make the offerings which are obligatory on earth. The majesty of this great God sendeth forth words, and he give divine offerings to the gods of the Tuat, and he standeth up by them, and they see him, and they have dominion over their fields, and over the gifts made to them, and they effect their transformations by reason of the words which this great God hath spoke to them. Mechet Nib Tu Atiuo is the name of this field, which is the road of the boat of Ra. Mespirit Taramat is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great God through the country. Next is the 7th hour. The majesty of this great God taketh up his position in the secret place of Osiris, and the majesty of this great God sendeth forth words into the God who dwell therein. This God maketh himself other forms for this hidden place in order to drive out his path, the serpent fiend, Apep, by means of the word of the power of Isis and the words of power of Semsu. Ruti Asar is the name of the gate of this city through which this God passeth. Tefet Shita is the name of this city. This great God maketh his way over the road of Ament in the holy boat, and he passes in it over the road which is without water, without being towed along. He maketh his way by means of the words of the power of Isis, and by means of the words of the power of Semsu. And the utterances of this great God himself act as magical protectors, and perform the slaughters of Apep in the Tuat, in the circle, in his windings in the sky. Whosoever shall make a copy according to the similitudes which are in writing at the northern side of the hidden palace in the Tuat, they shall act as magical protectors for him that maketh them in heaven and in earth. And whosoever knoweth them shall be a soul of souls with Ra. And whosoever shall make the words of power of Isis and the words of power of Semsu shall make to be driven back the Apep of Ra and Amentent. Whosoever do this in the hidden palace of Tuat, and whosoever shall do this upon earth, the result is the same. Whosoever knoweth this shall be in the boat of Ra, both in heaven and upon earth. But he that hath no knowledge of this representation shall not know how to drive back Nihahara, or stinking face. Now the ridge of earth of Nihahara in Tuat is 450 cubits in length, and he filleth it with the undulations of his body. The regions which belong to him are made for him, and the great God doth not make his way over him when he maketh him to turn aside out of the way for him. From this secret place of Osiris, when this god maketh his way through the city in the form of the serpent, Meidän. Whosoever shall know this upon earth, the serpent, Nihahara, shall not drink his water, and the soul of him that knoweth it shall not be evilly entreated by the gods who are in this circle. And whosoever knoweth it, the crocodile, Abshua, shall not devour his soul. Hesef ha-hes Nihahara is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great god through the circle. The 8th hour. When the majesty of this great god hath taken up his position in the secret circles of those who are in their sand, he sendeth forth words to them from out of his boat, and the gods tow along him that is in the holy embrace of the serpent Meidän. Aha-Nurtif is the name of the gate of this city. Tibet, Netaruset, is the name of the city. As for the secret circle of Amentent, this great god maketh his way over it in his boat, by means of towing the gods who are in the Tuat. Whosoever shall make a copy of these things according to the similitude which is in writing on the north wall of the hidden palace of Tuat, and whosoever shall know them by their names, shall be in the condition of one who is fully provided with swathings on the earth, and he shall never be repulsed at the secret gates, and he shall have an abundance of offerings in the great funeral hall regularly and unfailingly for millions of years. Nebtusha is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great god. The 9th hour. When the majesty of this great god hath taken up his position in the circle, he sendeth forth words from his boat to the gods who dwell therein, and the sailors join the boat of this great god in the city. Sakeb is the name of the gate of this city through which the great god passeth to take up his position on the stream which is in the city. Asaru is the name of the city which the secret circle of Amentent, wherein take up their positions in the Tuat, this great god and his sailors. Whosoever maketh a copy these things in their names according to the similitude which are in writing on the east wall of the hidden palace of the Tuat, and whosoever knoweth their names upon earth and knoweth their habitation in Amentent, shall rest in his habitation in the Tuat, and he shall stand among the lords of the provisions of the god, and his voice shall be Mat before the Chetcha beings on the day of the reckoning of Pharaoh. And these things shall act as magical protectors to him that knoweth them upon earth. Machnebs is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great god in the circle. The 10th hour. The majesty of this great god taketh up his position in the circle, and he sendeth forth words to the gods who are in it. Aheperu Mesaru is the name of the gate of this city through which this god passeth. Mech Kaetabu is the name of the city. This is the secret circle of Amentent, whereto Hepera joineth himself before Ra, and the gods and the spirits, and the dead cry out from it over the secret representations of Akert. Whosoever shall make a copy of these representations according to the figures which are depicted on the east wall of Ament, and whosoever knoweth them by their names shall journey around about in the Tuat, and shall travel through it. And he shall not be driven back, and he shall flourish with Ra. Tenteneth Swahakabu is the name of the hour of the night, which guideth this great God through the secret ways of this city. The 11th hour. The majesty of this great God taketh up his position in the circle, and he sendeth forth words unto the gods who are therein. Sekhentuatiu is the name of the gate of this city through which the great God passeth. Ringkurt Apthat is the name of the city. This is the secret circle of the Tuat into which the great God passeth on his way. And he come forth at the eastern mountain of the sky, the eater of eternity. The form thereof is in the presence of the serpent Petra, which dwelleth in this city, and they, the gods, place themselves in the train of Ra, when the birth of Schöpfer upon the earth is just about to take place. Whosoever shall make a copy of these representations according to the figures which are depicted on the east wall of the palace of Ament, in the hidden places of the Tuat, and whosoever knoweth them shall be in the position of him that divideth his offering, and of him who is spirit, who is suitably equipped to travel both in heaven and upon earth regularly and unceasingly. Sibit Nab Ahesephuemert is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great God in the circle. In the 12th hour. The majesty of this great God taketh up his position in the circle at the limits of the thick darkness. And this great God is born under the form of Hepra. In this circle, the gods Nu and Amu and He and Heet are in this circle at the birth of this great God, when he maketh his appearance from the Tuat, and taketh up his place in the Matet boat, and riseth from between the thighs of the goddess Nut. Benen Netteru is the name of the gate of this city. Heperkekuhemesti is the name of the city. This is the circle of the Tuat, wherein the great God is born, when he maketh his appearance in the Nu, and taketh up his place in the body of Nut. Whosoever shall make a copy of these representations according to the figures which are depicted on the east wall of the palace of Ament of the Tuat, they shall be magical protectors to him that knoweth them upon earth, both in heaven and on earth. At this point the light beginneth to come, and it is the end of the thick darkness which Ra travelleth through in Amentent, and of the secret matters which this great God performed therein. He who hath knowledge of the whole or part of the secret representations of the Tuat shall be condemned to destruction. Whosoever make a copy of these representations according to this copy of what is in Ament and Tuat cannot be looked at or seen, and whosoever shall know these secret images shall be in the condition of spirit who is equipped for journeying, and shall come forth from and shall descend into the Tuat, and shall hold converse with the men and women who live there regularly and unfailingly millions of times. The end.
Okay, the sun's return path home to the east. Let's break that down a bit more. I'll take you over to the Nazca lines. So the sun arrives at the Toimii in the far west. The toimii being the ceremonial knife which switches off the signal. Basically it's a kill switch. If you remember the overlays, the toimii, the ceremonial knife. A nice image of it there. So this is a process that's handling the shutdown of the sun projector in the west, basically, and following its connections here. You'll see what it's connected to, mechanisms, cogs. Take a good look, people. This is the mechanisms in the underworld which would handle the shutting down of the sun when it arrives in the west. And this would be here, the sun isolator. I would call this a geoglyph. Break the signal, kill the projection, isolate it, then all the other processes follow. And there's the solar clock, the timing, so you know it's timed event. Sun's arrived in the west, shut it down. This is what you're really looking at. How the technology works and controls and manages the sun. Do we have any evidence in the real world of these kind of events? Yes. This is the signal detected on the mimic map. You can see on here. I've started using overlays with our map in the background so you can make out the maps a bit larger than they show. And you can see these amazing signals going around. Now I've added the chakras and some Nazca overlays to this, so you can get an idea what's going on. If you watch it carefully, you will see it looping round, going to various places. Now remember, we're looking at the 12 gates, so the sun's return path involves going through 12 different gates. And this is the return path, looping over and over, backwards, forwards, popping in and out of everywhere. It doesn't make a lot of sense until you overlay the chakras and the Nazca lines, and then you can start seeing where it's really going and what's going on. So the mimic signal we've seen, which was the winter equinox in 2016, that's where the signal came from. This is one of the sun's return paths in the underworld. It returns back to the east. If you watch this carefully, it'll go through its system of various locations in its cleaning cycles that it's obviously involved in. It'll arrive back over in the east eventually, and if you watch the bottom of the screen carefully, you'll see all the signalling to tell the rest of the system sun's arrived back in the east, reset the system, shut it down. So if you watch carefully at the bottom, there we go. Signals, reset the system, sun's arrived, start again. So then you've got the sunrise in the east starting over again. So that's the sun's return path in the underworld. Amazing stuff. And you can see how the grid in the background is manipulating that signal. The white dots being the angels in the underworld, they're clearly playing a part in manipulating and controlling this signal. So that's information from the mimic map, Nazca line overlays, which you watch, like I said, watch where it's going. You will see it going to certain areas. When you overlay the Nazca lines that over this and the grid, you can see where it's going into one place and coming out of another. Amazing stuff. Okay, for this next part, we're now going to break down what's going on in this scene. The middle register, we're going to have a quick look at that, and we're going to show you how that relates to the toimii in the west. If you notice these characters here, the arms are missing, in other words disconnected. It's been switched off, shut down. The sun's reached the west, shut it down. So there, right there, that's an off switch, disconnected. Of course, with this kind of process comes waste. There's waste to manage and dispose of, so there's some waste in that depiction. And the other components of the projection system is here. You've obviously gone through a cleaning cycle, no projection. That's pretty straightforward to look at that image, right? The middle register, oh no, sorry, the top one, top right there, you can see the tree of life scene yet again. That should be becoming a very common theme by now, the tree of life scene. It's depicted everywhere in every culture and religion. We knew this. We depicted this everywhere. We knew how this worked. We were taught this. You just can't get away from that once you start looking into this. These tree of lives are going to pop up everywhere. And of course they're going to need new fuel, so the new fuel is generated. I'll be explaining a bit more about that process soon. And of course waste management again, which One Conscience will be talking about in a few moments. We've got some waste management to dispose of. So there has to be in the underworld processes and means of disposing of waste materials, and places where the sun's going and all these luminaries projectors go for a cleaning cycle. So there's clearly a maintenance going on there. But I'm going to pass you over to One for her take on this.
Hello. Okay, so today we're going to talk about energy. And we're going to relate it to the research that we do. So, did you know the word energy from the Indo-European root is poti, meaning powerful? And from the Greek word energia means activity or operation, basically being at work. To fully grasp the workings of our world, one must understand the various kinds of energy. Every single event that occurs in this world is an energy transformation of a particular type. The sum total of energy in the world is constant. It's an infinite flow, and it manifests itself in various forms. These forms can undergo transformations. Energy can only be indirectly observed and measured as it manifests itself in these different forms. It can be further characterized through its observed properties. So, what kind of energies are there? Well, basically, they're all either kinetic or potential. Kinetic energy is due to movement. Potential energy is stored and waiting to happen. Now, these can be further broke down by the characteristics of the energy itself. So we have different kinds. We have mechanical, thermal, electrical, nuclear, sound, electromagnetic, chemical, light, and thoughts, just to name a few. So let's talk about carbon. Carbon is a chemical element, and it's a pretty common one. It's the 6th most common element in the world, and the 15th most common in our Earth's crust. Unlike a lot of other chemical elements, you can see some forms of carbon. Diamonds are one form of carbon. So, science says that most of the carbon is deep in the earth. For once, I'll sort of agree with them. Amorphous carbon is a third form of carbon, and it's a lot harder to see since, unlike diamonds and graphite, it doesn't have a crystalline structure. It's commonly known as coal. So carbon is the building block for all life on Earth, and a good chunk of the total amount of it that's held in the Earth is living or dead organic molecules. So, how does this tie to volcanoes? Well, the carbon cycle comes from the volcanoes, from the process happening in the underworld. And eventually, after it comes to surface and cools, it becomes rock or mineral. It does become our new land. This is the creation process. Angel technologies below are what cause lava, the carbon, and the volcanoes. These are the vents of the underworld and the designed waste and recycle system. Through the creation system, what is needed gets used. What isn't needed or has fault is pushed to the waste holding tanks, or the magma chambers. When the basins get full, they release and a cleaning occurs. These are our eruptions. Some have a steady flow for long periods. So you have to kind of think of it that all these different tubes are leading to a certain spot, the basin, the holding tank. And if there's so many, it has to steady flow out. We can see this with Hawaii. So I took some time and outlined a whole lot of the tubes that indeed lead to Hawaii. And you can see why it had to have a steady flow. Somewhere along the line it must have bottlenecked recently, and I think that led to the explosion, or old tubes that weren't used opened up. So then we do have our exploders, the ones that blow every time. They're usually high in silicon, and when they become full they do blow. So when this cleanse happens, the lava comes up from the chamber through the lava tubes. These tubes appear to be constructed, as we can see here in these photos. There is little to no lava traces after the tube has cleared. So this tells me it's designed to push the waste up and out and clear the tube until the next cleaning cycle. These lava tube systems run for miles and miles and connect to grids on the underside. As we can see here, I've connected several of these systems. We speculate there must be shutoffs to these, so to speak. Something will shut off the flow, which allows the tubes to be cleared. The ancients knew this process very well, and they shared these processes with us. We used ancient Egyptian script to show one of the many processes that lead to the need to expel the waste. So at this point I'm going to hand it over so we can get into how these conclusions came to by us. Thank you.
For a more technical breakdown of the process, I'm going to play some clips made by Roger from Mudfossil University, who has been experimenting with particle acceleration. So please don't copyright strike me, Roger. I'm one of the good guys, and I know this information will help you. You see, I agree. They are reinventing the wheel over and over, as I will demonstrate after these clips.
Okay, Roger from Mudfossil University today was discussing ether again, which I've been working on for years now, and we have photographed it in experiments and sent all that information off years ago to all the top universities, never heard a word. But all of a sudden they decide they have discovered ether. Now, I think this is kind of disgraceful, to be perfectly honest with you. Plato and all the rest of them back then knew about ether. According to the ancients, they spelled it ether or ether. It's also called the quintessence. Now, all of a sudden they decided, oh, we found the fifth element. Well, guess what, my friends? Fifth element was also in Plato's Timaeus. Speaking about air, Plato mentions there is a most translucent kind called the name ether. It's really very, very, very poor form. Now, everybody knows I've been working on ether and light and everything for years. I've been posting this. Nobody's been paying attention to it, really. I mean, very few. And so I got this from my friend today, Aaron. Physicists confirmed the discovery of a fifth force. All right? They're taking credit for discovering something that's been known throughout history. Physicists confirmed discovery previously unknown. It's not previously unknown. The fifth fundamental force. This is really not right. Somebody should speak out against these people. They do this kind of stuff and take credit for things that they've dismissed, and then all of a sudden they decide that it's good again. I'm going to show you the real facts. This is ether right here. All these dots are ether. And the reason they are glowing like this is because it's in a darkened room and a laser pulse, red laser light coming through here, which only has a tiny, tiny, tiny dot right in the center here. But when it comes through, it forces the opening of space around it and forces these regions to go into other people's regions. They glow at that point. All the molecules in space own a region. They're happy there. Once you start pushing something through that ocean of particles that are happy, they become disturbed. When they do that, they glow. All right, you saw that field coming through, and what it is there's a little dot in the center, and it's crushing through there just like it does with a sonic wave in a jet, breaking the sound barrier. Now, there's the particle beam. All right, that's all it is right there. That's the beam. That's what comes from this, and what causes this wave to open up is this beam. Well, all of a sudden it's saying, holy smokes, I'm being sucked in faster. You see that? That's accelerating. You can't tell me that's not accelerating. There's not a person on the face of this planet can say, oh, that's nothing. No, that doesn't mean anything. Well, yes, it means something. It means that that thing is accelerating. And when it starts accelerating, it's being pulled faster because it's being forced through this venturi. They're piling up here and becoming excited because they can't get to here. They're forcing each other through here, and when they explode out the other side, which they have to accelerate, there is no option whatsoever. And the reason they're starting to accelerate here, to excite here, is because they're being impeded more and more and more and more. And then all of a sudden, by the time you get here, they are just being blocked almost completely. And forcing each other through here, it's a venturi, two rounded it's two actually construction nails, and that's only a construction red laser. Very inexpensive, less than $50. You do this whole thing. Do it at home. And I have other people doing it now, and I'm going to show you some fabulous shots I just got yesterday. We're looking into them right now. Very, very interesting. Now, what comes out of here is the particle beams that we all know about. Is these? They call that the what do you call it? The patterns that the double slit experiment, where they have the things on the back, the impedance or whatever they call it. I can't think of it. But anyway, all it is these are electrons coming out of here, forcing each other away from this side and that side. So you're seeing them get away, and by the time they come out here, they can sort of flip around all they want. But primarily, this is pushing this way, and this is pushing this way. They're both pushing both ways. So you end up with a beam in the center. That's why you see the real bright beam in the center. Now, and then you see these rays, because this is saying stay away from here, this guy's saying stay away from here, so they start to build up these arrays. Now, and that's called atomization, plasma, whatever you want to call it. But at this point, these electrons no longer own a region. Before, they owned their own region. They all had their own little dot that they owned. And they say, okay, this is my place. Don't anybody push me. And when they push me, I'm going to glow. And that's what's happening. And this right here shows you the ether. And that is, if anybody can explain to me how these little dots are formed after a light, which we saw accelerated, I don't care what anybody says, that was accelerated. It's coming out of here in white chaos. These little tiny fibers are coming out, which show where the particles are. Those are the particle trails. They are headed by these fields. Those fields are from polarized ether surrounding the tiny, tiny particle in the center, which is charged. It's negative. It's going faster than hell, smashing into the ether here, inducing a current around itself in a right-hand turn as it goes through space. And I have pictures of that too. And I have pictures of this showing this right here is a crushed field. You see that? You see the difference in this one here and this one here? These are round, this one. You see this crushing in here and this crushing in here? That's forcing that one to be more massive. It's crushing it. It's turned purple instead of the lower frequency color. This is a reverse spinning electron. No field around it. It's reverse spinning. They create, in the right-hand rule, electricity goes that way, it spins this way. Well, that one's going that way and spinning the other way around, and it's breaking its fingers off. So there's no magnetic field there. That is, and also that collided with something and made a very interesting result. And that's the result right there. That was that white particle. It transitioned into one of these somehow and bled off that. And this is what I told you. That's the spinning of the electron, the right-hand rule. As it goes flying out of the accelerator, you see how they're expanded here, and then they contract. These are less energetic. That's an extremely energetic one for some reason. It came through in a different orientation. The others, they were, whatever the difference is. This is much more energetic than these other ones. And you can see, because it's drifting to the left, it's probably spinning to the right, maybe spinning to the left, I don't know. But it's going to have one of these spins to it, and it's supposed to be spinning this way if it's going that way. And I believe, well, I know it's going this way. Now, and I believe it's spinning this way because it's drifting to the left. That would be the natural thing. It would here, and then it can't quite get to the same place each time. And that would give it that left drift. So, that's all I can see. It's a right-hand rule. And that's light spinning through a single slit, I believe that was. Again, this goes back years ago, so some of these pictures, well, I know all the pictures I'm talking about. That I can't remember. Single slit, double slit, I don't remember. And again, I don't know if I mentioned this. This is Rodney Warren from Australia, and I worked on this years ago, and these are his pictures, and they cannot be surpassed, I don't think. However, I'm going to show you one that I got yesterday that's got me interested. This is the plasma coming out of the accelerator. As it steps down, it presents this in two waves. I've seen this a number of times. It looks like a particle to me, and it looks like a torus, and I think I might have some idea how it's working with capacitive and inductive reactance somehow.
Okay, Roger mentioned Plato and others already knowing this information, and he is correct. In fact, my Nazca line work, geoglyph, petroglyph and hieroglyph research confirms this, as does sacred geometry and scriptures. Everyone knew these processes in those days. Your experiments are missing some vital components, Roger, but caution is advised when proceeding here on in. Here is what the Nazca lines have been teaching me. Okay, as you can see with this image, we have our square wave generator in the scene, other parts of technologies, and a very important piece of the line work, the right-hand rule. In this image you can see the square wave generator, the labyrinth, the particle accelerator, and even multi-level structures. Again, square wave generator, particle accelerator, high frequency injection. I hope you're seeing a pattern forming here. This repeats over and over across the Nazca lines. Very detailed technical information. Here's a frequency guide I found online, and I've added various geoglyphs to it to help you understand their meaning and purposes. Due to our research, I haven't as yet had time to give the Nazca lines the full attention and presentation they need, but hopefully over the videos we have made for you, you are now being looking at them with new eyes. The decoder's blueprints, technical and structural information detailing layers in the underworld. As you can see, I have arranged the sea life in the lower frequencies and the flying species in the higher frequencies. On the correct map there are also location markers for various technologies in the underworld that relate to the workings of our luminaries and otherworldly processes. The direction they face usually meaning the direction of the signal it may be transmitting to or receiving from. These are activations and deactivations and possibly other informations being transmitted, those signals we have shown you on the mimic map. The earthquakes are usually a sign some technologies came online. Now I mentioned proceeding with caution, as this technology is also what is responsible for the arts and acts of creation, and a great many other things depending on the configuration. By design, this technology will manifest material before your very eyes, which Roger pointed out at the end of his video, those charged particles he noticed. Because Roger's setup seems to be missing some vital components, it is not up to its potential and could be considered safe, as there is no magnetized walls, wave or frequency injection, but it still achieved the right-hand rule and produced visible matter. This doesn't seem to be radioactively charged. So what does radioactively charged mean? As you've seen with the Nazca lines, there is wave and frequency injection which produces different results. The technology in the underworld is obviously built to a much larger scale than humans can comprehend, as the likes of Enoch and Ezekiel struggle to describe, and as such will produce larger quantities of matter which they create during their running cycles, as the sun process shown in the 12 gates presentation demonstrated. It had to go through a cleaning cycle and a cycle of solar rejuvenation, ready for the next sunrise. This material is basically radioactive material or nuclear waste. This is also what we would call lava, and as one conscience mentioned, it is managed and ejected into our realm and becoming landmass or sand if ejected into water. This is part of the creation process. By design it creates, maintains and destroys. The heart of this part of the process is located at 0.0 on our grid. I'm going to let Santos Bonacci give this a breakdown of what you are looking at.
This is what is called Brahma. Yeah, the creator. This is Brahma. Brahma is associated with Abraham, Abraxas, abrasion, as I said before, abracadabra. This is the abracadabra of creation. This is Brahma. Brahma is also associated with the Ram. He is the creator. Vishnu is the preserver. Vishnu preserves all of this. And then Shiva, Satan, will destroy it. Well, I mean, he doesn't destroy it totally. He destroys it as in the preserver is the maintainer and the destroyer does the other maintaining. If you don't destroy, you can't, cycles will not continue. There's the creative half of the ecliptic, then there's the destructive half. That's how it works.
Some fantastic words and information from Santos there, who has been a great help to this research with his wealth of knowledge and information sharing. Between the observant Stan Smith, Santos and our research, we have concluded the halo projections in the sky which mainstream are calling sundogs are what Ptolemy termed epicycles, so in essence this research confirms Ptolemy's model as correct. So what are these halos? They are part of the projector system that is projecting our luminaries into the heavens. As above, so below pertains to this relationship. A physical model in the underworld and a projection in the heavens, with an invisible link between the two, which can be noticed by lightning and tornadoes, the rotating vortex field rising up to the invisible halo. But what is making the projection, you ask? Okay, I'm going to decode the Eye of Horus for you to show you how it works. The Eye of Horus is a particle accelerator which uses high frequency injection. The eye itself is a chamber with which you would place your hot created coals as told in scripture. The hot coals are the radioactive particles it creates and ejects from the eyes round about it, as described by Ezekiel. The snake depictions represent the created matter, or as in this image, your hot coals as requested, sir. This material is radioactively charged and contains the same potential amount of energy as the voltages used in the accelerator that created it. This is a power source, 100% over unity free energy with a very long lifespan. The cones you see depicted near the Tree of Life scenes are being radioactively charged and used as the power source for the vehicle the projector is attached to. I think, going by various scriptures, it is a vehicle of sorts that is moving the projector around in the underworld, the projection in the heavens mimicking its every move. This applies to all luminaries and their projectors, which obviously have different configurations and roles. Do we have any evidence of particle accelerators and radioactively charged materials to relate this to in the real world? Of course we do. I'm going to take you back to the 1800s and see what Mr. Tesla was working with in those times. If you go for this Freedom of Information release on Mr. Tesla, you will see that he was working on an accelerator that was given to him to look at, as it apparently had a side effect of producing ball lightning, which Mr. Tesla describes as being a very scary event, as usually it would explode with devastating effects. From these documents you will see that they have Mr. Tesla offering to sell and install particle accelerators for a fee of 25,000 UK pounds. The research was based on harnessing and trapping the materialized ball lightning, which could hold the same amount of energy as the system that produced it. Again, 100% over Unity technology. The system can also project particles up to 100 miles or more with speeds around 350 miles per second. And Mr. Tesla stated he could build a death ray for the defence of Great Britain from air attack. The technology seemingly able to melt aircraft engines up to 250 miles away. What I did notice is that in these documents the wording also in Mr. Tesla's handwriting appears, with more work related to accelerators. Now when I look at CERN and think about these documents, CERN does not look like something Mr. Tesla could install, let alone have all the components for. So it seems to me this is misleading. It seems to me someone has inserted paperwork faked as Mr. Tesla's so they have a person to use for introducing more advanced technology into the world. Technology we can see originates from the underworld. So fear not, dear Tesla fans, he is innocent of any wrongdoing and seems to have been used by those that hide this as and when needed. Mr. Tesla did invent and make derivatives from his work with accelerators, which are still in use today. So our projections in the sky, we are either seeing the insides of the projection chamber and the effects of its contents, or harnessed an electromagnetically trapped ball lightning on a creator-sized scale, not the smaller scale observations mentioned in human experiments. As an aside, when some nuclear power plants explode, the roof seems to get blown off. Then the disaster has to be sealed, a sarcophagus created around the nuclear lava that is created to contain it. The seal of the 144,000 in scripture is this exact same process. The angel technology has been sealed below in the underworld, so that in the event of a catastrophe it is already sealed and contained, kept in a room until a great day of judgment some 1,000 years into the future. The sarcophagi under ancient temples and pyramids are location markers of said angel technologies below, glare glyphs telling their story to a now unseeing and unknowing world audience. And so it seems, at some point in our history, mankind had an event, a meeting with a higher knowledge, who introduced us to these very advanced technologies and created the components for our electromechanical realm that we call Earth. Our iniquities were removed and our sins forgiven. We were advanced scientifically and we developed into better civilized beings. Our sin was ignorance. We did not understand how anything worked from a scientific viewpoint, but this quickly changed as our ancestors have depicted everywhere.
Okay, so these are the two cruises that we looked into for trying to figure out what the heck they got going on for the Polynesian islands. So the first one is coming from New Zealand. So where the little boat is, that's where they start, and they follow the arrows up and around New Zealand. They stop along New Zealand. They then shoot across to Tasmania. They go up and visit the shores of Australia. They go up north of Australia. Then they come back over and they start heading out to the islands. They go out to Fiji and they go out to Tonga, and they head on out, heading east towards the East Gates. Now the black line is the international date line split. So there's about 20 hours difference in some of these areas when you cross over the date line. Now, when we go up to the other one, coming off of California, we start up here in Baja California. They shoot out to Hawaii. They do a roundabout all the Hawaiian islands. They then head out and go down the Line Islands. They end up Tusamotu, and then they hit a couple more islands and they head back to Baja California. So what they're doing is they are confusing people by visiting. All of these islands are out here, so there's so many. It would be so easy to hide and skew this data and tell people that maybe they're in one place when they're really not. These are separate sets of islands. if people go and look at the time and the times of these islands and what day they're on, it has a lot to tell there. You know, some of these islands are very, very close, but they've already went into Sunday, where some of them are sitting in Saturday, you know, mid-evening. So it's a clear split of the map. So, you know, that's telling me our map is right, that this is where it splits. These ones on New Zealand are going to be leading up into the East Gate, where we're never going to get. And the ones coming from California are coming down around by the West Gates. None of them are ever crossing over.
Okay, so the divides in the map. Our research reveals they are in these locations to hide the 12 gates. Further research of ours has revealed something very special and meaningful. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it gives us great pleasure to present to you the 12 pearly gates of heaven. The 12 gates in Revelation 20 long belong to the New Jerusalem, which comes down from heaven to the new earth, verse 10, shining with the glory of God, verse 11. John describes the city. It had a great high wall with 12 gates, and with 12 angels at the gates. On the gates were written the names of the 12 tribes of Israel, verse 12. The gates are miraculous in their construction. The 12 gates were 12 pearls, each gate made of one single pearl, verse 21. And the gates of the New Jerusalem will never be shut, verse 25. The pearl was esteemed of the greatest value among the ancients. It is an appropriate emblem of the highest truth. It is the only precious stone which the art and skill of man cannot improve. Introducing the 3 gates in the north, the gate of Reuben, the gate of Judah, and the gate of Levi. Introducing the 3 gates in the east, the gate of Joseph, the gate of Benjamin, and the gate of Dan. Introducing the 3 gates in the south, the gate of Simeon, the gate of Issachar, the gate of Zebulun. And introducing the 3 gates in the west, the gate of Gad, the gate of Asher, and the gate of Naphtali. The gates of the New Jerusalem never close. They are eternal safety and peace in the New Jerusalem. There are no enemies to shut the gates against. Access to the heavenly kingdom on the new earth is free and unhindered, and the glory and honour of the nations will be brought into it, Revelation 21:26. The gates face every direction of the compass, and their perpetual openness invites everyone to partake of the goodness of God's grace, Revelation 22:17. Welcome to the realm. As you can see, people, our research is revealing a very intelligent creator who has created a realm which can only be described as a technological masterpiece, a construct beyond our comprehension, as our ancestors found and tried their best to describe. You will also notice we are decoding geoglyphs, petroglyphs and hieroglyphs. The reason for that is because they are telling the exact same story, the only difference being the descriptions of the angels, and this is due to their varying roles and different looks in different geographic locations. They are still part of the same mechanisms that give us our luminaries and a great many other things. A construct designed and maintained to the highest standard with the most ornate descriptions one can possibly imagine. We hope you enjoy our research and information, and that it helps you see and recognize there is a creator, their glory being revealed in a way we did not expect to see, let alone find. We fully accept this and look upon our realm with new eyes and knowledge, a knowledge that seems to have been lost, yet is depicted everywhere in sacred geometry, scriptures, geoglyphs, petroglyphs, and hieroglyphs. How did it come to be that we have forgotten all that was once known everywhere in our realm? I'll leave you with that thought, so until next time, it's goodbye from us. Hello everyone, this is FPV Angel. Today is the 13th of September 2K19 2019. This is a capture of the vertical halo. This is the smaller of the halos that you see on the sun, or rather around the sun. You can see it makes a perfect circle around the sun, and at the sides of it, in line with the sun, you will see where nodes 2 and 8 actually connect to it, and this is where the larger horizontal halo connects, right there, that location there. You can just see a part of the horizontal trying to show in that area there. You can also see a chem plane in the background. See the chem plane? Usually at the sides of it trying to spray where the nodes attached to the horizontal halo. Another beautiful capture, yes. Keep looking people, eyes to the skies. This is what they're trying to hide with their chem planes. They basically follow the sun across the map, spraying around the sides of it. But if you look, you will capture the halos. This is just one of its halos. Right there on the right, you can see where it's trying to show the horizontal halo, the larger horizontal halo. Amazing stuff. Now this is what's epicycling across the sky basically. The horizontal halo, you will see it does have rotation on time-lapse recordings. You can see it there trying to show sky or chems, trying to hide it. I think that's the chems seem to be a similar colour to it, and that's how they hide it. But you can't hide this, it's too big. And there's much more of it to see yet. That's just a piece of what can show. Amazing stuff.
Prophecy is here. Don't let these clouds surround me. Make this storm clear now.
Hello and welcome to APM Research, the Lunar Wave Decoded. This video is to help explain and understand the lunar wave as it has been termed. A big shout out here to 1111 Code, whom captured this amazing halo over his home. You will notice as 1111 Code pans around to check the sun's location, it is not part of the sun's halo system but a separate entity. We have covered these in previous research, so this video will help unite them all. Here are some previous research videos on these stationary halos. This is Crow 777's video capturing what he called a lunar wave. What it really is mankind's, or the humans' first ever recording of an angel's projection in the heavens. and it was captured by the moon going past the stationary halo, and it being revealed as Crow 777 calls the lunar wave. It's actually just a stationary halo in the heavens that the moon's highlighted as it went past it. So I would say he was probably the first human in history to record a seraphim's projection. This is an animation I did here to show what's really going on. There's the projection, this is the moon going past, and these are the two lines that you could see going down the moon. It's always two lines, and that's why you're looking at a circle, two sides of a circle basically. These are what people are calling sundogs in the heavens. They're not sundogs, they're projections used for guidance. And they usually have 8 nodes on board like this. You'll see them. When you see these sundogs, you will see these around it. So we'll give Crow 777 a little award for that. First human ever to capture Seraphim's projection. So I made a special card just for that moment. But that's what we're looking at, guys, a projection. These waves that people call them, they're just projections from the technology in the underworld. Here is another amazing video by Take Back Space TV. In this clip you can see Jupiter highlighting another stationary halo in the foreground. You will have to remember, all luminaries will highlight these halos. It is not unique to just the moon. Notice in this clip, the first part of the halo, it was a very slim line going across the face of Jupiter, and the second part was a slightly thicker band. This can be explained by the thicker band being the closer part of the halo to the observer. Here is another amazing capture by John McKeon, who captured another halo as Jupiter highlighted it in the foreground as it was passing by in the distance. Notice the stars or moons also being occluded on the left side of the screen, indicating the halo is quite wide, which would be expected with the halo being in the foreground. These halos are really responsible for that shimmering effect we see in the heavens. They play a big part in that, as such is the nature of an electromagnetic projection. Here is an animation that basically shows what is really taking place here. Eyes to the skies, guys. People everywhere are recording the sun halo now. You can see these in some of our halo focus videos and some of our presentations. So a big thank you to all of those people helping capture these and sharing them with the world. These are very special. Look for them and you will see them. Here's another stationary halo being captured by Sandra. We originally called these Seraphim from our Decoding Scriptures 2 video, where we link them to sarcophagi and scriptures. So, halo hunting tips. Once you locate one, mark it with your compass or the general direction you've seen it. Now wait for one of the luminaries to pass in the background and record it. You will capture the projection as the moon, for instance, passes in the background. Good luck, people, and keep those videos coming. There is much more to see yet. Know thy world, only then can you be at one with it. Hello everyone, this is FPV Angel from APM Research. This video is to help you identify the various parts of the halo we are seeing in our skies. This video by China Miss Jones captures what we call the vertical halo. It is a perfect circle around our sun, and it is not always visible to everyone at the same time. This may be due to particulates in the atmosphere, chemtrails, distance, and even the angle it is viewed from. This video by One Conscience captures the horizontal halo where it is plain to see the sun itself is attached to. We can relate this to Ptolemy's epicycles. Ptolemy not only factored in the sun's movement, but also the object our sun is attached to. Notice this capture has no nodes visible on the horizontal halo. This capture, also by One Conscience, captures what we call node 8. You will see over the course of this video there are 8 nodes total on the sun halo. The reason it looks like this is because we are seeing it from a side profile instead of the bottom view we usually see. As the sun comes down on the horizon, we start to see a different perspective of what we are really looking at. There are always 2 nodes very prominent on the horizontal halo, and these are where the vertical halo attached to it. Sometimes you can see 1 node, other times you may see 2. This is what some people confuse as 2 or 3 suns. Notice in this video we can see some of the horizontal halo's nodes visible. This now gives us this profile. Notice node 1 is very close to the sun, and it is not visible due to the sun's intensity. This is part 1 of a 2-part video, as there is more to see and do and add to this model of which I am recreating. The reasons we are seeing them is due to ice crystals in the atmosphere. They reveal the true nature of our sun as the trapped frozen light particles try to interact with it. This of course highlights the true profile of what our sun really is. An electromagnetic projection 90 degrees above its source. We are basically seeing parts of the inside of our sun's projector. This is why they try to chemtrail our sun to stop ice crystals forming, so you do not see this.
Now, for a lot of people, this probably just looks like a bunch of like green on, things laid out on a flat world map. But what this layout represents is actually these metal plates that are placed all over this plane, and they are placed there, these ones in this blueprint, the Nazca lines that have been decoded. Those bars represent these locations on Earth, and these are huge bars. These are huge electromechanical installations. It's like a big cathode ray tube, or operates exactly the same way an oscilloscope would. The sun is a ray, or a bunch of, well, they call them electrons, a stream, and it is forced into this, magnetically charged areas between these plates. At the east, it's started, it's prepared, it's given a kick or a push, a sweep trigger it's called, gives it to it, starts pushing the sun across from east to west to the west side of the plane. Once it gets to the west side of the plane, another switch, a trigger called a flyback killer, terminates the sun for that day, or at least make sure that its energy is not seen in the split second that it flies back to the east and gets another push to sweep across the plane again. what this design really means is that our sun is not spinning or hurling through space. We are not revolving and spinning on an axis around it, following it through space. The sun is generated locally by this system, and it follows electromagnetic waves that come up from the ground and guide it. In fact, what we're starting to think is these the circular disc shape that pushes the sun, it's formed like a cone, and the sun is on top of this cone, and this cone moves across these plates with the light that is our sun on top of it. And that's where I am. Again, all these green lines, the major, the thicker ones, the bar shapes, they're involved with deflection of the sun through the seasons. See, I can get up and point out a bit to you. I'll point it with the light because my headphones won't reach. But up in the north corner there, it's too bright. Up in the north corner, those wedgie-shaped things with those boxes beside them actually magnetize and help deflect the sun. This bar here, north of Russia also. See, this bar is one of the winter season sun guides. There's another bar just off to the west, and it's huge. It's actually the same size as Greenland, but because of the skewing of the maps and trying to hide stuff for generations now, it looks cockeyed. This bar here over Alaska is the same size as the bar over Greenland. But on the world map, the globe, these two bars, the two tips of these bars are pulled towards each other, like it's showing you that it's like 8:30 or 7:30 in the evening, where they actually run parallel to each other.
Can you pan your camera left a little, Jim? We're missing the left part of the map.
Okay, left. That way left, that way left.
That way, that's it, yeah. A bit more. Yeah, that's it. Perfect.
Okay.
Right there.
So we have phenomena we see. Again, if you notice, there's a bar that comes off this long bar that's off the east coast of the Atlantic. Now notice it comes from basically the northern Quebec border straight down and crosses Florida. Now there are these huge plates that run underneath from, mid-Atlantic to, between South Carolina, Florida, North Carolina, the Chesapeake, straight back west, all the way to Los Angeles, California, and down to the Baja, and straight back to, Easter Island of all places. Down here, when they're having their summer south of the equator, these plates that run through and underneath the continental, South America, to these two plates that are on the front wall or the west coast of South America. These are two huge plates that have been placed there to work in unison with these plates to guide the sun. This one too runs off to, I think this one's to Easter Island, and this northern one goes to the Hawaiian Island chains. So these deflectors up here help to deflect the sun over these plates for a winter. I figure these two plates here are in the transition of, seasons. And then these plates are the ones responsible for helping the south have their full summer before the cycle switches back the other way. But up here, even beyond where, we can see the symbol is part of, again, the sun's deflection plate, probably for the northern winter. Again, we have that phenomena in Canada where we see the northern lights. Well, there are plates that intersect that run on the western side of Hudson's Bay and also traverse the north of Hudson's Bay all the way to the foot of the Rockies there, nearly to Alaska, where I'm pointing. So this might be a curtain, the conductor for those curtains of lights that rain down as the aurora borealis. These two intersections, we call this section right here, just off Florida and the Bahamas, the Devil's Triangle. Well, a lot of things happen with magnetic bars that big and metal objects close to them. So again, that's about, my input was actually for this group in this study was having that photo of the bar helped to identify the symbols on the Aztec maps that was being decoded by FPV as these huge metal bars. And when, after a lot of kind of like brainstorming and mental blockage and other stuff, I looked at the configuration and realized it's like an oscilloscope or cathode ray tube. And again, our sun is created every day in the east, sent across the plane, and terminated when it comes to the west end. Either terminated or the light is suppressed for a split second and it flies back.
Please take notice of the light in this image, that it is attached to the solar boat. Now remember, Ra is switched off and being rejuvenated. Isis, Ra's mother, is caring for him and nourishing him back to life. It decodes what this means in reality is that Isis has what we will call a pilot light. It projects into the heavens to show the sun's return path back to the east, coincidentally. The path it returns back via the chakras also matches the ISS path perfectly, which also match events recorded on the mimic map. What you are witnessing is the sun's pilot light, Isis, not the ISS in the heavens. This also decodes as Mary, which we must assume is doing the same role for Jesus as further research reveals in the wiki. There are other similarities in other scriptures of this type of family relationship, a relationship that we decode as technological events between various parts of the sun's halo's nodes. The reference to Mary is due to the translation in Latin of Stella Maris, which translates as Star of the Sea, which is first applied to the Virgin Mary in the manuscript tradition of St. Jerome's Latin translation of the Omnimastication by Euberus of Caesarea.
Hey everyone. Thank you for coming. Again, spending your time, your evening, day, night. But thanks for coming. Today we have FPV-M1 on the panel, and I'm going to interview them. So they're going to talk a little bit what they have been doing lately. So FPV-M1, let's start.
Yeah, okay. Hello, Cat Science. Hello, One Conscience. Hello, people in chat.
Hello, both of you and everyone else.
Yeah. Hello. I'm glad both of you guys are on the panel. It's been a long time, has it? I think it's too long. But yeah.
Yeah, we were supposed to do this some time ago, but we just could never get together to do it.
Yeah, I know, huh? So we're going to be talking about the APM research. PV, what started you to do APM research?
Ooh, APM research, right. What started me into APM research, when it came to flat Earth, I was looking, we as everyone did, I suppose, we all came to flat Earth, and maps and models were getting passed around, and at the time it was the AE map. And, I watched flat Earth for about a year, and we looked at this map and model. And to me, it wasn't making much sense with a lot of fields. You can make some things work a bit, but other things weren't making sense. Now, at the time, I was playing around with the Nazca lines, trying to decode them, doing line tracings and seeing what this bigger picture was forming in Google Earth. And what I'll do is, hold on, I'll just screen share. Can you present me, Cats, and I'll show you exactly what we're relating to. That'll probably be a good idea about now.
Okay, let me see if I remember. Remember, it's been a long time. Oh, it's not that one. Which one is it? Controls, right?
It's okay. If you mute, I'll talk, and it'll keep it on screen while I talk. That'll work. I'm screen sharing it now. You should see it now, can you?
Okay, I'm trying to screen share you. Okay, well, you're on there.
Present, yeah. It's present option, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's on the screen. So okay, while it's on the screen, I'll just talk you through it a little bit. What you're looking at is the map created by Series, who is called One Hippie on YouTube. What he did was he created an algorithm and applied it to the Mercator style projection. And this is the resulting map after he squared off the images. And now it reveals more in the north and the south, as you can see clearly, the true scale and shape of Antarctica being revealed. Now, the Nazca line research I was doing, when I was doing the line tracings, I came across this grid. This is the Nazca Mandala and the Sun Star of Peru. And as soon as I seen them, I knew straight away I need to put these on a map and see what this relates to. So, for me, it became a case of doing more line tracings and the Nazca lines and overlaying this grid on world maps until it made sense on the correct map. Because to me, it's relating to the map. And as you can see with the gates in the north, south, east and west on this, they match scriptural mentions from Enoch, the Bible and many other cultures of gates in the north, south, east and west. And that's what made it very special for me as soon as I seen it. I thought, this has got to be related to the gates that's mentioned in scriptures. So this is the map and model that we're doing. And we called it the angelic particle matrix due to our decodings of what angels really are. Technologies in the underworld responsible for the creation and movement of luminaries and pretty much most of nature itself. And our research is based upon all this, basically, and it's expanded way outside of all the realms of possibilities we even thought we would consider at the time. We've learned a lot just from using this grid and map with real world data. Now, we're not here to push a map or model, but we did need to create a model to see what we're dealing with. And what we've done since is use all data, research, informations, anything we can get our hands on, decodings, and fit it into this map and model. And it's just progressed and progressed, which tells us we're on the right path. So that's where it began for me. And what I did was I made one video and started showing it around. That was the first video I made on this research. and that's when I kind of bumped into one conscience. But we'll leave that till when you ask one question. But that's what started me off. So back to you, Kat. You can stop presenting me now if you like.
Sorry. Okay, Juan, the same question goes to you too about APM Research. What started?
For me, I started out, I learned about flat Earth, obviously, and then I also had been studying earthquakes before flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I was trying to plot earthquakes on a flat Earth map, and I was using the AE map. So then I realized, you know, kind of a kick to the face that the AE map was debunkable in different ways. So I kind of felt duped, you know, and then I realized that my own work wasn't really working as well as I thought it was with the earthquakes and stuff. And I kind of stumbled onto you guys, and you were interviewing FPV with his first video. And I started asking him a whole lot of questions, and he gave me a copy of the map and told me to put my work on it and see how it worked out. And from that point on, it has just progressed really fast and very deep. You know, when I first put the earthquakes on, it fit so very, very close to the grid. You know, the mandalas he was talking about, that it literally gave me goosebumps. That I couldn't believe how well the earthquake paths fit onto that grid. And from there, it's just spiraled. It just keeps going and going. Everything relates. So
yeah. One, can you name and elaborate on any of the subjects you have looked into?
holy cow. We could start with ley lines. So ley lines always fascinated me. Earth energy in general fascinated me. So what I realized was that the power points of the Earth and the different accelerators, which FPV has placed as angels when scriptures are decoded, it's the connection of them. It's their energy flow, you know, and it's their magnetic energy lines that run through the Earth. And when you kind of lay them out, which I did I used the Mercator map. You know, they look pretty amazing. Can I share this?
Sure, I put.
So I got a wall-size Mercator map, and I put all the different angel spots on there, and my husband helped me draw the grid on it and stuff, and I connected them all. And these are the ley lines of our world. It's pretty full and intense, but
well, I remember
Can you
that.
elaborate a bit more on what some of those dots mean?
It's real hard to see, but yeah, I put a bunch of different pins. Red ones represent power plants. White ones are weather stations, like geoengineering spots. The blue ones are all the angels. The grid is drawn on there in blue. The green lines are all the ley lines, the energy points. You can see how it almost, minus human error, forms like a great big star almost. You can see the different points on it. Mind you, this is the Mercator. It's not exactly like our map that we use, but it's as close as you can get if you actually go buy one. I also drew the earthquake paths, which are drawn in black lines, and put volcanoes on there. And what else? I think I put crystal caves on there. It's hard to see those. It's full of information. I have a video on my channel, though, if anybody wants to go watch it. It's a little more clearer. And I talk through it and kind of talk about it a little more. So,
as you can see, cats, there's lots and lots of layers to this map and grid. So we can't put them all on one map. It's impossible to fit everything on one map. So we have to show different layers of what we're working with.
It is, because you see what trying to put everything on one map looks like. It's a mess. And that's just a few things. That's not even everything that he's talking about.
Now, do you think it connects what you guys, both you and FPV, been researching?
All of that stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, absolutely. The power plants show me that they are harvesting this earth energy, selling it back to us. Everything connects to the grid. That's what I've definitely learned so far. I can map anything, and I have 100 of the same maps, but they're all different subjects. So it's pretty crazy. I mean, it used to surprise me, but now I'm like, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, but it's, well, I'm gonna say it seems, but it's true. I think it's connecting everything you guys been researching from the Nazca lines, starting from the Nazca lines. Now, this question, FPV, also, can you name and excuse if I'm not speaking right or pronouncing, elaborate on any of the subjects?
Yeah, certainly. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what we'll elaborate on first and it's important, it's the decodings of what we're looking at with the geopetro and hieroglyphs and scriptures and Enoch itself, Now, what they've done, let me go through this and you'll see exactly what they've done to hide the construct. Okay. When I started decoding geopetro hieroglyphs and other things, I realized everyone around the world was speaking the same language, and our written language in those times was obviously glyphs. Everyone around the world wrote with glyphs. That was our written language at the time. Now, when you look at the geopetro hieroglyphs and what they're depicting characters, they're depicting luminaries, and so on and so forth. Now, in modern times, all that has been transferred from every culture, because you're going to find every culture is talking the exact same story. They're all telling the same story. They just got different names for the same events. So what they've done in modern times, they've took all that information and put it into written form in a book. Now, here is where lies the problem, because when humans pick up a book and start reading it, they start bringing in characters to life as real people. That is not what the original glyphs were depicting. They're not saying these are real people. The real glyphs are saying these are the technologies and processes that are involved with creating and moving luminaries. Because, in modern times, they say the ancients used to worship the sun. No, wrong. They never have worshipped anything. They've depicted how the world works perfectly in geopetro and hieroglyphs. So that's very important. You can see now what's happened. We've converted what was being depicted as how the world works to now they're bringing these characters to life and making them into real people. That is not the original message. So that's how you hide a construct. People now, in their own minds, bring these characters to life and create their own story in the mind of what's going on. And you'll find most religions, they all disagree with each other on a lot of these things going on. And I can see why. They're all, no, it's this, no, it's that, no, it means this, no, it means that. No, go back to what the ancients used to teach. They're telling you how the world works in geopetro and hieroglyph form. It's as simple as that. That is very important. That's what I realized quite early on. And, you know, for me, it was a case of, right, I need to find the right people to work with. I can't do this by myself. There's just too much to look at. Even now there is, isn't there? Well, the amount of subjects we've looked at is unbelievable. So, yeah, that is, I think that's a very important point to get across. How humans convert characters into real people just because they're in written language, when, in fact, when you go back to its real meaning, it's telling you technologies and processes that are creating the luminaries. That's what these characters really depict. And that's why they use male and female characters, because you're looking at positives and negatives. It's down to magnetism and electricity. That's the original message, and that's being hidden. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. It does make sense for me, at least. We're gonna talk one in APV. We're gonna talk about different subjects today. I want, because we've been having new people coming in, looking into your guys' research. And I just want to touch up a little of what got where we're at today. What we've spoken before on the live hangouts. So any of you guys can start first. FPV one, what your research's been doing, and one's what she's been doing. So I'll let you guys speak, and then when you're done, one can start. So FPV.
Yeah, certainly. Mine's been mainly decoding, looking at things, decoding it into this model that we're working with. Let's see now, what can I'm going to use as a current one that people's actually seen, like star trails. You know, we wouldn't talk about star trails. You know, on the heliocentric model, we've got the globe spinning around and blah blah blah, stars in the north and south and all this rubbish. But when you take a step outside of that box and look at it as a 3D model, you can see the star trails in the north and south are actually working together. They're both rotating the same way. So, you know, what we're showing is this is a technological construct on a very huge scale. And that's just, you know, that's just with the star halos. Because the nodes, what stars really are nodes on halos. You know, like you see with the sun halo, what people are calling sundogs are nodes on a halo, which is part of a structure that is creating the luminary. This is how it works. We're looking at a very big technological masterpiece of a structure. So to elaborate more on that, let's see now. You know, that's just star trails. There's lots of avenues we can go down here, but I'll let one talk a bit first because I've just had 2 talks, and so one's missing one. Over to you, one.
Okay. Well, what do? Let's see. I do a lot of reading and learning because we've looked at so many different things. I guess what I really do is go through and kind of pull the truths out of science. Science is not totally truthful because it's trying to keep this globe alive. But there are truths in a lot of the science. So I like to go through and pull the truths out. And I like to find a lot of histories about things and then map things. And like I said before, what I find is that everything that we've looked at relates to the grid. It really does. Power points of the earth, accelerators. Reading a lot of ancient texts, scriptures, FPVs better at decoding, but I'm definitely seeing all the truths and things. You know, the more we've done this, he's just better articulating it. So
I'm not too bad. Neither are you. I mean, look. A good example of that, you know, is the Adam and Eve Lilith one we done. It didn't take us very long to realize we were talking magnetism and electricity, did it?
No, not very long at all. The scriptures are getting easier.
Yeah, that's right in the beginning, Adam and Eve. You know, that's the magnet. That's the positive and the negative sides of the magnet. It's always been about the magnet. This is what they're trying to teach. This is what the ancients are trying to teach us: the magnet and its secrets.
Well, explain a little bit about that, FPV.
The magnet and the secrets, right?
Mm-hmm.
Without giving too much
Explain
away,
a little.
yeah, well, the tree. I realize the tree of life, what you see depicted in Sumerian and other cultures, depictions in glyph form, you will see the tree of life, and a lot of people, they're guessing, oh, it's this, it's that, it's the other. But it didn't take me long to realize that is the magnet and its energies that they're actually portraying. These geoglyphs are portraying the magnet and its secrets. And that, again, that's what's been hidden, the secrets of magnetism, because, with magnets, you can create electricity. And that's why it's been hidden, it seems. The energy market's been taken over, privatized, monetized, and hidden. Whereas we can see from the ancients, they all knew how it worked and harvested it. We look at the geopetro hieroglyphs, and you can see they're all telling the same story. So it's straight away, it's telling us everyone knew how this worked. They understood it perfectly. And it's been, I don't know what event happened for the world to seem to be forgetting in such a big way, but that's where we're at today. Everyone seems to have forgot what all these things used to mean. And that's, I find it very strange. What kind of event? It would have to be something very catastrophic for the whole world to start forgetting what all. I mean, it's not just geopetro and hieroglyphs. Look around the world at all these constructs, these temples, things like that. Sacred geometry everywhere, and people aren't realizing what it means anymore. How can that be? It's in our face. It's everywhere. I mean, once you start decoding with APM eyes, you see it. You can see it and decode it and look at it and know exactly what it means. But when you look around the world, there's temples everywhere, and people haven't got a clue anymore what it all represents. It represents the underworld and the technologies and the luminaries. It always has and always will.
Yeah. Okay. We're gonna talk about the one when you were checking into earthquakes and volcanoes and other what we were talking about, lava, I guess, about it. Now explain to them, those that are listening or here, a little bit what you were saying in the beginning of this research, because I think it all connects together what you guys have been researching about. I mean,
Yeah, it does. So what we found out, what we've came to the conclusion of is lava is basically the waste and recycle system of the world. So you've got all this stuff going on in the layers below. And, it has to have like an output point. So when you learn about CERN, there's dump spots, there's dump cycles to CERN. And that's basically what these volcanoes are, because we're talking about massive accelerators, just like CERN, but on a much, much larger scale. They have to have dump spots. They have to get rid of this heat and waste. But it doesn't really waste, because it actually comes up, cools, and makes new land. That's why I call it the waste and recycle system of the world, because that's what it is. Yep.
To elaborate a little bit more on that, we can say with the particle accelerators, the larger the accelerator, the larger the manufactured, what scripture calls hot coals. Now, if you go to scripture, Ezekiel's wheel, he's trying to describe a particle accelerator. Think of Ezekiel's wheel, look at CERN, you will see the wheel in the wheel. And we can see already on our grid, these are particle accelerators. Now, what is a particle accelerator? It's a very large ring magnet, basically. Well, you can have them any shape, it doesn't have to be a ring magnet. But, that's how it works. And Roger Mudfossil University, recently, I was watching one of his videos, and he was mentioning that, different colours of the spectrum produce different size, and of course, larger accelerators produce different size material coming out. Now, this is, if you look at Shiva, standing in that circle with the flames coming out, this is a perfect representation and proof this is a particle accelerator. Shiva represents the created mass of light. You will notice on the depiction, Shiva is standing on top of a child. The child actually represents birth or the creation of the light. And of course, it's got the flames coming out the sides, which represents these hot coals. These hot coals are what is creating the lava. there's an excess amount of materials being made, because it's a law of attraction. What you're looking at is a big circuit, electrical circuit, and what it does is it converts elements into matter. A good way of describing that, and Matt Jerome taught me this one. If you look at your car battery, you will see what they call corrosion on the poles of your battery. You'll see greeny white substance growing on it. Now, it is not corrosion, it is actually growth. It's pulling out of thin air with lead and copper that is attracted to that lead and copper circuit, because it's a live electrical circuit, and these accelerators operate in the same way. This is how it works. The bigger the accelerator, the more it can produce. And what, like one Conscience mentioned there about comets and shooting stars, this is exactly what's fallen out of the sky, the harvested material from elements.
Okay. Now, PB, what does the promoter has to do with this? You know, it's a square, which they say, not a square, a triangle, which it's called. But what does it have to do with what you guys are researching as well? I mean, is there a part of it that connects to another part of the underground?
Did you mention pyramid there, yeah?
Yeah.
Pyramid. Right, hold on, I'll just screen share the map and grid again, because I need to show you something with that.
Okay. Did you find something interesting in that area?
I found something very interesting that a long time ago, and I mentioned it in the first video.
Wow.
But hold on a
Let's
second.
see.
I'll put it back on screen so you can see it yourself.
Okay.
Where's the map? I can find the map. I just closed it now. I'll have to find it again. Hold on. I know where it's at. Yeah, here we are. Because I want you to look at this very carefully, and you're going to see something. Right, I'll screen share. That should be screen sharing now. There you go. You see that yet?
Not yet.
Right, I'm screen sharing. Yeah, it's presenting to everyone now, it says, so you should see it. Right, if you look very carefully at the grid.
Yeah, okay.
Can you see, coming from the center outwards, the four sides of a pyramid? What you were looking at here is a 6-tier pyramid below our world. If you look at it carefully, you will be. It shows better in 3D. You know, I've got a video where I'm panning around that grid in 3D, and in 3D you see this 6-tier pyramid jumping out at you. But if you look carefully, you can see where the gates are. They're the corners of this 6-tier pyramid. You see that? So yeah, that's where pyramids factor in. A pyramid is a very important shape when it comes to harnessing electrical energies. But we're gonna get more into that into the next video. So I won't say too much in this one. But yes, pyramids and temples and such do factor into this research.
Okay. Now, I know lately we see in the skies, like the halos. You know, the weather's been very weird lately, but we had, or you have, and one has a lot of videos on these halos that lately they've been appearing. Can you screen share someone's? I think China has some. One has a lot of good ones. I don't know who else you know. I mean, because what's going down, what's coming from, you know, underneath, it's affecting the land, if I'm correct. And it's also affecting the sky with these halos and what's working underneath us. On your research, you're you know, explaining about it. So one or a PB.
Yeah, I was going to screen share them, but it's not letting me. I was going to screen share the video. Yeah, it doesn't let me screen sharing videos for some reason now. It used to, but not now.
Are you well, you have it where you can screen share. but I don't know
Yeah.
why you can't.
Yeah.
One
Yeah,
did.
I'll do it off my channel. I'll use the Wonderland video on my channel. That'll do, because you can see them moving then. That's a bit more important.
Yeah.
People need to see these things actually move as one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, here we go. I'll screen share this. I'll find the halo parts. Here we are. And screen share that. There it is. You see that? Yeah.
Okay.
There we go. Present to everyone. Yeah, right there. There's a halo. What you're looking at there is the sun, and you can see to the sides of it two what we call nodes. Now the sun halo, it's got a vertical halo, which is what you can see there, and you can see on the sides of this vertical halo the two nodes that are lit up. Now behind them two nodes lit up, there is also a horizontal halo, and it's also got 5 more nodes on it. So you've got a total of 8 nodes on this halo. Now to us, this is just another very large ring magnet or an accelerator, same thing. So it's it's showing you it is technology based realm we're living in. This is where our work comes from. It is 100% technology based, and this is why it would be hidden. So this is what people are seeing in the skies. I'm actually making a helper video on this currently, so people can look at it, and they're going to see different perspectives and views and showings of it on this video I'm going to create, so it helps people understand what they're looking at. So that's that'll be released within the week or so. But that's what you're looking at with the halos. This is technology that's up for a while. We did say at first there were projections from the underworld, and then a few weeks ago we changed our minds to levitated. But some new research we've discovered, we have to go back to the projection style technology because it is being projected from below. So what you're seeing in the sky is playing out in the underworld below. Whatever is projecting the sun, this technology is moving in the underworld, and we are seeing it projected above us. This is how it works. All of those luminaries in the sky work on that similar process. Because every one of them is every one of them has to have a halo. So our major luminaries, our wandering stars, all look similar to what you're seeing here. That's the sun. You just put the moon there, and you've got a moon. Put Venus there, you've got Venus. They're all operating with the same technologies and processes, and they move across the realm using epicycle motions. There's a reason for that as well, and it relates to keeping it running, and it's harnessing energies as it's moving.
Now, FPV, not since we're looking at this video right now, what does the chemtrails have to do to hide the halos or what's really going on? I mean, there's something behind it.
Oh yeah. Well, they try to hide it. What you'll see is when these start showing, the chemtrailers come out and they spray hell out the sky trying to hide it, but it's too big to hide. You can still see it through the chemtrails. It just obscures it a little bit. So, a lot of people might not notice it, but those that are looking to the sky, there's lots of people looking at the sky now, and they're seeing it. They're capturing this nearly every week. So, what their excuse is, they are ice crystals. Sundogs are ice crystals, but you've seen in that video then, it is all moving as one unit, So in their explanation, they're trying to tell us ice crystals stalk a sun that's millions of miles away, which is absolutely ridiculous. No. These are nodes on a halo showing that's within our realm, in our atmosphere, moving. That's exactly what you're seeing. This is close and local. And what that video there is actually a breakdown of the different nodes. Now, I referenced it with modern terminology of the halo, and I used the Hindu terminology. I can't remember all the names off the top of my head, but if you look at some of our videos, you will see the Hindu mandala overlaid beside it, and how all the 8 on there, plus Shiva being the 9th, relate to the halo and the creation of the light. It's the same story. Again, it ties in perfectly with our research and real world events and historical information on mandalas. All these mandalas are telling you the same story. They're all depictions of how the world really works.
Very interesting.
So that's roughly what you're seeing in the sky, right in front of you there. A variation of what you're seeing there on a bigger scale.
So what do you think, Juan? What FPV is saying?
I absolutely agree. One day I was driving and I saw this massive halo node, and when he lined it up with that picture right there, it actually matched it so perfectly. I mean, my jaw hit the floor. I was amazed that, first of all, I was amazed that it was like the biggest halo I've ever seen. And then second, I was amazed because when he lined it up, it fit perfect with the CERN he was showing, you know, the accelerator, the pieces. I was seeing a piece of that technology. Which node was it, FPV? It was either 1, 2, or 8.
8, the one on the right, the one on the right, there was node 8, wasn't it? That's the one you saw.
Yes, and it was just amazing, you know. And you could almost see the clouds if you looked close enough start to take the similar shape to the rest of it, but they weren't lit up. So, but as I looked at it more, I was like, you know, the clouds even kind of looked like the rest of it to a point. The clouds would magnetize towards this and, you know, take the shape. I've seen clouds make a perfect circle, you know, and pretty sure that they magnetize towards this stuff and take on the shapes.
Now, the video one's talking about was when she was driving in a car and she got what we would call a side profile of node 8. Now you can, when it's above us, we see it as like a cloud-colored circle, you know, a cloud-colored node. But when it starts to get lower on the horizon, you start to get a side profile of what you're really looking at, and that's what one was looking at. And she could tell, you know, it was quite a tall-looking piece of structure right beside the sun, well, to the right of the sun, node 8. And the same on node 2. You know, they're all going to be the same at a lower altitude. As it's going into the distance, you're going to get a slightly, you know, a side-on profile. And that's exactly what one was looking at. And when I overlaid the accelerator on it, that's what done it, one, wasn't it? You know, because one was questioning that herself. She's saying, why has it changed shape? Because we've seen a side profile. We've seen it from the side now and not from below. So that, you know, that made sense again. Normally we just see the nodes because it's above us, but once it goes, like I said, once it goes into the distance and starts coming down on that horizon, you're going to get an amazing side perspective of it and some very nice footage.
I see. Let me see. I was gonna say, gosh. Now, going back to the flights, why are they directed the opposite? I mean, does it have something that is connecting with it, or is it because of something else? I mean, it's strange that they have to go a different route to get to a place. I mean,
when we looked into the flight radar information, we actually caught them flying, let's see now, say coming from China. Now, normally they should be, now from China to get to, say, the States, quickest route for them, I suppose, is to fly on the globe, is fly east and appear in the west, go around the globe. But we know the globe's not real. So what we noticed on Flight Radar 24, they were taking off from China, they were flying northwest over the top of Russia, they were coming, they were appearing over the top of Greenland, then coming down towards Alaska and then back to the States. So they were faking the globe with this northern route, and we noticed it on more than one occasion. You know, we've got recordings of this on my channel. We caught them doing it. The first one I saw, I could actually see a little bit of a wingtip sticking in the top of the flight radar, and I thought, what's that? You know, it was way north. So I clicked it, and it showed me the flight path for this aircraft. It was taking off from the States. It was flying over Greenland, and then it was coming down over Russia, down towards China or somewhere. So it was telling us, you know, there's hidden flight routes in the north, and we have to assume they do similar in the south. So you know, there's the flight route, but it's not on the aircraft. You know, I've spoke to a Navy guy came in my stream one day, and he says, I've looked at your model, it makes a lot of sense. He says, but being in the Navy, how come he says, if you're saying that there's hidden routes in the north, how come we didn't see ice? And I says, well, they would have to do it during the 24-hour sun then. And then straight away he says, yes, you're right, because I remember it now. The sun was on that side of the ship and we didn't see any ice. So, you know, obviously they timed the events perfectly to hide where they really are. And of course, you know, military ships, they zigzag, they change course, patterns, all kinds all the time. So the crew are never going to realize where they are until they get to the destination. But what I told this sailor made perfect sense to him. He says, you're right. You know, he says the sun was on the left side of the ship. So that, you know, that's more confirmation for us that there's hidden shipping routes as well that they use in the north.
Yeah. Well, that explains a little bit about the, you know, airplanes, and I think also the boats. You know, I think they know things that we don't know, of course. But I think the boats has something about it too. The same thing.
One Conscience can elaborate a bit more on the boats because she looked into the cruises, didn't you, One?
Yeah, I was actually just going to say, while we're talking about this, we could talk about the Bering Strait and then the Polynesian Islands. So I looked into the Bering Strait and found a whole lot of discrepancies, like the fact of the sunrise between the two islands. They're 3 miles apart, which again, on my channel, I have a video that goes into detail about it. And the fact that when you look into flights, you know, nothing goes between these two islands, the Diomedes, where they say that Russia and America touch. Now, you know, there may be an island out there, but it's not, I mean, and Russia may own it, but it is not the continent Russia. You know, there's no way. You look into flights from Russia to America, and you're talking 30, 35-hour flights. You know, that shouldn't be if it's just across that little strip of land. And then the same down in the Polynesian Islands, when you look into those cruises that go from New Zealand, and they're supposed to come over to, you know, cross the date line and come over, they don't go past the date line. They start New Zealand, they do this roundabout, and they come up around Australia, and then they go out and they hit a couple islands and they stop, and they never cross that date line. Never. And these things take like 30 days, and they cost like $10,000 to $20,000 a person. You know, it'd be easy to fool people out in the water like that. You know, people are like, well, you could recognize land and this. No, I don't think you could. The ocean's the ocean. It's all going to look the same. And just because there's little islands out there doesn't mean it's exactly what they say they are. You know, same with California. You can get on a boat in California and supposedly, you know, go to the French Polynesians. You can get on one supposedly from New Zealand and go to the French Polynesians. But really, they do more roundabouts around like Hawaii and then hit a couple islands out there in the middle of the ocean, and then they turn around and they come back again. 30 days. You're out there for 30 days for this little trip, just doing roundabouts around all these little islands, but they never cross that international date line. Never. That's how they're faking the globe. You know, they're saying it, they're going here, there, and yeah, but that's how they're faking it. They're just, you wouldn't know. You're out in the middle of the ocean.
That's how you hide the 12 gates from Scripture. You know, the international date lines are to stop you going any further in the north, south, east, and west, basically. Although it's, you know, on the map as east and west, there's restrictions in the north and south as well, and those are there to stop you finding the gates in the north, south, east, and west.
And how many gates we have? Is it 12, right?
There's quite a lot. They call it the 12 gates, but when you go to the gates in the east, you will find there's 12 there. There's 12 in the north, 12 in the south, and 12 in the west. So there's quite a lot. So, you know, obviously different luminaries are going to use different gates, and we covered that a little bit in our seasons video. We showed what gates the sun used, and we got that matched accurately to match the creation calendar, which helped us then produce how the seasons work. So yeah, you know, there's a video on our channels, and you'll find it called The Seasons, the 12 Gates, and the True Analema. If you want to learn about how the seasons work on this model, you got to watch that video.
Yeah, by the way, anybody who's watching, there's a link of One's channel and FPV channel. They have a lot more information. Click on it and just go to their channel. But I know that you guys have been doing so much research hours, but there are so cool things that you guys came out about the research lately. I know you can't go too much into detail at PVM1, but just give a little bit what you have done so far, one, and at PV, the same thing. So at PV or one, any of you can speak. I would like to know, honestly.
Oh, is that on current research? Yeah.
Yeah, just a little bit. I know you can't get into too much details, but
Well,
there's a lot of things you've done.
We can tell you what subjects they will be on, but I won't elaborate on them any further than that. But you're going to be looking at pyramids, the harnessing of elements, some more decodings, which I won't get into just yet. But you'll have to. I like to surprise people with the decodings; they don't know what we're going to pop up with. So it's worth keeping surprises. Lunar phases and eclipses. I'm just going to tell you some of the things that we're going to go into in the next video. I'll leave it at that, but yeah, there's some of the subjects that you're going to catch in the next video.
We're also going to go into the layers of the atmosphere and how it relates with the underworld, electromagnetism, and we're going to have a few surprises.
Good. That way we can all turn into what you guys are doing. I mean, for me, it's very interesting. There's a lot of thoughts that have changed lately because of the research. But I was going to say something. Earthquakes. One, we just had 5 earthquakes in the Northern California. I wonder if it has a lot to, well, I guess has a lot to the underground, but I would like to know your input on it.
Well, we're changing seasons. The earthquakes happen. We're changing seasons right now. So it's going to hit more in the north as the sun moves more northward. You have to remember these quakes are caused from what's happening below, and it does have to do with our luminaries. When I looked at the quakes and followed them for a long time, like every day, all the time, I was watching them. I realized that the quakes were following, they were preceding and they were behind the sun. They were creating a path. So they were hitting around the sun's path. And I thought I was pretty amazed by that myself, because as it would enter an area, the area would quake. It would quake the same time every day. The same time every day as the sun would enter that area, it would quake. And as it moved more north, the quakes started to move up, just a little bit from that area I was watching, and then I was like, wow, it's, they're following the sun. And it's the same with the other luminaries, and planetary alignments. We could go right into that. When there's certain alignments that occur, it causes these earthquakes to happen. It must trigger something, or the alignment of them, or adding like a double frequency going in the same area. But they cause large earthquakes to occur when these alignments happen.
That's good. I mean, 5 earthquakes. I mean, they're small, but still. And we had one, so.
Consider it this way, Katz. When you get a quake, that is technology coming online that's helping guide or do something with a luminary. That's all it is. It's all it's ever been. It's just technology is coming online, doing their role, and then they'll shut down again till the next time. Yeah,
because you have to remember there is an angel right up there. And one of our earth chakras is up there too. It's a serious power point that's going to come online and turn off. And California is always getting earthquakes. They have a lot of stuff going on over there on the west.
Yeah, but the thing is that it's strange that we had a 3.6 earthquake in Arizona at the border between New Mexico and us. And it's strange now California's had 5 on the northern. So something is activating underneath us for it to shift. Or, like you just said right now, what you mentioned. To me, it's strange, because here in Arizona, it's very odd that we do get earthquakes. Along it's like Southern California, we can feel it. And it depends on if it's high. So, but remember I told you we had an earthquake, now this in California. So, I mean, your input's more toward what you guys are researching, you and FPV.
Yeah, and also on that, it also is fracking. I mean, you have to think of fracking and kind of put that into play too, because when they frack the earth, they're digging down to get to something, you know, and they're opening up things that is going to release energy in different areas. If that makes sense. You know, like the big example I always use is the New Madrid, which is right in southern Illinois into like Missouri and stuff like that. It was a huge, you know, earthquake spot. They had very large earthquakes in the past. But when they started fracking really hard and heavy in Oklahoma, New Madrid does not quake anymore. And Oklahoma takes all of the force. So it takes the release instead of the New Madrid.
Let's see. Pivy, what were you going to say?
I was going to say about the irregular quakes. You know, you were saying it's unusual. That's you get them, but you'll have to remember, you know, there's not just the sun and moon moving. There's other luminaries that are some, you know, some are slower, some are quicker. So when you get an irregular one, it might not be the sun or the moon. It could be, you know, like Venus, Mars, Jupiter. It could be any one of those.
Right.
It is, you know, these are plottable on a grid, and as one's shown in a lot of her demonstrations, they work perfectly. They make the sine waves, everything that we suspected it would be doing, and some, doesn't it, one?
Yes, yes, they do.
Okay, PV. On this one, I'm gonna go back a little ways about the triangle. When the aircraft is flying over that, since there's been boats and airplanes disappearing, is it the electricity underneath that's pulling them down, or is there something else there? Do you know anything? Can you let us know about that?
Yeah, I mean, they call it magnetic anomalies, and we've covered that in our Power and Glory video a little bit. We're going to expand a bit further on that in the next video. But we're looking at, you know, like one's mentioned, there's certain energy points in the world, and one's done a fantastic video already on the triangles. You know, there's not just a Bermuda Triangle, there's lots of triangles, and
there's a lot of them.
Yeah, magnetic hotspots, as you would call them. But yeah, you know, magnetics will play havoc with compasses. So you know, this was happening a lot in the early aviation years, like in World War II, lots of planes going missing. So it'll play havoc, and people can get lost. And there's not just that to take into account. What you're looking at also is the spiraling. You know, this technology is causing spiraling waves, and that is what's creating like water spouts, whirlpools, dust devils, tornadoes. You know, this technology really is responsible for all this. This is where your Fibonacci spiral comes from. So yeah, this spiraling vortex, you know, they could be getting hit from below by a spiraling vortex of energy, and it's, you know, to an aircraft, it's going to make it unstable. And the same for shipping on, you know, ships on the sea. If one of these things starts up below a ship, it's going to toss and turn the ship all over the place because it's causing motion in the seas, which will be elaborated on a bit further in the next video.
Now, what does the Mayans have to do with this research? Explain a little bit, FPV or one.
You want to go for that one, or do you want me to?
Go ahead.
Right. Well, the Mayans, you know, this is probably what confuses a lot of people when they look at our research, because our early work, we were all over the place researching, because we have to see how all the different cultures, beliefs, and what they portrayed was factored into this world model we're working with. So when I looked at the Mayans, their view of the underworld is it's got 6 houses and 9 rooms. Now again, that number 6, like as mentioned before, that 6-tier pyramid. So there's 2 references to a 6-tier pyramid below. Now, you know, 6 rooms, 9 houses. So it means there's a 6-tier pyramid, and there's 9 rooms within that pyramid. And these would be, you know, the various, what they would call the house of the sun or the house of the moon. You know, the different luminaries got different houses. Some of them obviously share a house. So that's when I started looking at the Mayan culture and their beliefs. And it'd be the same with those people, you know. The Spanish tore into them when they went over there and destroyed a lot of their codexes and things. But it's, you know, a lot still exists and can be decoded. So the same with that culture. They've now forgot what their history was and their beliefs, and they've been given the Bible or, you know, whatever modern book they've been given to believe in, and it's not telling them the same story as I mentioned earlier. You know, written words do not portray what those glyphs are portraying. No, not even close. So that was the main connection for me. You know, they were telling the same story. That's what I was saying. You know, our older research, we had to look at all kinds of things and factor in all these different subjects into this model. You know, you can't say we haven't covered just about everything, because we have. And we've covered a great deal of subjects and topics related to the work in this realm, and that will get a lot of people lost. They're going to see bits and pieces they recognize, because, you know, when you're putting research out and presentations, it's down to the viewers' knowledge base and what they're interested in, really. Will they see the big picture or not? You know, because it is a really big picture to work with. And, you know, we're still putting this big picture together, but we've got massive pieces of the jigsaw now, and it's so clear for us to see. And you're going to find in our current presentations onwards how it relates to the world model, because now we can put things in the grid and show how it works. So,
I think that the research goes beyond that, more deep, very deep. It's just, it takes time, it takes hours to get to that point. I really believe that there's something very deep in this that it still has to be discovered.
Yeah,
And that
we decode things just about every day. It's a case of prioritizing it, and what our interest is showing the people how this world works within this model. But like I said, we do decode a lot of other things that aren't, well, they are related, but we have to prioritize them and think, well, that can wait. You know, that relates to something else, but it does work with this, so it's not important for now. So yeah, it's a case of prioritizing the content that we output, really, because we're trying to put all this out. You know, we could go on for hours about things we decode, and people will get bored or they get lost of it, because, you know, the attention span and all that, people haven't got a good attention span. So we try and, you know, just because of that, we try and keep our videos below 1 or 2 hours, depending what we're presenting, really.
Yeah, people do lose attention span on it. Those long 4 and 5 hour videos are hard to keep going with it, you know. We want people to watch them, the whole thing, and pay attention.
Now, a thought just came in my mind. Now, the meteoroids, does that have something to do with what's happening to underneath? Or no? Or is it lies? Of course, maybe.
Well, the meteors, the meteor showers come from a specific constellation, and they repeat every year. You know, so that tells me that there's definitely, there's definitely a connection from the below to the above, as above, so below. But when you have a great deal of electrostatic buildup, it has to release when it's full, you know. So this is the filling of that and elements kind of raining down on Earth. And it happens at the same time every year. So that tells me that it's just another one of the time systems. You know, it has to happen. It happens repeatedly every year, same time every year, same constellations. You know, scientists know this stuff like clockwork. We know exactly when it's going to happen and exactly where it's going to happen.
Yeah. I don't. Go ahead.
It's the same with the sun and moon. They can give you 100 years in advance where it's going to be. You know, if that's not predictable, I don't know what is.
And eclipses. I mean, now that we're talking about sun and moon, the eclipses, they're totally predictable. They can tell you, like you said, 100, 150 years in advance. You know, the Antikytherian mechanism can tell you exactly when those are going to happen. And there's more than they actually tell us about.
Yeah, lots more. Yeah, partial eclipses, hidden. Yeah, anti-Cytherean mechanisms is a brilliant device. You know, a kid could hand crank that computer and predict every lunar eclipse for the next 100 years with great with precision, great accuracy.
Yeah, and we found some hidden ones when they shut down that.
You?
Yeah, the sun, when they shut down that sun observatory. Remember that FPV a year ago maybe?
Yeah.
We went and had Jimbo look it up on the mechanism, and sure enough, it was set for an eclipse. And they closed the observatory down. You know, and mainstream tried to put it off like aliens, but no, they were hiding this eclipse. They didn't want people to see it and film it and know it was there, because it wasn't one of the ones that they said would happen.
Yeah, it shouldn't. It's an eclipse that shouldn't happen on a globe. That's why they tried to hide it. It debunks the heliocentric model, so they have to hide certain events going on in the sky, or write them off as something else.
Just like covering it with chemtrails.
Yeah.
Can that be another reason why they're doing this? I know I heard someone saying that the chemtrails, I don't know who it was, maybe it was I forgot her name. Michelle. She said something about, or someone said something about, when they do the chemtrails, spiritual things come out. I don't know if it has something to do with what you guys are researching. I don't know, but all I know is that they are hiding something in the sky, because one day it's fine and then sudden, clouds come in and it rains for a little bit like today. But, something weird is going on. I can feel it, They said that people can feel it. We just don't know what it is. So just explain a little bit. If I'm right, if I'm wrong, it's okay. You could tell me.
I'll let you on.
Okay, that's your place one.
I'm sorry, my husband was talking to me. Can you repeat that?
Oh,
I'm so sorry.
FPV, go ahead and explain.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
To repeat what I just said.
Now you. I forgot what you asked me.
We gotta go backtrack.
Yeah.
Yes.
Start the chemtrails.
Okay, the chemtrails, and they're hiding something, and they're covering it with the chemtrails, right?
Well,
am I wrong that there's something there with the chemtrails, or is it?
Okay.
Well, you've got to look at their options. If they can't shut somewhere down, which was what they did with that observatory to stop them seeing that eclipse, or if they can't fob it off, or or any other means, then all they've got left is chemtrail in the sky to try and hide events, and that's what we're seeing with the sun. But we know chemtrails has got multiple layers to that alone. It's not just for hiding what's going on in the sky. There's harm raining down upon us as well, and as mentioned recently, it's also obscuring vision over distance. Well, a lot of people's looking into flat Earth, and they're going to be putting their zoom cameras on, and they're not seeing things that they should be anymore. So it's kind of playing havoc with looking at distance using optics. By design, I would say. You're looking at layers of aluminium floating down, so it's going to seriously limit the range you can see.
Yes, and but if they're thin and wispy, they do help illuminate these halos. But they make them thicker, and you can't see anything.
Yeah.
That's what I found when I was watching the skies.
That's the most obvious one, isn't it? It's they always try and do it with the sun because it keeps showing its nodes and halos.
Right, and like we've talked about before, they're still trying to map this stuff also.
Yes, yeah, I believe that as well, yeah. They release a bit of barium into the atmosphere, And as we've mentioned before, barium illuminates a geomagnetic field line from pole to pole. So that can be used for mapping, and that could be the substance that's causing us to see the sun's halo and other events going on that we shouldn't be seeing.
Which,
You know,
in
like
other words,
like the inverted rainbows, Sandra, Sandra won, other people have captured them, the inverted rainbows that people are seeing. What you're seeing there is magnetic data showing in the visible spectrum. So it's showing you, we are surrounded by magnetic data, basically. And we've shown that before with series as overlays, where he overlays various magnetic layers over the map and how it actually relates to luminaries. So yeah, it is revealing things we were never intended to see. But, well, I wouldn't go as far as saying never intended, because the message from the start was, to me, this is your world, this is how it works, look after it. That's what the Nazca lines tell me. They're the blueprints to the realm, and they've been laid bare on the desert in Nazca, Peru, for all to see and decode. The only thing is they're not telling you what they really mean. We are.
This is why they're hiding Nazca lines. This is why they don't want the people of Peru to know the truth.
Yes, because that's that's a very important site. You look at the scale of them when you're line tracing them. I mean, you've seen the overlays we've used before on the world map, and it matches places perfectly, and places we can see are these energy hotspots. So yeah, we've done a lot of overlays using the Nazca lines, and we'll still, we still will. We don't need to use them a lot, but yeah, that's what you'll find is when mainstream show you the Nazca lines, they'll show you a few nice geoglyphs and a few lines and a few other things. They're not showing you the real big picture. You're only going to see that in our research. And you look at the one that's got the Nazca lines in, you'll see some of my line tracings where I'm up to currently, and how many there really is. And even then, I've still not covered them all. There's loads to find yet. It is a huge scale of blueprints. And I believe they decoded these in the 1800s, and from the 1800s onwards, our research revealed Nikola Tesla was working on particle accelerators. This is in the 1800s, mind, so people think particle accelerators are a new thing. Think again. Tesla was working on in the 1800s, but we can see where it all originates from, and it's from the realm. This is how the realm works, using accelerators. So yeah,
I know.
It's very important.
Yeah, but the thing is that the halos are coming out often, more and more and more. You can see them, and that's not just in the United States, around the country. I mean, the whole world basically. That you see all these halos, and people don't notice them why they're there. Now, if I didn't know nothing about your research of the halos, honestly, I would tell you guys are crazy. But I see it, so I can't say that. But But what I'm trying to say is that there's been halos for a long time. Just people didn't see it until now. Even I really believe that even the Peru people and the Mayans, they know about the halos. They knew about it.
Yes. Yeah.
So I mean, there is so much connection.
They have an Enoch called them chariots.
Yeah, and all ancients have it. If you look at all the old pictures and depictions in ancient religions, they all had the halos. They were just shown differently. Different areas of the world depict them different.
And it's like Enoch said, he was shown the moon's hidden path. Well, how can you see a moon's hidden path? Obviously, all those halos in the sky were lit up and he could see it clearly. Yeah, Enoch was clearly given the tour and shown it all working. One Conscience done a fantastic voiceover actually using Enoch, and you're going to find what Enoch's talking about. When we overlay one's voice talking what Enoch's saying with the Nazca mandala and our grid, you can see they're both talking about the exact same thing. So, again, more correlations, more proofs, more correlations.
Well, it's very interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting that you and Juan have been so far, I mean, together on this research for so long. You come this far, and I know there's more to research. And, you know, like I said, you guys do a lot of hours and, you know, days into this, a lot of researching, which
I'll
I'm
just
thankful because, you know, you guys are bringing information that we need to know.
yeah. Oh, there's more to come yet, believe me. I'll just reply to hello, Troubleabouts in chat. So I'll just reply to something she said in chat. She says, I don't think the ancients had religion if they knew the mechanics of the earth. They would have no reason for the kind of religion we have today. And yes, you are 100% correct.
Yeah,
Religion's being created to hide how the world really works.
Yes.
That's exactly, you know, that's what we were describing at the beginning. You know, they've taken all the glyphs and converted it into scripture and told you will believe this now. And it's not telling you the same story anymore.
Yes, and gave them all names.
Yeah,
Called
scripture,
people.
Scripture, if you decode it correctly, scripture is full of science and knowledge. You have to decode it. It's been coded and hidden, but it is still there. But it's about science and knowledge, not worship and religion. It's nothing to do with any of those. It never was.
We got to remember ourselves that religion comes from higher up. You know, no offense, but Catholic. This is where they brought the name religion into. In those old days, they brought it into religion, the name religion. But yeah, I agree with Trouble and UFPVM1.
Yeah, now it's about mass control. We believe what they say. We believe there's this God that's going to, you know, put us in hell because we don't follow the rules. It's all control.
Yeah. But again, they're hiding the truth from us.
Well, the good thing about it is, you know, our research has revealed the creator, which I didn't expect to find. You know, when I came to Flat Earth and looking into this research, I come with an open mind. I've never questioned a creator or what people call a god before. You know, I've never, to me, you know, nothing like that existed. I was just your average glober, I suppose. But when you start finding this, you can see the construct that's been hidden. And, you know, this is the construct and the glory, which is mentioned. You know, I'm still learning scriptures. I've never read them before, but once I start, I suppose the good thing with this is I found the construct before I understood scriptures, and now I look at scriptures and all these other things, I can see what it actually relates to. You know, you put the construct back in place, and your geopetro, hieroglyphs, sacred geometry, scriptures, Enoch, everything falls back into its original context. They're all talking about the construct. So that's the beauty of it, you know. It shows the construct. Everyone's talking about the construct, not religion. We're all talking about how the world works.
I'm pretty sure that through the Bible, they speak the same thing, parables, in each person that's spoken in the Bible. So today, our time, it's the same thing, but we're just finding out who our creator really is, who he is really, or she. But
Yeah, you know, I don't think God's the right name for the creator. To me, it's because it is a creation, a technological construct. It does reveal a creator on a grand scale. You know, we're not talking human scale here. We're talking very huge scale. It's a very large construct we live in. So yeah, you know, it tells me there's a very large creator out there. Now, why was it constructed and what for? You could question that forever, but yeah, it is a technological construct on a grand scale.
True. Now, I was gonna ask one. I know James was mentioning what you just said at PV. In other words, the Titans. How did that got there? You know, these mechanical beneath us that is working beneath us. Oh my God! And it has a lot to do with it. What James spoke about, the Titans. Do you think so?
I don't think they were the same thing. They're not the same thing as the mechanisms and the technology. The Titans were the giants.
Okay.
So I think,
although they probably did have a hand in constructing it.
yeah,
They had to, it's such a big scale, I would say. And I think scripture mentions that, people put to work and certain names appearing. They were probably giants and titans that were helping construct this. They had to be, it could have been one person or, one titan that done it. We don't know. We're guessing, we would be guessing that. But all we can say is, yes, as a construct, and giants and titans existed. You'd have to look at Boston University or Jimbo's research. You'll see them everywhere. Even dragons. Dragons.
Yeah.
Who would have thought dragons lived?
Several dragons that seem to be in the land. One is right there at the UN mountain, where the UN is. And then Rogers is in Africa. There's one in South America that I found. Several.
And they're huge, aren't they? We're not talking bird size, are we? We're talking hundreds of mile size.
Miles, right? Miles and miles.
Like that gives you an idea of the scale of our real world, doesn't it? What we've got here is a strip of a map on something much larger, and it has to be much larger to accommodate giants and titans in the first place. So yeah. I don't think even the people that know how it works and are hiding it realize how big it is. How could you map it? It's too big.
Right. And speaking of Jimbo and his giants, he found that 1,500-mile shrimp. And his big question was, who's eating the shrimp? How big are they?
Yeah. Well, you can go back to Roger's work, can't you? And he has to apply the same thing. What were these beings eating? Where did they live? How did they all fit on a globe? You can't play hide and seek on a globe if you're a titan, can you?
And that can also give people
they plant.
It can give people an idea though of how big our realm could be. You know what I mean? It's huge. It's more than we ever could know. What'd you say, FPV? Like 10,000 more miles north.
Oh, well, looking at remember the Nazca Mandala and the figures it came with.
Yeah.
Now they tried to say the distance to the sun is 94 million miles, somewhere around there.
Mm-hmm.
But when I looked at the Nazca Mandala and the way it was wording it, it looks to me like it was the cubed dimensions of a Merkaba. This figure that they quote as the distance to the sun, this 90x million miles, to me now is the cubed dimensions of a Merkaba. And that would give us an idea roughly of what the realm might be. In other words, 95 or thereabouts million square miles. So that's not the 24,000 miles they quote, is it? And even then, what's beyond there? Who knows?
True. Well, so much things that you guys came out researching. I mean, things that I didn't know. I'm pretty sure others didn't know.
Yeah, it's a lot of topics and subjects. It really is. But we do have to look at everything, no stone unturned and all that.
Yeah. One or a PV, do you guys have anything else to say? I mean, so far that a little bit of what you guys talked before on the other hangouts.
Well, the important thing, I think, Gats, was when we straightened out the map. You remember that one when we straightened out the Aurora Borealis and the Ring of Fire, as they called it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We straightened it out to show how it really works on a flat map. And that's when Jimbo got on board, because he looked at it and he understood it straight away, and he could realise straight away we're looking at technology. As soon as he saw it, he says, I know what it is, and Jimbo, he will elaborate on it further. He can explain parts of it we can't. He can give it the terminology it needs, whereas, we'd have to learn more ways to describe it. That's the problem with this. It's such a big thing to describe. It's not the easiest thing to explain. So, because it is a big picture, and putting it all together into one model to show everyone, how it all works. It's not really an easy task. But you're going to see more and more correlations now in our vids, because we're getting to a point where, yes, we can see everything works. We know where it all goes, and you're going to see more of it in the next video, some new overlays in the next video that are going to blow your mind.
Yeah. Now, what does Telsa's files have to do with your research?
That's when I looked at Tesla, because it surprised me when I looked into the FBI Freedom of Information release on Tesla. I've looked at it before, but never took a lot of great notice until I started doing this research. And when you look at it, you realize this guy's working with a particle accelerator, and he was offering them for sale to UK for defence of Great Britain in World War II or thereabouts. So I thought, wow, I didn't realize we had that kind of technology back then.
Yeah.
And really we didn't, because obviously it's been copied and scaled down for human use, isn't it? What we're looking at is the creator's technologies being scaled down by man for human use. But, they're not telling us where it's coming from, and we are being charged for it.
So Telsa knew?
Sorry, say again?
So it ties up with that too, then.
Tesla, I'm not sure. I don't think Tesla knew. I'd say what they've done with Tesla was they probably give him the equipment and says, look, such and such invented this, but he can't make it work right. Can you have a look at it? Because, this is what they will do. They're going to approach the best minds in the world, which at the time was Tesla and Walter Russell, from what I can see. So they approached Tesla, and like Edison did, when he was was Edison, when Tesla worked for him, and then he ripped him off, didn't pay him after he, converted it DC to AC electric. So Tesla was trying to help them, and they were just ripping him off and fobbing him off, and the poor guy died poor. He should have been a billionaire, because he did create inventions from what he learned working with this technology. But yeah, I think he was duped. He's like a fall guy. Once they die, they can modify let any paperwork in his safe and add more things to it, which I think has been done. So they can say, no, Tesla invented this, and this is where we got the idea from. No, but where did Tesla get it from? It's a back and two, and you're not going to find that in paperwork. But I think that's what they would do. They would give Tesla bits of things to look at, so he figured it out for them how it works. And then now they've got it, they don't need him anymore. So the poor guy was, he died poor, didn't he? But on the other hand, you look at Walter Russell's work, and if you want to understand how this world works, I would recommend 100% Walter Russell. And for a good explanation of the luminaries and a great deal more, you've got to look at Santos Bonacci. So Walter Russell, Santos Bonacci, and look into our research, and you will realize how this world really works. That's the only easiest way of putting it. You've got to understand Walter Russell's work to understand how this world works and scale it up to a bigger scale.
Yeah. And you, Juan, what do you think?
I agree. I mean, he said that perfectly. Walter Russell, I'm still trying to wrap my head completely around Walter Russell. So, I mean, I get what FPV's talked about so far. I really need to go and read more upon him. He's brilliant.
Well, FPV spoke for both of us. I'm just,
articulated.
It's only because I can look at people's work and decode it into how the realm works. That's all I'm doing, really. I looked at Walter Russell's work and thought, how does that work on the map and grid? Let's have a look at that. And then, we know we've got epicycle motions, and then you've got these waves going across, and it doesn't take long for it all to fall into place to see, well, these people have worked. Same with Walter Russell. I don't think he was one of the globalists either, because he worked out himself how it worked. I've seen all his work, and it doesn't tell me that he's working for anyone else but himself. He's an inventor. He's a clever guy. And he worked it all out, and he was making his own models and inventions from it. So And he couldn't, you know, what I will disagree with, he was trying to pinpoint it down to nature. This is how nature works. But that's when I realized this guy isn't, you know, he's not one of the globalists. He's telling the truth. He's worked it down to this point, and he couldn't take it further. You know, he couldn't say, yes, there's a creator, because he can't see any technologies. It's all been hidden, see. But what he did work out was how it worked, and, you know, wave energy and things like this. This is exactly what his work was based on. And when I looked at it, I thought, wow, this overlays perfectly into APM. I could see what he was trying to portray, so I portrayed it into our model, and it made a lot more sense, didn't it, One?
Yes, absolutely.
You know, it's given us answers that we hadn't even thought of questions for before, really. You're going to see that in the next video.
Right, that's what I was about to say. I was like, you went into it a bit in the last video, but the next one is going to be even more.
Yeah. So yeah, Walter Russell, you know, I'm not saying you have to understand his work, but if you look at it and look at APM, you will see how his work actually overlays into the real world model. It just needs scaled up bigger, that's all. To fit the creator size model.
Yeah. It's just how far you guys come. I just, you know, I haven't been here too much, but you guys come so far. This is why I did the live hangout, because I wanted to find out where you guys been up to, what kind of research you're at, basically. I mean, other info I can get from you guys and others that are watching and hearing.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Well, you know, don't ever be afraid to ask questions. You know, anyone in chat or watching our videos, don't ever be afraid to ask questions, because everyone's forgot how it works. That's what we realize. You know, everyone around the world has forgot how it all works. We knew at some point in time. We definitely knew, because we can see it in all the glyphs. So yeah, never be afraid to ask questions. we might, you know, we might not have the answers, but if you give us a question, you know, someone could ask us a question, that's going to lead to some more research needing done, and then we're going to find some more. We're going to solve more problems. You know, find more answers. That's how it works. People ask questions, and oh, that's a good question. We better look at that, and lo and behold, it usually fits into the grid or map somewhere.
I know the Aztecas, or I think it's the Aztecas or Mayans, the calendar. If we really look at it and look at what the research you guys have done so far, it connects to the bottom world, the underneath world, because even though it's a calendar, but if we really look at the design, because I have one here, it looks just like it's the wheel, okay, and you have all these numbers, but if we really look at it, FPV, I feel it has something to do with your research. In other words, like I said, they know something.
100%.
They knew something.
As soon as you look at as soon as you look at that wheel, they've got, you know, the depictions and the different circles around it, and they've also got the grid part in the center as well. So yeah, it's the same depiction. You know, it's not just a calendar. It's the 12 gates as well. The 12 gates, the calendar, it's everything all in one. It really is. And as Jason's covered before as well, you know, it's not just based on one. You know, they had separate calendars and events for like Venus. So, you know, Mars, there must have been others for Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and all the rest, you know. So they obviously had different stones for different, you know, luminaries. So what it's telling you is that they all knew exactly how it worked, and they were using it to teach others. They were using it as a teaching tool. So yeah, you know, they weren't as primitive as mainstream's telling us. Nowhere near. We're more primitive.
Even though that they gave us, even though FPV that they gave us heads up, this is about the underworld, because I remember that a lot of Native Americans always talked about the underworld, always. And the thing is that, you know, the Mayans, the calendar of theirs, or the Aztecas, I can't remember at this moment, but the calendar shows exactly how it's doing the underneath, the underworld. They knew, and they're giving us heads up. And we're, you guys, okay, you and Len and others that are involved, are finding all this out in this time, and you know, this moment, just like they had it.
Well, that's what I did
So
catch, you know, when it
it's
came
very
to flat Earth.
interesting to find all this.
When we came to flat Earth, I thought I'm going to have to throw everything away I thought I knew, and go and look at what the ancients are teaching, because what they're teaching us today is absolute garbage. You know, they're teaching us nonsense. So, you know, it wasn't a big problem for me to think, right, I'll chuck out everything away I think I knew and start again and look what the ancients were telling us and what they were being taught. And that's when you find the truths and the answers. They were telling the truth.
Mm-hmm.
They were showing you in their depictions how the world really works.
Because I know when they used to have the powwows, they used to do the peace, the smoke the peace or peace smoke, whatever. But they went into this underworld. Their spirit did. So that's what I'm saying. They knew more than what we know right now. Still, they knew so much, and they tried to leave us for us to know, but we never did. Right? I mean, that's how I feel.
You know, they say the sun comes from and returns to the ground. The Emerald Tablets tells you the same. The sun comes from and returns to the ground. And one of our videos, I showed you footage from their own camera where the sun came from the ground. There's no question in our minds that was at the East Gates. We're going to prove that in the next video, exactly where that station is. I've got proof already where it is, so you're going to see that in the next video. But yeah, you know, you are seeing luminaries coming from and returning to the ground. That's exactly how it works. Now, what you're looking at really,
just like that video.
What you're looking at really is the projection. It goes up, it goes across the realm, and it comes down in the west and shuts down. Then it makes its way back, which is these lights in the sky that they call satellites and the ISS and churches. No, they're not. They were luminaries in the recharge mode, going back to the East Gates to start again. That's where our research plays now.
Like so China said, so much info.
Yeah, it's overwhelming. We forget how it shocks you, this information, because we're used to working with it now. But when people come across it, it is seriously a shock to the system. I'll be the first to admit that. You know, it shocks me. I've sat there and pondered it and scratched my head and thought, am I really finding this kind of information out? Is this real? You know, it does. It becomes surreal at times. You think,
yeah,
no way can I know how this works, but you know, we can't see it working any other way. And one's going to agree. Give a goosebumps for weeks. It probably still does at times. But yeah, it's surprising and shocking and very revealing.
I think one feels the same way, right? One.
Yes, I do. Sometimes it still gets me.
I trouted one last week.
Yeah, it did. I thought I was untroutable.
If people thought, people see us as slapping each other with trout, it's just a fun thing that we created. When we find something out new, we clout each other with trout and say, hey, look what I learned today. Whack. And you tell them what you learned today. So that's what the trout thing is. We're trouting each other and saying, hey, look what I found. It's just a fun thing in our group.
I know, going back to the videos of in the sky that China won, and who else? Shanna, and I don't know who else had. You put a video together.
Rose.
You want to, huh?
Rose.
Yeah, rose tinted monocle.
Okay.
That was the one with the ISS.
Oh, okay. I mean, do you want to share it, or it's up to you?
No.
Those videos.
We'll just do the views. We can discuss it if you want, because what it was, we were showing how the decodings from the Egyptian 12 gates is actually talking about the sun's return path in the underworld going back to the east. And that's what that light in the sky they call the ISS is, saying that before. This is the sun and its shutdown mode. And this is, what Rose done the voiceover for it.
Okay, why does the sun look so close in some days?
Hold on, Cats. The big surprise there was when I was looking into that, I found an image online because, you know, remember Isis, Ra's mother. Now these depictions you're going to see everywhere. You've got Isis and Ra from Egyptian times. You've got Jesus and Mary from the Christian beliefs. And this keeps going on and on through different, you know, cultures and beliefs. It's always the same story, just different names for the same events. And what it is, it's basically the scene where you see Mary or Isis breastfeeding a child. That's they call it solar rejuvenation. In other words, the sun's getting a recharge while it goes back to the east, and then it'll start again. It's as simple as that. You know, when you work it out and decode it, that's what it's telling you. Cool stuff.
Yeah, it is. Then why is some days, like I'd say like a week ago or 2 weeks ago, the sun looked so near. I mean, like if you could touch it, and it was bright. Why is that? I mean, this is like the third time I've seen it.
Currently, at your location in the world, the sun is probably right overhead. That's probably why it looks closer. You know, when you look at the...
I mean, I'm sorry, not the sun, the moon. The moon, I'm sorry, the moon, not the
moon's
sun.
doing the same. It's just moving up and down the gates. The moon changes gates roughly daily by the look of it. Every day it's changing gates. You know, the 12 gates? The sun changes gates every 30 days, and over the course of the year, that's what creates the seasons. Now, the moon's a different story. The moon is up and down those gates rapidly every day. You know, every day it's changing from gate to gate. So you will see it close at times, and then you'll see it in the distance the week later, and you think, wow, how did it get all the way over there? It's just because of its path that it has to follow through the gates. So yeah, you know,
I see.
So some are moving up and down the gates quicker than others. You'll notice that more. You know, you're going to see overhead, and then you're going to see it in the distance, like where you see the sun in winter, and you think, how did it get all over there in the course of a week? But this is how it works. It's you know, it's got a different sequence to the sun.
It also rises 49 minutes later or earlier every day. That's how it moves so fast. That's how it goes ahead of the sun and behind it.
Going east to west, you know, the sun is traveling faster than it, but it's moving up and down the gates. So we're going to see it moving north and south rapidly over the course of a month. You're going to see it move up and down quite a few times. That's why, you know, people look at it and think, well, it's in the wrong place. No, it's just changed gates overnight. Now it's over there. You know, there's a few people said that to us. You know, the moon's in the wrong place. No, it's not. It's exactly where it needs to be because it's changed gate and now it's over there.
So in other words, if it goes really quick, is that why the days are coming faster, or is it, or what? Explain a little bit. Does it have something to do with that, or what?
How do you mean the days are coming faster?
Well, because see, like right now, okay, the time changes, which, you know, mankind wants it that way. But the more you see the days go fast, like you said, you know, the sun is the opposite, or what you said earlier. Oh God, I'm lost here now. You're gonna have to explain again for me, get my thoughts back on what you just said.
On the sun and moon changing gates.
Yeah.
Hold on.
So when it's changing
the gates. Hold on, then. What I'll do is, I'll put the seasons video on, and then you can see, at least you can see the sun doing it, and then it'll help me explain what the moon's doing as well. So hold on, I'll just screen share. Do you want to present me cats, and I'll screen share this?
Oh, I thought I already did. Hold on. Let me see if I.
That's it. Yeah, I'm presenting. Don't worry. Can you see that? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Right. Watch on the right side of the map, and you will see the sun coming from one of the gates. That's it there. You know, that's now the northern summer, or just about the northern summer anyway. The 30 days after this one, it will switch to the equinox, and then it'll start moving back down the gates. So you can see that green light on the top right where the gate is. That's the current gate in use. Now the moon, you know, don't forget this takes 30 days, so it'll use that gate for 30 days, and then it'll change to another gate for 30 days. Like now it's moved to the front gate, and it'll now do the same from there for 30 days. But the moon is changing gates up and down those gates every day.
But that's what I'm trying to.
Go on.
That's what I'm trying to figure it out. The way you're speaking, it goes in one gate. It's like, in other words, it's like the day's going fast and night's going fast too. As it enters one gate and comes out to the other side, it's like changing so fast. For me, it's changing too fast. Now I feel maybe I'm wrong. That has to do something what you're talking about.
It's nothing's changed. It's doing exactly what it's designed to do. It's running perfect. This is exactly what it's, you know, what you're looking at there on the bottom left in green text is the creation calendar, and I synced that with this gate sequence that I created from the east to the west, so it matches every 30 days. You know, it'll move up and down the gates. Like I said, the moon changes them gates daily, so that's why people are seeing it far north, and then a week later you might see it for, you know, down in the south somewhere, and you think, how did it get all the way over there? But it makes sense because it's changing gates daily. You know, it's showing you, although you know they're all working together and doing stuff, they've all got their own role to play, and the moon's role is a lot busier than the sun's because it's up and down those gates really rapid. But you know, nothing's changing. This is how it works and how it will probably always work and how it always has worked. So yeah, it's functioning. You know, it's functioning as by design, as it was designed to work.
Yeah. Is that why they're trying to confuse us in so many ways?
Yeah. You know,
so we don't have to.
Well, you know, look at our calendar. We see New Year's in January the 1st, when in reality it's March. Our New Year's actually in March because that's when it switches to the equinox. So you know, the Romans, I think the Romans that changed our calendar to, well, literally what they do is hide the fact it's a construct and predictable and repeatable. And it's never going to change. That's what we're trying to hide, but you can't. You know, you start looking at all this data and putting it together like I did with these seasons, it works absolutely perfect. So yeah, it is a construct.
Yeah.
All the data is showing us it is a construct. We can't hide it. We cannot deny this is the creator's glory we're looking at. And like I said, I came to this without having any beliefs in a creator or whatever you want to call the creator, but now I can't deny it. I can see it. It's a construct, 100% a construct.
Wow, so much info that we should really research what you're saying as well. I mean, I know that soon you'll be giving out another video, UN1, which, I mean, I hope everybody goes see it, whatever you're going to do, update or UN1. But it's very interesting. For me, it is.
It is, isn't it? There's so many things you can talk about. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and everything connects. You know, like what we were talking before, the Mayans, the Aztecas, the Peru, the Nazca lines. I mean, everything connects in one. Yeah. Like you said, the underworld, it all connects.
Like I said at the start, Kat, so we're not here to push maps and models, but because of what we found out, you know, because of what we found out and researched and able to show in this model, it warrants far much, you know, it warrants further investigation. And of course, you know, for people that want the full exploration, which we agree with, you can't prove anything without exploring it and finding it. But we can show them where, you know, the places of interest to look. And our recommendations are always going to be the East Gate because they're the closest. You want to see where the sun, you know, you want to see where the lights are really coming from. Of course, the East Gates.
Okay.
Cannot be hidden.
Okay.
Cool stuff, isn't it? It really is.
Yeah. Wow.
We
Summer-
can't give this the words it really needs. Like a master like Santos Bonacci could give it, but we have to put it across.
Yeah.
We still have to put it across in layman's terms so anyone can understand it. And it's not, it's not really hard to understand. It is easy to explain. It helps when we do the videos and depictions. It keeps us up to date and refreshed, because you do learn that much, you start forgetting some of the older stuff. But because we've got it now in video form, we can jump back to it for a refresher anytime we want, because it's a lot to take on board, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. And you have a lot of videos, so does one, or even on this channel, where they can always go back and look at the beginning of the research, and you guys come so far. So
Yeah.
I recommend everybody to go start there to understand where you're coming from and what you're talking about. You and one.
That's it. We've always been transparent and put our research out there so that people can see where we get our conclusions from.
Mm-hmm.
It encompasses everything that we've looked at adequately, easily, and still more to come.
Yeah. Well, do you have anything else to say, one? You're quiet.
I think we covered most of it. We could talk about the fallen angels for a second.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, that was another one I was going to ask you about. Yeah. Go for it, one.
Well, FPV decoded it to be angels that had flaws. So they were locked away, for whatever. And so I went and searched them and tried to place them. And amazingly enough, I was able to. And now they're all mines and power plants. So that kind of tells us that they're mining down, maybe to try to see, to figure out how this technology works, possibly. Or they already did. But it was crazy because they're all mines now. Stuff.
Yeah.
That's where we can get into grid accuracy one, isn't it? You look at the grid accuracy we've got now over this map, we would put it in the high 90s, 95% grid accuracy now, easy. Because it aligns, like the Kola borehole, it aligns on top of one of our angel spots. The German continental deep drilling program, right on top of one of our angel spots again. And then you've got all these other areas in the world that we haven't even discussed yet on the grid to look at. Some of them are going to be political, so we don't really go there a lot, but you can look exactly on the map where they are and see where they are for yourself. They're there on the map. Take a good look at that grid and the accuracy bit, because it's going to surprise you.
Is this why they don't want us to go off the grid?
Well, to keep you on the grid, they've got a customer. It's all about customers, isn't it? It's privatized, monetized, and hidden. So yeah, it's all about keeping control and charging you money.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is. Paying for free energy. We're the only species on the whole world that's dumb enough to pay to live here.
Yeah.
Emerald said, is CERN the pit of the fallen angels?
No.
No. CERN's either an original that's been refurbished or it's a copy. They had, and if you look in the Tesla files again, they're saying Tesla was selling accelerators. When you look at CERN, that is not something Tesla could possibly build. So where did it come from?
Yep, they're all over the world. When I placed them, they're everywhere. I will say there's a lot in Europe. I'm not sure.
You can go to the reasons why they're hiding all this, because they're stealing it.
Yeah.
That's what's going on. They've claimed it for themselves.
Of course, they're brainwashing us.
Well, look at it this way. They are not spending all this money on space cartoons, are they? So where's the money really going? It's going into reverse engineering and doing things down below. Where else would it be good?
I agree.
Not being spent on space cartoons, is it?
No, they're going down. And I mean, NASA even kind of gave that away because they said they were going underground. They wanted to study volcanoes and they wanted to study underground. And why the hell is NASA going underground? You know?
Yeah, why do they want to play with
Yeah.
Yellowstone, and why have they got a base on top of the Hawaiian volcano? Actually, sell
Exactly.
that, people. They know how it works.
Yep.
Wow. There's so much that they're hiding from us still. I mean,
Well,
so
I'll
much.
I'll just tell Emerald Rider in chat, because he's asked, is it the pit of the fallen angels? Well, you know, like one just said, fallen angels just malfunction in technology. It's failed for a reason. So fallen means failed. In other words, it's fell. It doesn't work anymore. It's gone wrong. So it's been scrapped or put aside to look at sometime in the future.
Which I could think that technology is gonna fall.
It seems to be doing quite well for the length of time it's been running.
Yeah, but for how long, FPV?
Well,
Come on.
you know,
I think
there's another option. You know, is NASA's real role the care, maintenance, and upgrading of this technology? Well, you know, you seriously got to consider that. Are they doing a good thing or a bad thing? We can't say because we're not down there watching what they're doing. But
true.
Hiding it is a bad thing. Why hide it? The world should know about this, and everyone's got the right to go and see it. But you know, is that what their real role is? Care, maintenance, and tech, and you know, all that kind of work. We don't know. So we don't know.
Yeah.
You know, we know they're lying, so that's a bad thing. Big deceptions don't work. It's not fair on humanity.
Yeah.
And you know, you can go down the political route then, cats. All the bad politics in the world relate to hiding this. Because what you're going to realize is all roads lead to hiding the construct and all that implies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very true.
Everyone says all roads lead to Rome. No, all roads lead to hiding the construct. That's their top priority. Because that's what's keeping them in power.
True. Very true. It all comes together. Politics, you name it, the whole works. It all connects. You know, they know more than what we know.
I did
And
do a CERN decoding in one of our videos. You know, anyone that's interested in CERN should go and watch that, and you will see what they're portraying in that CERN ceremony relates to the technologies we're discussing in our research. It's the same thing.
yeah. Okay. One, this is a question for you. Excuse me. The rainbows. What does it connect with it then? Why is there a rainbow? They say because the rain, but it has to form a rainbow from somewhere underneath. Is it a sign that they're doing underneath with these colors, or what? I mean, now I'm questioning about the rainbow. It's one side to the other side.
That is a good question, but the halos make rainbow colors as well. And sometimes we see them in the form of a rainbow just across the top. Sometimes we just see a little piece of the side. Sometimes we see the full circle, and it shows the full spectrum of light of the rainbow. I mean, I don't know, FPV?
Yeah, I would say the rainbow, because I don't think it's a physical structure. I think it's another. I would call it a harmonic of something below. You know, with like the sun, you could class the sun as a harmonic of something that's physical down below. And rainbows we have to take into the same kind of account. You know, we're seeing the same colours we see with the magnetic data, but you know, a lot clearer and sharper. And I think you're only seeing half of it, because you know, below the ground that will create a full circle. So it's a harmonic, I think, you know, because it's obviously not something you're going to crash into in a plane or something. So it's a harmonic of something down below that's magnetic related. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, because that was a quick thought right now. That's why I asked that question.
While we're on rainbows, we also noticed, we haven't done a big extensive bit of research on it, but when people were seeing them in our group, we were saying, well, what's the alignment? And we were finding they were mainly north to south alignments, which actually matches magnetic data that Ceres has got. A lot of the alignments we could see on his magnetic data were always north to south, and this is probably data that we're seeing and called rainbows.
Shanna says, I can see the rainbow with my water hose.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. But we haven't, you know, who's got the big water hose in the sky? Because we see the big ones on the, you know, you see double ones as well, don't you? So I think the harmonics that are, you know, I still think the harmonics of something physical down below. Because you are going to get harmonics off this technology.
Okay. Explain to me what you know about Noah's Ark. Because the rainbow has something to do with Noah's Ark, okay, which is the promise that our Creator gave us. So what does it have to do with your research?
Well, first, in our research, you have to decode what Noah is. You know, is Noah a person? No, probably not. Noah is probably another technology or what we call an angel. So Noah's Ark, in that case, could be an ark across the sky. You know, it might be nothing to do with a boat. Now, that boat that they found, we were talking about this earlier, weren't we, one about Noah's Ark?
Yes, actually we were.
do you want to elaborate? Yeah,
really?
We were talking about it earlier. I'll let you elaborate on that one.
Oh my God, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's strange. I didn't know that.
What we talked about was the fact that the boat they found up there in the mountains of Turkey looks more like a structure, you know, a building. It has, you know, several floors. It has ladders that go up. Definitely not big enough to hold all the animals 2 by 2 like in the story. And when you read the Book of Noah on sacred texts, it clearly says that Noah was born like the cherubim. It was born with eyes that glowed, that lit up the whole house. The description's crazy. That Noah's not a person, I don't think. It's a piece of technology.
Yeah, that's what, you know, we've got to be careful that we don't give these names humanification, if that's such a word. You know, people are putting it as a character again, a human character, then they're losing the real story and picture of what it's really telling you. You know, to me, it's an angel technology that can project, or it's related to manipulating the luminaries or such. You know, you got cherubims and seraphims, different types of models. We've talked about that in a couple of our videos. When you look at the scriptures 1 and 2 decodings, we did the differences between them and what it relates to in relation to sarcophagi from underneath Egypt. It was strange, you know, it sounds a bit strange to word it like that, but if you watch that video, you'll understand what we mean. They're showing you, you know, these technologies, although they're given sex, name and character, it's still a machine, and the positive and negatives of it is helping describe how it works.
Yep, and in the Book of Noah, it also states the waters came up at their feet. So, you know, you got to take that how you want, but I take it when the Great Flood came, it says that the waters came from their feet. It came up from the ground.
Yeah, you can't take it literal. If you take this literal, you are not going to see the Creator's glory or the construct. That's where people's getting lost. They've took it literal, and we can't do that. That was never the intention.
Yeah, I suggest sacredtext.com and look up the Book of Noah at Sacred Text and go read it for yourself. You know, they describe him just like the cherubims are described. more like a machine.
Yeah, because you know when they're overlaying them in gold, it's straight away you're not talking a living being if it's being cast in gold. You're looking at technologies.
Yeah.
I agree.
Cast in gold and made very ornamental with jewels and things. You will find that in scriptures in Enoch. This is how they were built.
Yeah. Yep. And when you actually seek out to read about the cherubim and seraphim, they're all described like mechanics and stuff. They're not people. There's no way.
Yeah,
Swords of fire coming out of their eyes. No.
Ezekiel called them the living beings because I don't think they realized, you know, they probably didn't have a word to describe what they're really looking at. When you read through Enoch and the scriptures, you can see they're really struggling to describe what they're looking at. So all they can do is give it the best shot, you know, like Ezekiel's wheel in a wheel, hot coals, cherubim, seraphims. But when you start decoding it and factoring in, we're talking technologies here. It's quite easy to decode. There's just a lot of stuff to go through to you know, because it is a big picture. You know, it seems most luminaries will be covered, and we're looking at 144,000 or so. This is where that figure comes from. The 144,000 sealed. They're sealed down below.
Yep, and that's a lot. And that again tells me that our world is a lot bigger.
Yeah.
For 144,000 of them to fit.
And importantly, it's layered. You know, like going back to the mains, the 6 layers down below. We've got different layers and things going on.
Yep. And quakes tell us that too, because some are deeper, some are more shallow. Most of them are around the 10-kilometer mark, but we have them ranging between 10 kilometers and what science says, of course, is 700 kilometers. That's layers.
And when you look at the scale of that 6-tier pyramid on the grid, I would believe that. You know, there's got to be things really deep down below.
Yep. And whatever's really deep down there is really powerful, because those deep quakes that go that deep come up to surface very, very large. I mean, that tells me that whatever's down there is massive. Just massive.
That's obviously why they've been put at greater depth, because it would cause more destruction being the surface, wouldn't it? So they had to be the ones at the bottom.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Exactly. They had to be put deeper. Yep.
Yeah. And, obviously we're talking frequencies and things here. So, yeah, if they're harmful frequencies, they have to be put aside and deeper.
Yeah.
It makes perfect sense, that's what we noticed in Flat Earth. There's no one talking about the underworld. They're all looking at lights in the sky. Everyone's looking up, and all the answers are actually down below us. And they're referenced everywhere. Every culture and scripture you read, you're going to see references to the underworld.
So to Emerald, why the states get hammered with twisters and stuff like that. Well, it's because of the geoengineering, the power plants. They release massive amounts of steam that add to these storms. They're doing this on purpose. You should go watch Weather Wars 101. He explains it in great detail how it works.
We've also displayed before with the Nazca line overlays, there is a lot of technology below the Americas, top to bottom.
Yeah, that's why they wanted it. That's why they took it.
Yeah,
killed everybody.
That's why they took it off the Native Americans. They took over it.
Yeah.
So all wars are basically and politics are basically land grabs for what's down below, as we've seen with Venezuela, and we can see on the grid why.
Yeah.
Well, it's so much info for me. It's like, I better go and see all you guys' vids again. When we first started, we're all started talking about it. Now you guys are just like way up there with the research. It's like, oh my God, I'm gonna have to go back to understand this part. But I think we all have to, because I forgot a lot of it, honestly.
Yeah, and we are like I said, we have. It's just because you're always taking new information on board. The older stuff starts getting stored in memory, and it gets a bit cloudy at times. But the good thing is we've got videos to reference. You know, you can jump back, and it only takes a few seconds to remember where you were. So yeah, you know, even though the old videos might put people off or they're too long, there's still very good information in there. You know, we don't make bad videos. There's always good information that links to what we're talking about on this grid.
Yeah, because we will try to debunk ourselves.
Yeah.
We have.
Yeah.
We have debunked ourselves and not put the videos out.
Yeah, we have to. We have to, you know, we don't do it lightheartedly. We have to consider everything and try and debunk it and say, well, no, we can't. So it has to be the cause.
Yeah.
Well, we know what the cause is. But yeah, you know, you still have to seriously sit back, have a good look at it and think, does that work or doesn't it? You know, we invite people to try and debunk it. We can't. Jason tried. Jason tried, and then he joined us because he couldn't. That's how it works.
Yeah, and we've tried to change our map up a bit, and it didn't work, and we threw it out.
Yeah, we played around with the map a bit and different various projections of maps until we went back to the same one again and said, no, this is it. This works.
Yeah.
It just needed straightening out, didn't it?
Yeah. Wow, so much info. So, but I know it's getting late for you at PV. It's early morning, I guess, where you live. I think it's what, 12:30.
Yeah. Yep.
So, you know, everything. This hangout was very interesting for me, at least, and I'm glad that you guys are still going forward and you guys are bringing more info on the table for us to see and hear. And hopefully we have another hangout soon, you know, whatever you guys want to talk about. But I'm excited that I was here. I'm a little nervous, I'm being honest. So I'm nervous. It's been a while, so yeah. But I'm glad this is done. Yeah, it has been, hasn't it? I mean, there's more to go into, but next time.
Yeah, very revealing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And those that had subbed your channel and ones and mine, they'll all see it, you know. And even those that around the world, they will see it too. I mean, it's gonna go out there. People are gonna start seeing it more often. So, you know, I just hope they all open their eyes and hear the truth. That's what really matters. So
that's all we're here for. We came for the truth, you know. That's what, you know, when you find flat earth, you're left with two very serious questions. What is creating and moving those luminaries? And that's what we're finding out.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, FPV, do you have anything to say? To anybody?
Yes, I have, yeah. Check our research, go through it, you know, don't go through it lightheartedly. Take a serious look at it. And you're going to find subjects you might not agree with or not really interested in, but you will find connections of how it connects to real world workings, the workings of the realm. It all does. You know, we don't do research unless it works. So yeah, you know, look at it, question it, ask questions. That's all we say. If you do your own research, try overlaying it on our map and grid. You might just get a surprise.
You will get a surprise. You won't sleep for a week.
That's just the first week.
Right. Yeah.
And you, Juan, do you have anything to say?
No, I just agree. Go through our work. I mean, there's going to be, we've looked at so much that people will find what they're interested in, and then they can take it from there. You know, you have to find your your interest. And most people want to watch things about things they're interested in.
Yeah. It's just I mean, I wish everybody just hop on, you know, and see the truth and see how our world is really working underneath us, and why they're hiding it and why they're brainwashing us and lying to us, basically. I mean, we just have to be what you guys are doing, you know, hear what you guys are researching, and so we can see through your eyes what you guys are seeing. I mean, it's just simple as that, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I see right through you guys what you're seeing. No, I'm trying to catch it, understanding. In other words, I'm still there, trying to at least. But yeah, I mean, that's the only way we're gonna know is just, you know, putting us in your place, seeing through your eyes what you guys see.
Well,
So,
you know, the guys in Flat Earth, they do get into these debates with globers, and sometimes the globers will throw something at them that we haven't got an answer for yet. Well, they haven't got an answer yet. But, you know, if you want an answer and it's in our research, by all means, use it. Take our research and say, no, it works in this model, so your globe's still debunked. Sorry. You know,
yeah.
look at our research, and, you know, we don't do it lightheartedly. Like I said, this is very serious research. World-changing research in the right hands, and that's, you know, where we're at. It's give us a unique opportunity to correct everything that's wrong in the world. That's the level of research we're at now. We can see various ways we can fix everything in the world just by looking at this research.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we can give people their original beliefs back, what their glyphs and everything really meant. So that's going to be our gift to humanity, basically. Our research is going back out there and saying, this is what your belief really means. Now, understand it and, you know, take it on board. This
And
is
remember
the
it.
message. Yeah, remember it.
Yeah. Sometimes I forget to remember. I have so much on my thoughts that I forget. So I have to go back and ask you guys the same thing again.
Yeah, we get that sometimes.
Don't feel bad. I read the same thing over and over and over sometimes to get it to stick.
There's things that sticks in my head, but there's things that it's like goes in one and goes the other opposite.
I think
But
life
yeah.
is designed that way. Get us so busy and so flustered that we just forget all the important things, you know.
Mm-hmm.
We're so tied up every day.
I hear you. I know. But anyways, it's been over 2 hours. We're gonna, as long as you guys want to keep going, but I think it's late for FPV. It's early morning over there. What time is it there, FPV?
It's 7:15 in the morning.
Whoa, poor guy. Oh.
But yeah,
I feel
you
bad
know,
now.
we're near it. We're around our 2-hour mark, so yeah, probably a good time now.
Yeah, it's good. We talked about a lot of stuff.
Yeah, we did. And I'm glad too. It feels good though to talk about catching up what you guys been doing, what connects to what, about the Nazca lines, the the calendar, everything adds up to what you guys are researching.
Yeah.
There's no doubt on that. So
you can't deny it, can you? The more you look, the more you can't deny it. You get to that point where you've got to accept this. It doesn't work any other way.
True. Very true. Okay, well, do you guys want to say anything before I close, or?
No, that's it from me. I'll just say good night to you cats and you one and all the nice people in chat.
Yep. I'll
Okay,
say thank
everyone.
you. Just thank you and good night.
Okay, thanks everyone for coming and spending your time with us. Also, there's 2 links under the description. Click on it, go to their videos, and just look what they have done so far. And they can give you more information, what we just talked about. But click on their links and go to their channels, and you will see. All right, well, good night, everyone, and have a blessed night or day. So,
Yeah, good night, all. Or good morning, should
bye.
we say. Bye.
All right, bye.
You held it in your hands. I had flashes, but you saw the plan. I wandered out in the world for years, while you just stayed in your room. I saw the crescent. You saw the whole of the moon. The whole of the moon. You were there in the turnstiles with the wind at your heels. You stretched for the stars and you know how it feels to reach too high, too far, too soon.
Hello and welcome to APM Research, the End Times, Revelations and Prophecy. In this video we will be showing you how the End Times, Revelations and Prophecies relate to the workings of the realm, and that they are in fact regular cycles that keep on repeating every 400 years. We will also be showing you some of the information regarding the halos we see around our sun and moon. Very interesting information that is in our recorded history. Sandra will be presenting you some fantastic imagery and information from her new book, The Book of Miracles. We will also be overlaying modern captures of the same celestial events happening now, which proves we are entering this cycle. This we will also confirm with data. Scriptural events and prophecies also decode into this same event. All yours, Sandra.
In the year 1 BC, an oil well appeared near Rome on the far bank of the Tiber, and oil flowed from it abundantly for the whole day. And on the day of the Nativity, a golden circle appeared around the sun for the whole day. And the statue of Romulus collapsed, as did the Temple of Peace. It should be noted here that a different ruler was in place at that time. On the day after the death of Julius Caesar, 3 suns appeared in the east in the early morning sky, which then moved towards each other so that they merged into one. Also at that time, an ox on the outskirts of Rome asked a farmer why he was working so hard, since before very long there would be more of a shortage of people than grain. In the year AD 1173, 3 suns were seen in the west in the month of September, when the sun was about to set, and after 2 hours the outer 2 disappeared, and the other one set after that. In the year AD 1174, 3 moons appeared in the German lands with the sign of a cross through their middle, separate and entirely over them, so that the moons were shining behind it. In the year AD 1304, 3 moons and a comet appeared, seen around midnight for 3 months, in the German lands and in Italy, just as it is painted here. Seen in the year 1519, on the 11th of January, the day before the demise of Emperor Maximilian of glorious remembrance. In 1520, on the 5th day of the month of January, the 3 suns were seen in Vienna in the morning at sunrise, and these are known as parafog. This image depicts 2 scenes that were seen in the sky in 1520. On the left, in the year 1520, on the 4th of January, this sign was seen in Vienna for 3 hours until 5 after midday. This is called halo and is like the moon. And on the right, afterwards, after midnight, at 1 o'clock or a little later, this sign was seen. In the year 1520, on the 6th day of the month of January, at around 8 o'clock in the evening in the city of Vienna, the sign was seen around the glow of the moon. In the year 1520, on the 7th day of the month of January, 3 suns, which are called parahelios, were seen in Vienna, in Austria, from sunrise until 10 or a little later. In the year 1520, on the 6th day of the month of January, this sign around the sun, which is called Halo Maximus, was seen in Vienna at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the year 1527, on the 17th of February, 3 suns were seen in Kaufbeuren, enclosed within 2 rainbows in the sky, adjacent to the mountains, and the 2 outer suns were red on the sides facing the sun, in the middle, and yellow on the sides facing the rainbow, and a white streak went through the middle, and the shining of the inner rainbow was so yellow that no one could see into it because of its brightness. In the year 1528, on the 16th day of the month of May, between the 11th and 12th hour after midday, this formation was seen in the sky in Augsburg, on the sun or around the sun, and stayed for about 1.5 hours or longer. In the year 1528, on the 16th day of the month of May, such rainbows were seen in Innsbruck, appearing here and there, while at the same time 3 suns were to be seen, and a moon as a half beside them, as is painted here. In the year 1533, 3 suns shone at the same time, as if they had fiery clouds around them, and they stayed over the city of Munster, as if the city and its houses were burning, as painted here. In the year 1538, such a manifestation was seen around the sun near Schönfeld, and moreover, 3 suns were seen at once, but also the curious ring stayed in the sky brightly for about 4 hours. In the year 1541, on the 28th day of March, 3 suns in a triangle with a rainbow around them were seen here in Augsburg. The rainbow was seen first and then last. 2 of the suns disappeared along with the rainbow, and the sun on the right remained. (1545) And on the previously mentioned day there came a terrible darkness, such that the sky was completely black, so that people could not see one another at all. The darkness lasted until the next day, that is the 30th of March, until 9 o'clock in the morning. Then the day came back, and 3 beautiful rainbows were seen, on which was seated a beautiful angel. He was seen for about 1.5 hours. After that he disappeared again, and fine weather then followed. 1546. In the year 1546, on February the 26th at 8 o'clock in the morning, this wonderful and strange vision was seen by an honourable inhabitant of the city of Kosor, situated in the land of Hungary, and by other reputable inhabitants who earnestly requested it to be put into print, and the information they provided about it was truthful concerning how they saw over the city what is painted above, up in the air for days and hours. 1547. In the year 1547, on the 29th day of the month of January, 2 rainbows were seen here in Augsburg around the sun and between the clouds, for a long time in the morning and in the evening. 1549. In AD 1549, on Simon and Jude's day, such a manifestation was seen in broad daylight in Nordlingen and in other places in the Reich and in Swabia, just as recorded and painted here. (1549) In AD 1549, on October the 6th, such a manifestation was seen around the moon at night in the Reich and in Swabia on a clear night. (1549) In the year 1549, on the 28th of October, on St. Simon and St. Jude's Day, this manifestation was seen here in the sky, namely 3 suns and a rainbow, which everyone saw. Several people also saw a sword over the sun. (1551) Truthful report of how on the 21st of March of this 51st year 5 suns were seen in Leipzig by many trustworthy persons. (1551) 1551 years after the birth of Christ, in the month of March, such an occurrence was seen in Swabia in broad daylight on more than one occasion. (1551) 1551 years after the birth of Christ, such an occurrence was seen in the sky in France and in Lorraine in broad daylight, which came forth and could be seen for more than a day.
As you can see, people, the halo events we're recording in the here and now translate as the same celestial events from various parts of our recorded history. The end times decode as the end of a cycle. Revelations, this simply means the construct will reveal itself, and there are some events we all need to be aware of that are connected to it. The halos we are seeing around our luminaries are revealing themselves as they have in our past. They are a reminder of how our realm really works. The Geo, Petro and hieroglyphs record the same information, the workings of the realm. Those characters do not represent people, they represent the technologies in the underworld, the angels sealed below. Scriptures tells us it is their prison. I decode the seal of the 144,000 to be the 144,000 sarcophagi below. Sealed rooms that contain the Creator's technological glory, the glory that is responsible for the creation and movement of our luminaries, and it plays a big part in most of nature itself. The sarcophagi recovered from ancient sites are location markers for the technologies below those locations. Tutankhamun, for instance, represents a king of a group of technologies below that area. Our Decoding Scriptures 2 video shows how we connect the sarcophagi to the seraphim from scriptures. The Meidän calendar may also have been counting down to this event, as I'm sure the ancients knew how all this worked and planned for it. From scriptures we can also connect the event to passages such as Isaiah 13:13. Therefore I will make the heavens tremble and the earth will shake from its place at the wrath of the Lord Almighty, in the day of his burning anger. Or Isaiah 24:1. See, the Lord is going to lay waste the earth and devastate it, he will ruin its face and scatter its inhabitants. The Dark Ages in our history may also be related to these events. Not even an empire can survive this event, as so much chaos and destruction seems to take place, empires will crumble. And we see this everywhere as we look back in history and find devastation in civilizations that were in their golden age and then it just stopped. We see destruction on a large scale when looking into these ancient sites. We are a species that seem to have dementia or amnesia. We are surrounded by all these ancient sites and no one seems to remember the true meanings. Everyone has forgotten. This of course is compounded by wars, takeovers, indoctrination, pseudoscience, bad decodings, misdirection, and even blatant and obvious lies. It would seem there are people out there that do not want us to know our true history and how this realm really works. So, we take a look into Hopi prophecy. Do you remember back in 1997 the Hopi elders appeared with Dr. Robert Ghost Wolf on Art Bell's Coast to Coast show? They spoke to millions of wary listeners around the world as they predicted the coming of the blue star Kachina and that the purifier, the red star Kachina, would follow shortly after the twins, Haley Bop, had passed from our heavens. They spoke about us seeing strange things going on with animals, frogs with 6 legs, rabbits with 4 ears, animals being born with both genders. They spoke of earth changes and firestorms, and they talked about the 8 thunders prophecies and the pale prophet. The following is an excerpt from the Last Cry Native American Prophecies and Tales of the End Times by Dr. Robert Ghost Wolf, 1994 to 2004. It has appeared in numerous articles over the web and in magazines all over the world. The story of the blue Kachina is a very old story, very old. I have been aware of the story of the blue Kachina since I was very young. I was told this story by grandfathers who are now between 80 and 108 years of age. Frank Walters also wrote about Sasquatch, the blue star Kachina, in the Book of the Hopi. The story came from the grandfather Dan, oldest Hopi. It was told to me that the first blue Kachina would start to be seen at the dances and would make his appearance known to the children in the plaza during the night dance. This event would tell us that the end times are very near. Then the blue star Kachina would physically appear in our heavens, which would mean that we were in the end times. In the final days we will look up in our heavens and we will witness the return of the 2 brothers who helped create this world in the birthing time. Wagan Yoha is the guardian of our North Pole and his brother Palangoya is the guardian of the South Pole. In the final days the blue star Kachina will come to be with his nephews and they will return to Earth to its natural rotation, which is counterclockwise. Please note, from an APM Research perspective, we do not believe in a spinning globe model. We believe in a flat world model, and it is our luminaries that are rotating. So this is suggesting we may get a counter rotation of the luminaries. This fact is evidenced in many petroglyphs that speak of the zodiac and within the Mayan and Egyptian pyramids. The rotation of the Earth has been manipulated by not so benevolent star beings. The twins will be seen in our northwestern skies. They will come and visit to see who still remembered the original teachings, flying in their Patu Votas or flying shields. They will bring many of their star family with them in the final days. The return of the blue star Kachina, who is also known as Nangashohu, will be the alarm clock that tells us of the new day and the new way of life, a new world that is coming. This is where the changes will begin. They will start as fires that burn within us, and we will burn up with desires and conflict if we do not remember the original teachings and return to the peaceful way of life. Not far behind the twins will come the purifier, the red Kachina, who will bring the day of purification. On this day the earth, her creatures and all life as we know it will change forever. There will be messengers that will precede this coming of the purifier. They will leave messages to those on earth who remember the old ways. The messages will be found written in the living stone, through the sacred grains and even the waters. Crop circles have been found in ice. It mentions in brackets. From the purifier will issue forth a great red light. All things will change in their manner of being. Every living thing will be offered the opportunity to change from the largest to the smallest thing. Those who return to the ways given to us in the original teachings and live in a natural way of life will not be touched by the coming of the purifier. They will survive and build the new world. Only in the ancient teachings will the ability to understand the message be found. It is important to understand that these messages will be found upon every living thing, even within our bodies, even within a drop of our blood. All life forms will receive the messages from the twins. Those that fly, the plants, even the rabbit. The appearance of the twins begins a period of 7 years, which will be our final opportunity to change our ways. Everything we experience is all a matter of choice. Many will appear to have lost their souls in these final days. So intense will the nature of the changes be that those who are weak in spiritual awareness will go insane, for we are nothing without spirit. They will disappear, for they are just hollow vessels for anything to use. Life will be so bad in the cities that many will choose to leave this plane, some in whole groups. Only those who return to the values of the old ways will be able to find peace of mind, for in the earth we shall find relief from the madness that will be around us. It will be a very hard time for women with children, for they will be shunned, and many of the children in these times will be unnatural. Some beings from the stars, some from past worlds, some will even be created by man in an unnatural manner and will be soulless. Many of people in this time will be empty in spirit. They will have sampuku, no life force in their eyes. As we get close to the time of arrival, the purifier, there will be those who walk as ghosts through the cities, through canyons they will have constructed in their man-made mountains. Those that walk through these places will be very heavy in their walk. It will appear almost painful as they take each step, for they will be disconnected from their spirit and the earth. After the arrival of the twins, they will begin to vanish before your eyes like so much smoke. Others will have great deformities, both in the mind and upon their bodies. There will be those who would walk in the body that are not from this reality, for many of the gateways that once protected us will be opened. There will be much confusion between sexes and children and their elders. Life will get very perverted, and there will be little social order in these times. Many will ask for those mountains themselves to fall upon them to end their misery. Still others will appear as if untouched by what is occurring, the ones who remember the original teachings and have reconnected their hearts and spirit, those who remember who their mother and father is, the Pahana who have left to live in the mountains and forest. When the purifier comes, we will see him first as a small red star, which will come very close and sit in our heavens watching us to see how well we have remembered the sacred teachings. This purifier will show us many miraculous signs in our heavens. In this way we will know a creator is not a dream. Even those who do not feel their connection to spirit will see the face of the creator across the sky. Things unseen will be felt very strongly. Many things will begin to occur that will not make sense, for reality will be shifting back in and out of the dream state. There will be many doorways to the lower world that will open at this time. Things long forgotten will come back to remind us of our past creations. All living things will want to be present for this day when time ends and we enter the forever cycle of the fifth world. We will receive many warnings allowing us to change our ways from below the earth as well as above. This one morning, in a moment, we will awaken to the red dawn. The sky will be the colour of blood, Many things will then begin to happen that right now we are not sure of their exact nature, for much of reality will not be as it is now. There will be many strange beasts upon the earth in those days, some from the past and some that we have never ever seen. The nature of mankind will appear strange in these times. We walk between worlds, and we will house many spirits even within our bodies. After a time we will walk again with our brothers from the stars and rebuild this earth, but not until the purifier has left his mark upon the universe. No thing living will go untouched here or in the heavens. The way through this time, it is said, it is to be found in our hearts, and reuniting with our spiritual self, getting simple and return to living with and upon the earth and in harmony with her creatures, remembering that we are the caretakers, the firekeepers of the spirit. Our relatives from the stars are coming home to see how well we have fared in our journey. The pictures enclosed in this presentation are of the human beings, my Hopi grandfathers. They were telling you truth. There is still time for you to change. You may find some of the above information disturbing. We will be doing a part 2 to this to break these events down further.
Okay, now let's look at the data.
Professor Valentina Zarkova gave a presentation of her climate and the solar magnetic field hypothesis at the Global Warming Policy Foundation in October 2018. Zarkova models solar sunspot and magnetic activity. Her models have run at a 93% accuracy, and her findings suggest a super grand solar minimum could begin in 2020. A super grand solar minimum would have 4 magnetic fields out of phase. There was about 40 to 60 years of cold weather 350 years ago. This was a Maunder minimum of lower solar activity. The historical cold weather had 2 magnetic fields out of phase. Zarkova is predicting a cooling effect that is 2.5 to 4 times larger than the Maunder minimum. Zarkova's analysis shows an 8 watts per square meter decrease in TSI, total solar irradiance. A 2015 Nature study looked at 2 watts per square meter decrease, causing a 0.13 minus degrees Celsius effect. A 4 times larger effect would be 0.5 minus degrees Celsius. Zarkova believes the warming models are including the warming effect of increased solar activity. If she is correct, there would be cooling, and the warming models would be wrong.
Let's go back in time and check out the last mini ice age. So what is that? It's the time period between 1300 and 1850 where we were at a climatic minimum. In the 13th century, pack ice began advancing southwards in the North Atlantic, as well as glaciers in Greenland. Evidence has shown that glaciers expanded almost worldwide during this time frame. As we can see here, a map showing how far down the ice and snow expanded, we can imagine how this affected life on Earth. Cold summers and ice growth intensified greatly from 1430 to 1455. We can see now why people dressed in layers, as we see here some different examples of the attire worn. This natural occurrence played havoc with agriculture and the sun's warmth, as well as ocean circulation and volcanoes. As summers become more unreliable in Europe and North America, they began to experience famines. From 1315 to 1317, Europe experienced the Great Famine. They had to learn to adapt to producing food to the unrelenting cold and rains, dark and snow. Alpine villagers lived on a bread made from ground nutshells mixed with barley and flour. This is just one example. Loss of life rose dramatically during these times, for less food and more illnesses were occurring. The effects recorded from the ocean circulation being messed up are due to thermohaline circulation. Factors that control this are the temperature and salt content. Any great change in these factors will affect the circulation belts of the world waters. Mexico has records from Aztec and Mayan relating to the periods of severe cold and droughts. In South Africa, sediment cores showed colder conditions between 1570 and 1820. A 3,000-year temperature reconstruction method based on the rate of stalagmite growth in caves in South America also backed the cold periods from 1500s to 1800s. Sea level data for the Pacific Islands suggests that sea level in the region fell in two stages. Once in 1270 and again in 1475. This was due to a 1.5 Celsius degree drop in temperatures, which was determined from the oxygen isotope analysis. This led to the increase in the La Nina frequency, the most intense occurring in the southern oscillation activity in the mid-17th century. Tree ring data from Patagonia shows cold episodes during 1270 to 1380 and again from 1520 to 1670. How they can tell this is when the rings are wider it shows normal weather, but when the rings become narrower and closer together it shows wetter, colder climate changes. Many explorations also recorded increase in the glaciers and ice packs from exploration to exploration over this time period. All of this happening led to unstable volcanic activities as well. There's recordings of a 50-year span with long episodes of highly rich sulfur eruptions occurring all over the world. This, of course, would lead to the sun being blacked out that can last for 2 years after each explosion. When a volcano emits high sulfur, it creates sulfur oxide gas. When it goes into our upper atmosphere, it turns to sulfuric acid particles. That rains down onto the lands. This is corrosive to metals and tissue. It would char wood and most organic matter, but it is unlikely to actually cause fires. As we can see here, I have mapped out some of the volcanic activity that occurred. There were many more erupting at this time, but I couldn't fit it all on the map, so these are some of the examples of what occurred during the 50-year period spoken about prior, which was the height of the activity. However, these eruptions actually went on from the mid-1200s through the 1816, the entire 400-year span of the mini ice age. In 1816, it was also recorded to be the year without summer and was reported that frost and snow fell during June and July in both New England and Northern Europe. So, the last effect I would like to discuss on this occurrence is the witch trials. The beginning of this began in the 1380s, just as the ice began. European populations began to link magic and weather making. The victims were being accused for the climate decline. The witch hunts began in the 1430s, and by 1480s it was widely accepted that witches should be held accountable for the poor weather, livestock losses, epidemics, cows that gave too little milk, late frosts that lasted and lasted, and unknown diseases. Basically, as the temps dropped, the witch trials rose. And when the temperatures began to increase, the trials would decline. Although not everyone agreed with this, and the argument wasn't whether they existed, but rather could they control the weather. But by the height of the hunts and trials, most agreed that the witches could control natural forces, and they paid for it with their lives. So, on that note, I'll wrap up this information on the Little Ice Age and the effects of it. Thank you.
Professor Valentina Zarkova has demonstrated here that her data also coincides with the cycle we are describing here, the mini ice age, an event that reveals wonderful sights in our heavens which reveals the true nature of our realm, events they are trying to hide. Now, I mentioned earlier a counter-rotation of the luminaries. Let's look into this further. The sun will rise from the west. This is referenced in many scriptures. The Hopi prophecy also mentions this. Mainstream will probably call this a pole shift. Let me draw your attention to Walter Russell's winding and unwinding of the cosmic clock. This is a repeating cycle. We are near the end of one cycle. Now it may reverse the opposite way. What it is all suggesting is that the north, south, east and west poles will flip the opposite way to which they are now. We would still see the sun coming from the direction we see it coming from now, but the magnetic pole flip will now have this direction marked as the west, and the west becomes the new east. The north becomes the new south, and the south becomes the new north. Another option is that the sun does come from our west and sets in the east. I guess we won't truly know until this event happens. The cosmic clock is a cycle of compression and expansion. This process generates cold and heat. It would seem we are going into the cooling cycle of the cosmic clock spring. The celestial reveals we see, as with our sun's halo, is not restricted to being revealed by light particles trapped in ice crystals. Water vapour can also form around the halos due to their electromagnetic nature. Light particles trapped in liquids and ice will try to interact with the halo, thus revealing its profile, and this is why we are seeing them. The halo projections can also be seen through clouds, fog and mist when viewed from above. These are projections from below that certain conditions allow us to see. The ether is full of positively and negatively charged particles. It is these that play a part in highlighting the electromagnetic fields around us. You can also see this electromagnetic data being revealed with rainbows. Water droplets and light particles help reveal their profiles at various altitudes. Time-lapse the rainbows and you will find some move and some don't. You can also locate electromagnetic data using your hosepipe. You are not creating a rainbow, you are revealing electromagnetic data. We are surrounded by it, as such is the nature of this realm. We are seeing electromagnetic data in the visible spectrum. There is much more going to be revealed in our heavens, so be sure to have your cameras at the ready. The construct is revealing itself. On the subject of mud floods, melting ice will certainly play a part in this, as well as rising seas causing liquefaction. Remember, tsunamis may occur during these destructive events. We hope this video and information helps you with your own research, and as this data is clearly showing, plan for cold times ahead. We will be making a part 2 of this video where we will cover other events from recorded history that relate to this cycle.
I will be speaking some verses from the Bible that will connect to the research. Matthew chapter 24 verse 7 speaks, "For nations will arise against nations, and kingdom against kingdom, and there will be famines and earthquakes in various places." Luke chapter 21 verse 11 speaks, "There will be great earthquakes in various places, famines, pestilence, and there will be terrors and great signs from heaven." Luke chapter 21 verse 25 speaks, "There will be signs in sun and moon and stars, and on the earth distress of nations and perplexity because of the warring of the sea and the waves." Luke chapter 21 verse 26 speaks, "People fading with fear and with foreboding of what is coming on the world, for the powers of the heavens will be shaken." 2 Peter chapter 3 verse 10 speaks, "But the day of the Lord will come like a thief, and then the heavens will pass away with the word, and the heavenly bodies will be burned up and dissolved, and the earth and the works that are done on it will be exposed." Revelation chapter 8 verse 8 and 9 speak, describing burning mountains falling into the sea. The result is massive destruction and massive loss of life. Isaiah chapter 29 verse 6 speaks, "You will be visited by the Lord of hosts with thunder and earthquake and a loud noise, with windstorm and tempest and flame of consuming fire." Revelation chapter 6 verse 12, "And when I saw the Lamb open the sixth seal, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black like the sackcloth of goat hair, and the whole moon turned blood red." Revelation chapter 8 verse 5, "Then the angel took the censer, filled it with fire from the altar, and hurled into the earth. And there were peals of thunder and rumbling and flashes of lightning and an earthquake." Revelation chapter 11 verse 19 speaks, "Then the temple of God in heaven was opened, and the ark of his covenant appeared in his temple. And there were flashes of lightning, rumbling, and peals of thunder, and an earthquake and a great hailstone." Revelation chapter 16 verse 18 speaks, "And there were flashes of lightning and rumbling and peals of thunder and a great earthquake, the likes of which had not occurred since men were upon the earth. So mighty was the great quake."
Hello, and welcome to APM Research, the End Times, Revelations and Prophecy Part 2. In this video, Sandra will be taking you deeper into the Book of Miracles and revealing more interesting events from our recorded history. We will then break down and decode these events into cycles of the realm, technological events that are in our recorded history, events we are supposed to be aware of as our ancestors were. You will then see how we decode Noah and relate it to these technological events. This will help you gain a better understanding of the relationship between the angel technologies and all of the life forms in this realm.
Genesis 7, 11-14. 11. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, on the 17th day of the month, on that day all the fountains of the great deep burst forth, and the windows of the heavens were opened. 12. And rain fell upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. 13. On the very same day Noah and his sons, Shem and Ham and Japheth, and Noah's wife and the 3 wives of his sons, with them, entered the ark. 14. They and every beast according to its kind, and all the livestock according to their kinds, and every creeping thing that creeps on the earth according to its kind, and every bird according to its kind, every winged creature. Genesis 9, 12-15. 12. And God said, This is the sign of the covenant that I make between me and you and every living creature that is with you for all future generations. 13. I have set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be a sign of the covenant between me and the earth. 14. When I bring clouds over the earth, and the bow is seen in the clouds. 15. I will remember my covenant. Exodus 14, 27-29. 27. So Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and the sea returned to its normal course when the morning appeared. And as the Egyptians fled into it, the Lord threw the Egyptians into the midst of the sea. 28. The waters returned and covered the chariots and the horsemen. Of all the host of Pharaoh that had followed them into the sea, not one of them remained. 29. But the people of Israel walked on dry ground through the sea, the waters being a wall to them on their right hand and on their left. Exodus 16, 14-16. 14. And when the dew had gone up, there was on the face of the wilderness a fine flake-like thing, fine as frost on the ground. 15. When the people of Israel saw it, they said to one another, What is it? For they did not know what it was. And Moses said to them, It is the bread that the Lord has given you to eat. 16. This is what the Lord has commanded. Gather of it, each one of you, as much as he can eat. You shall each take an omer according to the number of the persons that each of you has in his tent. Numbers 16, 4-7. 4. When Moses heard it, he fell on his face. 5. And he said to Korah and all his company, In the morning the Lord will show who is his, and who is holy, and will bring him near to him. The one whom he chooses, he will bring near to him. 6. Do this, take censers, Korah and all his company. 7. Put fire in them, and put incense on them before the Lord tomorrow. And the man whom the Lord chooses shall be the Holy One. You have gone too far, sons of Levi. Kings 2, 11-12. 11. And as they still went on and talked, behold, chariots of fire and horses of fire separated the 2 of them, and Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven. 12. And Elisha saw it, and he cried, My father, the chariots of Israel. Isaiah 38, 4-8. 4. Then the word of the Lord came to Isaiah. 5. Go and say to Hezekiah, Thus says the Lord, the God of David your father, I have heard your prayer, I have seen your tears. Behold, I will add 15 years to your life. 6. I will deliver you and this city out of the hand of the king of Assyria, and will defend this city. 7. This shall be the sign to you from the Lord, that the Lord will do this thing that he has promised. 8. Behold, I will make the shadow cast by the declining sun on the dial of Ahaz turn back 10 steps. So the sun turned back on the dial the 10 steps by which it had been declined. Jeremiah 1, 11-14. 11. And the word of the Lord came to me, saying, Jeremiah, what do you see? And I said, I see an almond branch. 12. Then the Lord said to me, You have seen well, for I am watching over my word to perform it. 13. The word of the Lord came to me a second time, saying, What do you see? And I said, I see a boiling pot facing away from the north. 14. Then the Lord said to me, Out of the north disaster shall be let loose upon all inhabitants of the land. Daniel 7, 1-4. 1. In the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babylon, David saw a dream and visions of his head as he lay in his bed. Then he wrote down the dream and told the sum of the matter. 2. Daniel declared, I saw in my vision by night, and behold, the 4 winds of heaven were stirring up the great sea. 3. And 4 great beasts came up out of the sea, different from one another. 4. The first was like a lion and had eagle's wings. Then as I looked, its wings were plucked off, and it was lifted up from the ground and made to stand on 2 feet like a man, and the mind of a man was given to it. Ezekiel 1, 1-3. 1. In the 30th year, in the 4th month, on the 5th day of the month, as I was among the exiles by the Schöpfer canal, the heavens were opened, and I saw visions of God. 2. On the 5th day of the month, it was the 5th year of the exile of King Jehoiachin. 3. The word of the Lord came to Ezekiel the priest, the son of Buzi, in the land of the Chaldeans, by the Schöpfer canal, and the hand of the Lord was upon him there. In the time of Job there occurred in Cassilia, according to Shadel Thessali, a great flood, and during this time there was a river in this area, out of which came an ox, that went up into the air and then back down into the river, so that the simple-minded people believed it to be a god. 73 BC. In the year 73 BC, a terrible occurrence affected the animals and livestock in Italy most cruelly, such that all the animals that were tame, every donkey, ox, horse and sheep, suddenly returned to the wild and ran away into the wilderness and completely forgot their previous nature. 73 BC. In the year 73 BC, people gathered together to drink, but when they cut the bread, blood came out of it as if out of a wound. There was also a hailstorm so terrible that rocks fell from the sky for 7 days in succession, and therein too were pieces of real stones and plenty of sharp stones, so that the soil was destroyed by them. 170. In fact 570. In the year AD 570 there came from a mountain of Gaul a great noise, and screaming as if many people had been entombed inside it. There was also heavy hail for a long time. 170. In fact 570. In the year AD 570, fiery arrows and drops of blood appeared in the sky over Italy. Afterwards such a fierce rain fell that many villages and towns were swept away and many people drowned. Also there appeared in the water, from the waist up, several men and women with long hair. 195. In fact 595. In the year AD 595, in the time of Muhammad, 2 wondrous sea creatures having human form were seen off the island of Delos. Also fire fell from the sky, and a rainbow appeared of such brightness that people thought Judgment Day had come. And there were peals of thunder, more terrible than had ever been heard before. This was followed by a dreadful plague which carried off many people. 595. In the year AD 595, in the time of Muhammad, something wondrous and fearsome appeared. At that time a bright comet was seen over Constantinople for a whole year. 1126. In the year AD 1126, the winter was so cold and severe that birds froze to death in mid-air. This was followed by such a famine that livestock and people died, and birds killed each other in the air. 1495. In the year 1495, in the month of June, the 2 pigs were born to 2 sows near the Rhine, as recorded and painted here. 1496. In AD 1496, in the month of January, at the time the Tiber burst its banks high and wide near Rome, what wondrous creature appeared, found dead where the raging and the might of the Tiber's waters had subsided, and was in this shape and form as it is painted there. 1513. In the year AD 1513, in January, it was told that this was born to a Metzerin in Bleiburg, issuing dead from its mother's womb, then to be buried, and 4 hours later dug up again by Anton Reidhort himself, at that time the Countess of Lodrin's steward, unwrapped from its shroud and examined very carefully in the presence of a priest. Afterwards the painter, Hans Borgmeier, was commissioned to record it in detail as it appears above. 1516. In the country of the Romans, a mare gave birth to a hare instead of a young foal. 1516. In the year 1516, an extremely small horse was born in Weibelben, all white like a lamb, and was presented to Emperor Maximilian of glorious remembrance. 1529. In the year 1529, on the 14th day of the month of January, this calf was born in Langweid near Augsburg, but came out dead from the mother, and I, Hans Borgmeier, painter, bought the skin for half a guilder from a parchment maker who had bought it for only 6 kreuzer. 1532. In the year 1532, a calf such as this was born in a village near Donauwörth, just as it is painted and recorded here. 1531. In the year 1531, a wondrous creature, which was all grey and hairy, with the head of a bearded man and 4 feet with sharp claws, was caught by the bishop's huntsman in the forest of Salzburg. It was taken to the court, but would neither eat nor drink, and suffered quite horribly. 1533. In the year 1533, in October, flying dragons were seen in Bohemia and the Vogtland, as well as in small areas of Ascher, as city in Czech Republic. A crest on their heads, a snout like a pig, and with 2 wings. This went on for several days, with over 400 of them, both big and small, flying together as painted here. 1533. 1533 years after the birth of Christ, on the Friday after St. Ursula, the 24th day, such wondrous dragons were seen in the air for nigh on 2 hours, around 10 o'clock at night, in several places near Hilpoltstein and at the Hoflein's house there. 1534. In the year 1534, one of the wonderful creatures which live in the open sea was caught and taken to Venice, and it looks just as it is painted here. 1543. In the year 1543, a 4-legged chick hatched out in Dillingen, and then suddenly died, but it was none the less carefully painted from life by the bishop's painter. 1543. In the year 1543, such a wonder fish was caught in the Danish sea, as is painted and recorded here, and it was brought back alive to the city of Copenhagen. 1547. In the year 1547, this lovely wheat grew in the county of Flanders, 3 miles from Ghent, in various shapes and forms, some pressed closely together, some with divided ears, as well as with 4, 8, 12, up to 15 ears on one stalk, just as is painted here. 1539. A wonderful miracle in the year 1539 concerning a young girl from Ross, in the Diocese of Speyer, who refrained from taking any physical sustenance for 2 years and 12 weeks. At this time, too, such hairy grapes grew beside the nectar and the vine, as above. Margareta Vibes von Roth, 13½ years old. 1550. 1550 years after the birth of Christ, such a pigeon was found in a village by the name of Rickatshofen, near Lindau, as is painted here, with 4 feet and 2 sets of hindquarters.
Okay, so today we're going to read through parts of and decode the Book of Noah. Methuselah took a wife for his son Lamech, and she bore him a man-child. The body of a babe was white as snow and red as a blooming rose, and the hair of his head and his long locks were white as wool, and his eyes were like rays of the sun. When he opened his eyes, he lighted up the whole house like the sun, and the whole house was very full of light. And when he was taken from the hand of the midwife, he opened his mouth and praised the Lord of righteousness. His father Lamech was afraid of him and fled, and came to his own father Methuselah, and he said to him, I have begotten a strange son. He is not like a human being, but resembles the children of angels of heaven, and his nature is different, and he is not like us, and his eyes are as the rays of the sun, and his countenance is glorious. And it seems to me he is not sprung from me, but from the angels. And I fear that his days of wonder may be wrought on earth. And now, my Father, I am here to petition thee and implore thee, that thou mayest go to Enoch, our father, and learn from him the truth, for his dwelling place is among the angels.
Lovely wording, isn't it?
Yes.
Right, let's go through that, shall we?
Yes.
I took a wife for his son Lamech. Now, I can't remember the amount of sons and daughters involved, but for the sake of the viewers watching, you know, when we look at family relationships like this, wife, son, we look at halos, nodes, and how many nodes are on this halo, because we look at this is how we decode this, you know, we look at it as a technology. So that's for the benefit of the viewers, where we're going with this. Right, do you want to go through some of it one, see if there's anything jumping out at you?
Yeah, well, I mean, feeding on that, you want to mention that the taking of the wife is the positive and negative of the energies.
Yeah, so, yeah, it would make sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah. The babe would be the new energy created from the two joining.
Yeah.
The whole house being full of light and his eyes being open and he lit up the house.
Yeah, I like that part, because you know what that reminded me of one?
What was that?
You remember in the description of the sunrise with the eyes round about it and it lit the house up.
Okay. It reminded me of when we decoded cherubims. So
yeah,
itself,
that's the part I meant.
Yeah, okay.
You remember?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it lit the whole house up, it lit the room up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's suggesting, it's like those, you know, that decoder done of Shiva with the accelerator, with the sparks coming out the side of it. It's that kind of an event, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what it's decoding like already.
So this is telling us that Noah is a piece of technology.
Yes. Yeah, I have to agree.
Also, the fact that Enoch, his dwelling place is among the angels, you know, that also is kind of telling me that Enoch himself must have been something, a piece of technology. You know, I can't really say what he did at this point, but...
Yeah, well, I am going to do a little piece on it, actually, to add to this, so don't worry about that.
Well, good, okay.
Another thing on the angels now, remember everyone, Scripture tells us the underworld is the prison of the angels. Very important that now, you know. Prison, when you think of a prison, they're in a room down below, and this is the seal of the 144,000 from Scriptures. So it's suggesting there is 144,000 sealed rooms below.
That makes sense to me. So this is Noah's room that lit up.
Yeah, yep. It's time for Noah to do what he does.
All right, so we'll move on to the next paragraph. The Lord will do a new thing in the earth. There will come great destruction on earth and a deluge for 1 year. Before the birth of Noah, the sea was in the habit of transgressing its bounds twice daily, morning and evening, and flooding the land up to the graves. After his birth, it kept within its confines, And the famine that afflicted the world in the time of Lamech, the second of the 10 great famines appointed to come upon it, ceased its ravages with the birth of Noah. The difficulties were increased when the flood began to toss the ark from side to side. All inside of it were shaken up like lentils in a pot.
Very nice. Right, the Lord will do a new thing in the earth. In, notice it mentions in the earth.
Yes,
Not
in.
on, but in. Yeah, it's very important. In the earth.
Which
There will
is
come a great destruction.
which is technology.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
the
There's
layers
going to be.
below. Yep.
It's what it's telling you here is there's an event going to start. There will come to a great destruction when this event starts, and a deluge for 1 year. Now that's this ties in with the End Times video 1, doesn't it? This is continuing on from video 1 about this the End Times destruction.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're looking at is this cycle starting.
Exactly.
Anything you want to put on that one?
No, I agree. The cycle is starting now, and it will go for a whole year.
Which in other way, I don't know. Which in other words, technology is gonna change, or it's gonna move a different, or what? Technology. To me, it's like it's gonna be, like you said, it's gonna be a whole year, but technology can also be the one who's gonna destroy it from underneath.
Yeah, that's what it's telling us. It's a cycle, a technological cycle that's going to happen, and it seems to happen about roughly every 394 years, going by the Meidän long count calendar.
Mm-hmm.
They seem to be counting down to this one, I think, with that calendar.
Yeah.
So the link to this actual text will be in the description, so everybody can go read the whole thing. We pulled out bits and pieces to read here, but it does mention how the water not only rained down, but it came up from their feet. That is in the text. It's just quite a long little book. So everyone should, I encourage them to go read it on their own, read the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely, yeah. And look at it like we look at it. You're looking at events, cycles, mechanisms, processes. This is what we're decoding here. This is parts of a large process. Okay, before the birth of Noah, the sea was in the habit of transgressing its bounds twice daily, morning and evening, and flooding the land up to the graves. Very interesting, it mentions twice daily because the pressure changes that's recorded daily currently is taken exactly the same times. That's why if they're recorded twice daily, the pressure changes. So that now relates to what we put out in the...
So it changes twice.
Yeah, twice daily. Yeah. What it's telling you is it's pressure changes. In the Power and Glory video, I was demonstrating how the star halos are very much involved in expansion and compression, and what that's telling me there is it's directly related to the star halos, or at least one or more. It doesn't tell you how many, but you're looking at star halos of these pressure changes. But even a separate entity can still have these pressure changes as well.
Well,
depending what it's doing.
Like you just said, how many, what was it? How many something? But anyways, it's two, so it's two technology that are together, like pair, and one does one and the other one does the other one.
All one's controlling both.
Exactly. But one in the morning and one at night. But it can also be a different technology. The one we have now and the one's coming of a different way of technology, and it's going to be 1 and 2. I think. I don't know. I might be wrong.
Also, reading into that, you've got to look at this as a modification to stop this process happening, because what it's in there, it said that it was in the habit of transgressing its bounds. So this technology was obviously designed to help stop these problems and the flooding. So this mechanism is a fail-safe mechanism, it seems to me. Or it seems to me now it's an addition to help a bigger process.
Yep, the tides. I see the tides. I mean, it's definitely controlling the tides. The tides were obviously not staying where they were supposed to be.
Yeah,
You know, they were
directly
coming up.
related. Yeah, directly related to the seas, isn't it?
Well, that's why it's moving. That's what I'm saying. It's moving.
Okay.
Like,
After go ahead, Katz.
I have to read the last part. I was going to say something.
Yeah, I was just going to do that now. Right.
Okay.
After his birth, it kept within its confines. Oh, right there. Look, that sentence there just confirms what we just spoke about. It's designed to keep it within its confines. So it's playing a very big part in containing water. Very nice. And the famine afflicted the world in the time of Lamech, the second of the 10 great famines appointed to come upon it, ceased its ravages with the birth of Noah. So yeah, look, perfect. Look at that. It's been designed to help stop a famine, because we know with the pole shift event that we mentioned in part 1, and the information coming from Professor Valentina Zarkova on the Maunder cycle, the Maunder minimum, that she's estimated for famines around 2028 to 2032. And this one here was designed to stop that. So, you know, it seems to be now a certain part of the world is not going to be affected as much as other parts.
Exactly. Can you think like one part can do the first, and then it can take a little bit, and then the second part will move? Oh, well, you know, like the day and night, like you said. Like the first one is up, and then the little ways, a little tiny, and then the second will move, which is the second technology.
Yeah, well, this might be a second one that was added when you think about it, because this has now been designed to create a balance that wasn't there before. So, you know, I think Noah was designed for some kind of a balance. But it can affect water in a big way. So with that comes dangers, doesn't it?
But what does shaking up like lentils in a pot? What does that mean? I mean,
well, that would, to me, would translate as something like a tsunami or something like that. That kind of destruction. You know, anything in its path is going to get swept away.
Also, we're talking about the deluge. So I want to just throw in there that this famine, you know, these waters coming up out of their bounds would completely flood all the fields every time. You know, they would lose their food, right? You know, this would create what people call the mud floods.
Oh yeah, definitely the prime suspect for all the mud flood events, which there is channels out there covering them in a big way. You know, I would recommend, if anyone wants to look into mud floods further, is go to Martin Liedtke's channel. He's got some fantastic coverage of it taking place everywhere. And if he looks at the timeline of these, he might just tie it into this event that we're speaking of, because we think this is the reset event. This is the event everyone's looking for in history, where everyone's golden age all of a sudden came to an end. We think it is this event. This is how important this is. And going by the data in the last video, it looks like it's due to start next year. You know, we're not here to scaremonger, but when we come across data like that and the scientists coming forward and stating so, then we have to go with it and put it out there. So, you know, forewarned is forearmed, isn't it?
Yeah.
But that's where we're at, you know. We're trying to decode scriptures, the world model, everything into an event of cycles. You know, cycles we can see on the Antikytherian mechanism. Cycles that seem to be involved in the Nazca line configuration. There's a lot of cycles going on here. You know, you look at some of the calendars, the Meidän calendar or the Tzolk'in calendar that Jason done a decode of. You know, they're all about separate events. There's events for each luminary and other events that we should all be very well aware of, and we're not anymore. All that knowledge seems to be lost. So that's where we're at today. You know, we're trying to relearn what was once learned. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense about the arc, then, doesn't it? Tossing the arc from side to side. Yeah, I mean, think of a ball of water sloshing around. That's what you're looking at. That's how it's going to ravage the earth, basically. It's going to shake the waters, and they're going to spill around like they would, like in a bowl of water. It's going to slop around everywhere, and this is what creates your mud floods, all your lakes. You know, new lakes are formed, land masses are covered. It's a constant, ongoing cycle.
Yeah, and when we looked at the ark before, if you recall, it was layered, you know, different layers. So you have to think of this technology, you know, possibly starting low, hitting the next layer up, the next layer up, and then finally to surface. You know, it would shake up everything that was inside of what they're calling the ark. Pretty bad.
Yeah.
That would be great destruction, you know, not just floods and tsunamis, but this would cause the earth to tremble and shake, you know, as it occurs. The flood was produced by a union of the male waters above the firmament and the female waters issuing from the earth. The upper waters rushed through the space left when God removed 2 stars out of the constellation Pleiades. Afterwards, to put a stop to the flood, God had to transfer 2 stars from the constellation of the Bear to the constellation of Pleiades. This is why the Bear runs after Pleiades. She wants her 2 children back, but they will be restored to her only in the future world. There were other changes among the celestial spheres during the time of the flood. All the time it lasted, the sun and moon shed no light, whence Noah was called by his name, the Resting One. For in his life, the sun and the moon rested. The ark was illuminated by a precious stone, the light of which was more brilliant by night than by day, so enabling Noah to distinguish between the day and night.
Right, lovely that.
It
Okay.
is. That's really, really cool. So the waters above the firmament and the waters below. That's a positive and negative going on for sure.
Yeah, the way I look at that one, you know, the firmament now to me means terra firma.
That's, yes, that's kind of where I was getting ready to go with that.
Yeah. I'll just put this in there because, you know, we have to show people there is a different perspective you have to start decoding this from, because if you stand in the underworld and you say the waters above, it now makes a lot more sense that they're actually talking about the seas where we live. You know, you put it into a context. If that was said when they were below in the underworld, then it would make sense, wouldn't it? They're talking about the waters above, in other words, our seas. And what it's saying there, you know, the flood of the union of the male waters and the female waters, that's just the electrical energy from above and below, which we know will affect water. As an example, you know, we can reference a halo here, because, you know, an halo now gives us a source for lightning. The lightning strikes can be coming directly from one of these halos. A good example being that video I uploaded a couple of days ago. Halos, you know, with these halos, with the rotating vortex, you've got tornadoes, you've got winds, lightning. There's a lot of processes going on here, just off one alone. But yeah, getting back to this.
That's okay. Now think about if there were 2 stars removed out of one of these halos, you know, that would completely throw off the electromagnetism going on. You know, it would break the cycle. It would cause chaos.
Which will be unbalanced.
And we have to remember always that what we're talking about above is below. It's as above, so below. So there is stuff going on in these layers underneath that we see above in our heavens. So the stuff removed was actually in the underworld. which is what's causing a lot of this flooding and, you know, shifting to go on. Yeah, and I'm sure that people that understand astrology would absolutely get the part of the bear chasing Pleiades. You know, I'm not huge into astrology or knowing, you know, about the constellation as much as other people in this group, but I'm sure the bear follows Pleiades, you know.
Yeah, very well. There is. What it's telling me is there's 2 luminaries being moved out of that location, or 2 projectors, and moved somewhere else.
Yep.
And the bear wants them back.
Yeah, and
it mentions there they will be restored to only in the future world. You know, is this the future world? It's just another cycle where they'll move back there. You know, and this to me now relates to the pole shift event. It has to relate to this pole shift event, you know. That's what it's telling me. The end times, pole shift, it's the same event. And from an APM perspective, for the viewers, we'll give you the terminology on the angels, really, because you need to understand what we're referring to here. An angel, you know, the ancient terminology of an angel in modern times in our decodings relates to a particle accelerator. So an angel is a particle accelerator in modern terminology, just so you're aware of that. So you can see now how there's a relation as above, so below. The physical model in the underworld and the projection in the heavens, which we've showed plenty of in our videos and presentations. Visible, recordable, observable phenomena. Jumping back to this, there were other changes among the celestial spheres during the year of the flood. Yeah, I can imagine that. You know, this is what the Hopi prophecy from video 1 was talking about, the luminaries moving around in the skies, your red Kachina and your blue Kachina. It's the movement of luminaries, you know, the signs are in the heavens. It tells you this in script. It shows you now, you know, your scripture, it's basically a survival manual for this realm. It really is. It's the instruction and survival manual of the realm. If you can decode it correctly, it's all there. It just needs decoded back to its original context. All the time it lasted, the sun and the moon shed no light. Yes, I think you can relate that to volcano process as one, yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to mention that the Pleiades are known as the 7 sisters, and just thinking more on it, if we're the future world already, was, you know, did it used to be 9 stars in that set, or 5? You know, wondering if we got them back already.
Yeah, good question. You know, that's we need help from people that read the stars here, don't we? You know, that know the things have moved from one place to another and when they're due back.
Can you think they separate like one set, and she doesn't know when, how many, but say like she was saying 9, and so all this time it's changing, almost like, you know, how can I explain it? Like it's changing everything. All the stars, like it says, they're coming together. Well, it's because they all went different ways, which is like west, north, east, south. I don't know, and they come back together.
An easier way to explain that, Kat, I think the easiest way to explain this, Kat, is we have to regard what's in the sky as a map of what's going on in the underworld. And we should know, you know, in ancient times, they obviously were aware of this, to actually have calendars relating to it. You know, they watched the skies, they studied these events, and they made the calendars to match them. And that's what, you know, that's what we've lost. And there's events up there. To me, you know, the map, the stars are a map of events that's happening in the world. If you can decode it all correctly, you know exactly what's going on in the world. You know when these events are going to happen.
Mm.
And it shows, you know, that shows in the main calendar. If they're counting down to these destructive cycles, it tells you a long time ago they were planning for destruction and famines. They were trying to plan ahead and, you know, stock up on supplies basically for these events.
Mhm. Mm.
Right, jumping back to the text. Where were you?
Hold on real quick. In Japan, they used to be known as 6 stars in the 8th century. Just wanted to throw that in there.
So there's a change recorded then already. Yeah, so important, you know your stars and you know what's really going on in the world. They're just a reflection of what's going on down here. Anyway, let's get back to this text. There were other changes that we've done that bit, haven't we? Oh, the moon shed no light one. Do you want to elaborate on that more? Why it would shed no more light? The sun and the moon?
Yeah, the sun and moon wouldn't shed light because of volcanic eruptions during that time. You know, we don't have nearly as large problems with volcanoes these days, which I'm going to do a bit on that anyway. But with very large eruptions, the sun and moon can be blocked out for up to 2 to 3 years at a time with very large, eruptions. As I said, we don't have those massive eruptions like that now, but Mount St. Helens, for instance, blocked out the sun for 2 entire weeks when it erupted in 1980. Which, that would happen. These flows would cause major destruction. This energy would obviously need an expulsion point. You know, all this stuff happening, as we've mentioned in the past several times, requires a waste dump system.
Yeah, and we've covered that well in a few videos now, haven't we? You know.
Yes, and we'll keep going over it until people understand.
The more angles you come at it, the more you get to understand the process more. And that's what we're doing here, isn't it? We're looking at everything we look at always takes us back to the grid and the map and just another perspective of the same thing. Anyway, let's move on. Which part are we on here?
Noah called by his name the resting one, because the sun and moon didn't shine.
Oh yeah. When Noah was called by his name, the resting one. So he's resting, the resting one, there's a good word already for it. It's waiting for its moment. It's waiting for the cycle to start. Timed event, isn't it? It's telling you right there in that sentence. The resting one's just resting, waiting for its moment to come and do what it's supposed to do. But in his life, the sun and the moon resting. Yeah, they're going to rest when he does his work, basically, because you're not going to see much of them. The ark was illuminated by a precious stone, the light of which was more brilliant by night than by day, so enabling Noah to distinguish between day and night. Yeah, it could be relating to a daily or a nightly cycle, that couldn't it? For it to even mention day and night, why would technology require it to be day or night? So it's either a daytime event or a nighttime event. That's telling me.
Well, and the fact that it's more brilliant at night, it made me think of the whole Venus thing. How it used to be known as 2 entities, not just one. They used to have the evening star and the morning star, not one thing doing both. That's how the ancients saw it. They saw it as 2 different things. And it just reminded me of that possibly that part may have to do with Venus lighting up more in the night.
Could well be, yeah, because if the sun and moon's blocked out, the next brightest light is going to be Venus, isn't it?
The duration of the flood was a whole year. It began on the 17th day of Heshwan and the rain continued for 40 days until the 27th of Kislew. The punishment corresponded to the crime of the sinful generation. They had led immortal lives and begotten bastard children, whose embryonic state lasts 40 days. From the 27th day of Kislew until the first day of Siwan, a period of 150 days, the water stood at one and the same height, 15 ells above the earth. During that time all the wicked were destroyed, each one receiving the punishment due to him. Cain was among those that perished, and thus the death of Abel was avenged. So powerful were the waters in working havoc that the corpse of Adam was not spared in his grave.
Amazing stuff. So a year of flood began on a certain date. I'm not sure what Heshwan relates to.
I believe that's the Hebrew calendar.
Ah, right. Okay. So, well, there's a nice event then, a calendar event, isn't it? Obviously, that calendar was marking it down as well. Why would it begin on, the 7th? That Heshwan must be the start of this cycle. And it's on their calendar. Does that tell you the same thing, Mom?
Yes.
Their calendar's already got this event marked down to start on that date.
Yes, and in that year, whatever year that this happened,
Yeah.
Time is kind of screwy, so I don't want to get too much into that, but yes, definitely there was a point where it started. It was recorded in history,
Yeah.
and if we learned the Hebrew calendar more, I'd say that it's probably findable.
Yeah, even in the next part, until the 27th of Kislew. So there's another, there's an end time for it. already in the calendar. Punishment corresponded to the crime of the sinful generation. Yeah, sinful, that does not relate to humans, really. It's nothing to do with humans, this sinful thing. It's totally related to something else. We've got to remove humans out of the equation and look at it as technological processes.
With the sinful generation, let's step back to where we began with the tides coming out of their bounds. So sinful is going against the rules pretty much. And we have to look at generation in terms of, energy being generated, or the cycles, like one full cycle would be one generation. We're not talking about human generations, we're talking about energy and cycle generations.
Yeah, lovely etymology one. That's what you got to look at it, you've got to, what one did there, people, you've got to look at it and break it down. What's it really telling us, and how does it fit in with a process? Yep, lovely one.
Yep.
Led immoral lives and begotten bastard children. Now, the bastard children, very interesting. That I've seen that before, and I've never thought about it. But that single solitary halo that that 1111 code captured the other day, that could be exactly one of these things. It's a stationary halo. That would fit in with that sentence, wouldn't it?
It would. It just,
Yeah.
It has no positive around it, which maybe was why it was just, like a shadow.
Yeah. But to me, it's telling me that these bastard children are just like solitary halos that are related to a bigger process. So they will, they will react to it in some way. They're part of a bigger process going on. So it tells me Noah, or events related to Noah, is going to activate other technological processes, and these would be what they would call the bastard children. Ones that are under them, related to them, but not from them. In other words, it's totally separate entities again.
And whose embryonic state lasts 40 days. That's the same as the flood. It rained for 40 days, so that must have been its forming period. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
its
cycle.
growing
Yeah.
period, the 40 days.
Yeah, who's embryonic state last 40 days. Yeah, so so they'll run for 40 days basically, these halos. That's what it's telling you, with, you know, whatever their process is up there in the sky, they'll be doing it for 40 days, and we know it's already related to rain events, don't we?
Yep, and then if we move on, after it rains for the 40 days, and then the water stands at the same height, it's not allowed to, you know, drain. It stays there.
Yeah, yeah.
The 15 L's, that throws me because we don't have the proper definition for an L. But that's got to be pretty high to cover the whole Earth. 15 L's has to be huge.
It does, yeah. Yeah, we're not talking anything in human terms, are we? It's another measurement we're unsure of yet, but it's a lot larger than we would use. You know, an L could be something like 50 feet, you know, a standard measurement of, say, 50 feet. It'd be like 50 feet. You know, we don't know what an L is, do we? So we can only guess what an L is.
Right, but we do know that pretty much all of the land was covered during this time, minus very high mountains and peaks, you know. If even that. I mean, the story tells us that, you know, eventually they saw peaks of land.
We could decide each one receiving the punishment due to him. Cain was among those that perished, and thus the death of Abel was avenged. So powerful were the waters in working havoc that the corpse of Adam was not spared in his grave. Corpse of Adam, you know, Adam and Eve, we're going back to that again, which to us is the magnetic north and south in the case of a world model. So even rocked the north, it seems, and there is a clip I'm going to mention about the north that'll come up in this video shortly after this clip.
On the first day of Siwan, the waters began to abate, 1/4 of an ell a day, and at the end of 60 days, on the 10th day of Ab, the summits of the mountains showed themselves. But many days before, on the 10th day of Tammuz, Noah had sent forth a raven, and a week later the dove. On the first of her 3 sallies, repeated at intervals of a week, it took from the 1st of Ab until the 1st day of Tishri for the waters to subside wholly from the face of the earth. Even then the soil was so merry that the dwellers in the ark had to remain within until the 27th day of Heshwan, completing a full sun year consisting of 12 moons and 11 days.
Very nice, very nice. We're back to that Siwan again. You know, the calendar event again, isn't it? Began a bit, 1/4 of an ell a day. I wonder what an ell is. I mean, 60 days, and we only start seeing the summits of the mountains after 60 days. That sounds pretty deep to me, doesn't it?
It does. It's huge. We're told it's a cubit, which would be from your finger to your elbow. That's not accurate. Not at all.
Well,
15 of those would do nothing.
Yeah. And, you know, we're looking at humans. We're factoring humans back in, aren't we? And we can't. So it's relating to that lens relating to the length of something else. You know, a possible giant Titan kind of length measurement.
Or what if it's the length going up to the different layers of, like, the star halos where they ride in the sky?
Yeah, who knows? We don't know the altitude of those, really, do we?
No.
But they do ascend and descend. Though not the star halos, but I mean the major luminaries, they're ascending and descending. Yeah, these ones, different process going on. Sent forth the raven, and a week later the dove. On the first of her 3 sallies, repeated at intervals of a week. Right, yeah, it's very slow. But I mean, even in today's, even today, you know, we're looking at the levels are still lowering from the previous one, aren't they? You know, they still haven't receded to the original points.
Absolutely. and we'll get more into that also in this video.
Yeah.
But you can see here the soil was so miry, you know, that they still had to remain in the ark, so they probably would have sunk in the mud. You know, this is your mud floods.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's mud flood. That is the cause of the mud floods, 100%. You know, the mud flood is the effect. This is the cause. What was I going to say there now? Even then, the soil was the dwellers in the ark. No, the ark you can now consider could possibly be the underworld. You know, people has gone below ground, or you know, where else would the ark be? It's not a boat on top of this.
No.
It's, you know, it's got to be, you know, safe havens below or somewhere, hasn't it? You know, completing a full sun year. Yeah, so you know they've got to wait it out, and then it all starts all over again. So you know, your mud flood fans start, you know, relate that to this event. This is what's causing these mud floods, and you've seen on a few channels now mud flood coverage. If not, go watch them, and you can see how, you know, mankind's recovered from these events and carried on building where the previous ones had left off. That's what you're looking at. You know, they just build on top of old sites and carrying on with life, basically start again, isn't it?
Yep, and digging up ones that didn't get built over. They're still digging them up. There's still stuff under the ocean that hasn't even began to surface yet. We see proof of that all over.
That's where today's archaeology is, isn't it? You know, it's looking at what's been buried previously.
Yeah, massive temples, villages, all kinds of stuff has been buried.
We only have to look around the world at these massive ancient sites and think, what the hell happened there? You know, where did the people go? Why does no one remember what all this means anymore?
In the year 1569, after the creation of the world, Noah divided the earth by lot among his 3 sons in the presence of an angel. Each one stretched forth his hand and took a slip from the bosom of Noah. Shem's slip was inscribed with the middle of the earth, and this portion became the inheritance of his descendants unto all eternity. Noah rejoiced that the lot had assigned it to Shem. Thus was fulfilled his blessing upon him, and God in the habitation of Shem, for 3 holy places fell within his precincts: the Holy of Holies in the temple, Mount Sinai, the middle point of the desert, and Mount Zion, the middle point of the navel of the earth. The south fell to the lot of Ham, and the north became the inheritance of Japheth. The land of Ham is hot, Japheth is cold, but Shem's is neither hot nor cold. Its temperature is hot and cold mixed.
Wow. It just gets better, this, doesn't it? Okay, in the year 1569, after the creation of the world, very interesting, you know, your Big Bang theory kind of gets blown completely out of the water here, because now we have got a creation based on technology. Because when, you know, people talk about creation, what is being created and how? Well, now we've got technological processes we can see are interacting with this environment. This is the exact terminology of creation. We're going to get into that a bit more in this video, so I won't go too deep in it just yet. Right, divided the earth by lot among his 3 sons. You know, the 3 sons, that tells me we're looking at gates in the north and the south. But you'll realise that, if you haven't realised that yet, you will more and more as we get to the bottom of this paragraph. In the presence of an angel, each one stretched forth his hand and took a slip from the bosom of Noah. Shem's slip was inscribed with the middle of the earth, and this portion became the inheritance of his descendants into all eternity. So that one there's basically prescribed to the equator. It's not going to move from the equator, so that's the center point.
Yeah.
Noah rejoiced that the lot had assigned it to Shem. Thus was fulfilled his blessing upon him, and God in the habitation of Shem, for 3 holy places fell within his precincts: the Holy of the Holies in the temple, Mount Sinai, the middle point of the desert, and the Mount Zion, the middle point of the navel of the earth. So that's our 0 point 0 on our grid right there, isn't it? That's the center of our map.
Yes.
Well, that's talked about there, you know,
I
and we
wonder,
carry on.
I was going to say, I wonder if his area isn't actually the area between the tropics.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that would be the center point, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
In between that band.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, that would make sense.
Mm-hmm. And then below that's Ham, and above that is Japheth.
Yeah. So they're the gates in the north and south. They're just different names for the same gates again. Like, you know, the south felt a lot of Ham, and the north became the inheritance of Japheth. The land of Ham is hot, Japheth is cold. So you're looking at the south and the north there. But Shem's is neither hot or cold. Its temperature hot and cold mix, so that's the equator, isn't it? So you're looking at the north gates, the south gates, and the equator in the centre there. So what it's, you know, what it's telling you in this whole paragraph is this pole shift. This is the pole shift event. It's the flipping of the poles, which we'll cover a bit more anyway in this video.
Yep, I agree. And that is all we have to talk about on the Book of Noah. But the link will be in the description. I really encourage, again, I'm going to say, go read the whole book, because it's very, very interesting.
Okay, so Noah is a technological process that is connected to what mainstream call a pole shift event. Would you like to meet Noah? This is created by Noah. The morning glory is very aptly named, isn't it? Some people call these roll clouds, but ask yourself this: what could possibly make clouds behave like this? Only electromagnetics have the power to do this. Electromagnetics on a grand scale. Notice the rotating vortex contained and held stationary. In some cases it appears to release the clouds and the winds take them away, which probably means it just shut down and the clouds blew away. This can also be related to the 4 pressure changes we record daily. Another option is the halo that is holding the clouds actually starts moving in a certain direction, which reminds me of the anti-Keplerian mechanism in a way, which means there is a very large electromagnetic device moving below. On the subject of gravity and pull, there is no such force as a pulling force, but there is an obvious pushing effect from these halos that can affect oceans and seas. You would only need to increase the power into the halo to increase the pressure. These halos can be seen stretching for hundreds of miles and are very predictable in some locations. Isn't this truly amazing, people? Look at that. Here is more proof of electromagnetic evidence. This clip, captured by Kim Johnson, shows some very unusual patterns formed by clouds. They appear to follow a path. I want you to take note of the shape it creates. That path can be seen here in this electromagnetic data recorded by series. This is real world magnetic data overlaid on the map. Real electromagnetic data that is playing a very big part in the movement of luminaries, as you can see in these images. The configuration matching a sweepback transformer that moves the sun's image across the sky as the sun and probably other luminaries are captured on top of the cones in use. This also requires the sun's physical model to be below us, and we are seeing the projection above. Take a good look, people, and memorize these shapes, as you will notice them in the heavens. This image here is from over Antarctica looking north. See how the magnetic data always appears to be in sets of 3. The locations they connect having a very big part in causing quakes and following luminaries as they are enabled. Here is more proof captured by Super Dave 44. Again, clouds following an invisible path. Take note of the shapes. You will notice these more and more, and now we have an answer for them. When you see them, try and check your compass to see if it is a north to south alignment, or more electromagnetic data being revealed that follow different paths. Going back to the pressure changes, for you people recording long distance flat earth proofs, consider this compression and why you sometimes see different views from the same location. Some scenes looking more compressed and some looking much clearer, and thus allowing you to see further distances. We now have a cause for this compression and expansion. Various halos turning on and off, creating the pressure changes recorded daily. It condenses the atmosphere, as you can see happening in this video recorded by Sandra. Try it yourself, you will be surprised at the differences recorded from the same location and height of camera. Okay, so on with identifying Noah. We believe the central halo is Noah. You may remember back in 2017 I was looking into the oceans receding in South America. Here is how they tie in. Let's check along Noah's path. As you can see here, this halo intersects here alongside other parts of the grid. Definitely a busy area and receding oceans. Again, this halo is close to the landmass, and here we have the same ocean receding event in Ecuador. Central America. All this area was affected and will continue to be so, as this halo goes right through this area. The events are not just contained to the halo's path, the lines from the grid are also electromagnetically pulsed, it seems. You can see where one of the primary 8 are in the Gulf of Mexico. They create a spiraling vortex, which is what is responsible for tornadoes and such. Florida. The location I placed the spider from the Nazca Lines overlay, probably meaning dangerous waters due to the amount of the grid and halo intersections below this area. I haven't found any as yet from Spain and South Africa. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Perhaps this side of the halo gets the reverse effect, rising waters. So, I looked into the next larger halo and other events. Badger, California, Rushikonda Beach, India, both having the same receding ocean events. And Northern Australia, especially the Gulf of Carpentaria, famous for its amazing display of morning glory, an obvious sign there is much halo electromagnetic activity going on below here. You may have noticed I used the image of Moses in the decode. I could not find an image of Noah, and the reason I used Moses in this video is because of the mention of the parting of the Red Sea. The only one crossing the Red Sea is on one of our primary 8, which leads into Saudi Arabia. This would have the capability to part that sea. It says Moses is a fictitious character, and we would agree. None of them are characters, they are technological processes. Moses, be a good chap and show these fine people how you part the Red Sea.
Okay, so let's take a look at this ancient map shown here and what the land used to look like. This map was obtained from the Book of Miracles. As we look at this map and we have it overlaid onto our world, we can see the differences. Now let's take a look at these creatures on the map. The first one is near Africa. This one is coming from our 0.0 on the grid. This is our Brahma energy as it comes to life. Next, we move up and we see the four-headed dragon. This one sits on one of our 8 main angels. The 4 heads represent the group of 4 angels that we see here. Next, we see the griffin creature in northeast Russia. This one is on the lake that literally takes the shape of the creature, as well as the topography resembles the wings. And the last creature is the bear, which is climbing over the star halo. This topography fits the form of the bear, as well as the ocean topography shows the markings of the claws of the bear. Now, let's look at the angels. The angel to the north is on an unknown location at this time. It is in northern Europe and does sit on a 5-point directional change that the magnetics will follow. The angel to the east follows the tropic line, which is a steady flow of quakes that occur along this line. It is giving us our east to west energy to generate some major magnetic push. The angel to the south is representing the angel directly below it. We can see in the topography of the ocean, the push of the energy has used and created direct paths leading up to India. So let's look at the Mount Gaul area first. What we see here are quite a few massive volcanoes and calderas in the area. These would have been devastating on the whole Gaul area, as recorded in the Book of Miracles. We have the Cantal volcano, some ancient unnamed calderas, Mount Vesuvius, Mount Etna, Santorini, many undersea volcanoes. Also, the Canary Islands, where several volcanoes are recorded to have blown the Canary Islands into the islands we see now. In the Gazelle Peninsula, East New Britain, in Papua New Guinea, there are twin peaks called Vulcan and Tervrajz. This area was recorded to erupt during the 570 AD time at great force, in which the energy force was felt and 50 miles in all directions. These erupted all through history and are still erupting today. In 856 AD, a massive quake struck a 200-mile stretch of Iran that caused 200,000 deaths. It created what is called the Alpine mountain range, which is still very seismically active. In 526 AD, a quake hit Syria and Antioch, which led to 250,000 deaths and caused the port of Seleucia Pera to rise 1 meter up, after which a fire broke out that destroyed the rest of the buildings that remained. In 365 AD, a quake occurred under the Mediterranean Sea near Crete, which destroyed all of the towns on the island and damaged Greece, Libya, Cyprus, and Sicily. Afterward, a tsunami caused significant damage in Alexandria, Egypt, and other areas. In 79 AD, the great Mount Vesuvius erupted, destroying Pompeii and Herculaneum. Prior to the eruption, it was warned with a series of great quake swarms. This was discovered in 1631 AD while cleaning up from another eruption. But it wasn't completely discovered until the 20th century, when the entirety of the fate of the town was discovered, with the bodies of the residents still there, plastered in time, and showing the agonies of their death still on their faces of the entombed bodies. In 1645 BC, Santorini erupted, which wiped out the island, leaving behind the bits we see today. There were no known victims of this disaster, so unlike the other disasters of the area, the people must have heeded the warnings of the quakes preceding the eruption. There were buildings and large untransportable items found, though, to show that people did inhabit the area. In 373 BC, Helice was submerged into the Gulf of Corinth. The ruins of the city could be seen beneath the water for hundreds of years after the disaster. In the past century, the search for Helice began, and other towns have since been discovered along with it. So, as we can see, our history is rich with disasters that shape the world we see today. Now, let's get into some of the science behind the disasters. A VEI is the Volcanic Explosion Index. There were great explosions with a VEI force 6 eruption. A magnitude registered at this capacity will have effects that will cause tsunamis 150 feet tall, and ships 50 miles away will be blasted by the hurricane force winds. This is like setting off atomic bombs from the inside out, to give a comparison. The winds are the energy force. 50 miles is a massive area to feel the force in all directions. With earthquakes, we average a tremble of about 2 to 4s on the Richter scale. When we do get into the 5s, these are the ones that we start to feel. These do occur regularly through the realm. How it works is kind of like a build-up. The cycle runs through on the smaller scale and builds as the energy comes back through. These 5s then lead to 6s. But when we hit the 6 range, typically there's a reset, and we go back to the smaller ones to begin the cycle again. It is not as common to feel the large quakes on a regular basis as in the past. Each number on the Richter scale is 10 times more powerful than the previous number. And to compare to the volcanoes we are speaking about, a typical volcanic eruption, not the monsters we speak about from the past, are comparable to a size 5 earthquake. In the previous video, I spoke about the year without summer, which was caused from several eruptions occurring one after the other. The largest of those during that time was Mount Tambora, which registered at a 7 VEI. Mount Vesuvius was between a 7 and an 8 VEI, and if Yellowstone erupted, it would likely be between an 8 and a 9 VEI, just to give an idea of the scale we're looking at here. Nowadays, we typically on an average stay in the 4 to 5 VEI scale. However, in the past, the eruptions were much larger and ranged around the 8 VEI to 9 VEI magnitude. These larger VEI eruptions included Mount Toba, which is in Indonesia, Lake Taupo, that's located in New Zealand, Wawa Springs, that's located in Utah. Each rise in the VEI raises the force by 10 times the previous. It is scaled not only on the power of the blast, but how high it goes and how much tephra is ejected. So, as I said, these kind of explosions happened on a large scale during different eras in time. As I mentioned, Vesuvius was between a 7 and an 8, which the effect is quite large in comparison to the eruptions we have nowadays. However, this is even small compared to the 10 times larger eruptions that occurred in our ancient past prior. The effects of this type of eruption would be lasting and devastating to our Earth on a very large scale. One last area that I would like us to look at before we get into the effects is the Philippine Sea, which by the topography I would say is a very large system with many, many vents. If the larger known eruptions are around the 8 VEI, we need to think much, much larger for this one. All of these vents are shaping a massive caldera in size that we can't even imagine in our reality. When the epicenter blew, it probably made the islands we see today. Think back to the map we saw. There was land there at one time. Along this entire line of islands in the sea, it's littered with hot springs still today, to show this is still an active and very hot venting area. These vents do release constantly. So, now that we've talked about sizes and scales, let's talk effects. Volcanic ash can travel across the realm and affect the other side of the world. The larger explosions we are talking about would reach the upper atmosphere and cause a darkening of the sun and acid rain. One of the most deadly effects of a volcano is the ash coming from the eruption, which carries poisonous gases that are harmful to humans, plants, and animals alike. a multitude of dangerous particles and gases, such as aerosols, are carried in volcanic ash. Some of these include carbon dioxide. Carbon emissions can contribute to serious climate changes, which can affect humans and animals. It can alter water supplies and weather patterns, changes in growing seasons for food, and threaten coastal communities with increasing sea levels. Exposure to high levels of carbon dioxide can cause incapacitation and unconsciousness, headaches, vertigo, and double vision. Also, inability to concentrate, tinnitus, and seizures. Breathing too much can be life-threatening. Long-term effects of exposure may cause change in bone, calcium, and changes to the body's metabolism. Another is the sulfates, known as sulfur dioxide. It affects human health when it's breathed in. It irritates the nose, throat, and airways, causing coughing, wheezing, shortness of breath, or a tight feeling around the chest. The effects of sulfur dioxide are felt very quickly, and most people would feel the worst symptoms in 10 to 15 minutes after breathing it in. It causes mood swings, irritability, rapid heartbeat, deep depression, aggression that is incredibly hard to control. Most humans will be running on a negative due to this toxic chemical. Another is hydrochloric acid, also known as hydrogen chloride. People may be exposed to the ill effects by either breathing it in or allowing it to come in contact with their skin. These dangers are often irreversible. Inhalation of the substance may cause coughing, hoarseness, inflammation, and ulceration of the respiratory tract or chest pain. When hydrochloric acid comes in contact with your skin, you are at risk for severe burns, ulceration, or even scarring. Additional acute health effects include vomiting, diarrhea, and nausea. Tests in rats exposed to the substance did show an increase in fetal mortality and altered reproductive cycles and caused birth defects. And finally, hydrofluoric acid. The vapor can cause severe burns to the eyes, which may lead to permanent damage and blindness. Also is irritating to the eyes, skin, and respiratory tract. Exposure to higher concentrations can result in serious damage to the lungs, and fatal pulmonary edema may develop after a delay of several hours. Brief exposure, around 5 minutes, may be fatal to humans. Ingestion of this can produce severe injury to the mouth, throat, and gastrointestinal tract, and may be fatal. Excessive exposure may affect the brain. On the environment, it acts as a greenhouse gas, influencing great climate change. Larger eruptions of ash can travel hundreds of thousands kilometers downwind from the source, but can affect the climate in places on the other side of the world. Ash is carried into the atmosphere and spreads far from the epicenter and can block out the sun's rays, resulting in a cooler Earth. The ash can also return to the Earth's surface by means of precipitation. Ash particles caught in clouds in the atmosphere fall back down to Earth with rain, snow, and other. Volcanic ash can also contaminate our water supply, which can lead to illness and effects described during these plague outbreaks. All of this info is what is called volcanic winters, which is a reduction in temperatures caused by the ash and droplets of acid and water obscuring the sun. Each of these major eruptions would lead to a 2 to 3 year winter after the eruption. All of this lines up with our minimum periods, showing us the cause of the cold recording during the periods in history. This is also our mud floods cause. The cause was tsunamis and floods on a scale, as the deluge spoke about in ancient texts. And finally, this is also the cause of the plagues of history. Now, what I'm sure a lot of people may be wondering is there anywhere safe in this world? Well, from what I can tell, I'd say most of Africa would be a safe zone, as well as most of the central and north part of South America. Also Asia, especially around the Himalayas, as these are highlands. As we can see when we look at the topography, there isn't a lot of extra land under the water in these areas. So yes, safe zones are possible in the highlands, but we have to make sure it's not volcanic areas. To learn this information, we must study the topography and understand there are many what science calls extinct volcanoes that may be dormant, but these are going to come to life again. I don't believe any of these are extinct. They're just lying dormant, waiting their turn to turn back on. These areas should be avoided by populace for survival. So, let me wrap up this bit by adding that I'm not trying to alarm anyone, but simply educate on our Earth's history in a way that mainstream doesn't give, and to educate people that these cycles have been occurring and will continue to occur through time. With the knowledge of how our world works, we can be okay during these cycles when we understand them as the ancients did. Thank you.
Some disastrous earthly events linked to comets. Comets are among the most interesting celestial objects out there. Some are visible to the naked eye, and with their predictable orbits, we should always see them, provided we know where and when to look. However, ancient civilizations did not have such knowledge. Comets were mysterious objects that were often considered good or bad omens, mostly bad. Halley's Comet is one of the most famous comets out there. It returns at roughly 75-year intervals, and there are historical accounts of its sightings. However, ancient civilizations did not realize they were looking at the same comet until Edmund Halley concluded that the comet spotted in 1531, 1607, and 1682 were actually the same. He predicted it would return again in 1758. The comet returned in 1758, but Halley was dead by then. The comet was named after him anyway. Halley's Comet returned again in 1835, which was the same year that the famous writer Mark Twain was born. Twain died on April the 21st, 1910, when Halley's Comet once again was visible. Mark Twain predicted his death and linked it to the passage of the comet. He remarked, "I came in with Halley's Comet in 1835. It is coming again next year, and I expect to go out with it. It will be the greatest disappointment of my life if I don't go out with Halley's Comet. The Almighty has said, no doubt." Now here are these two unaccountable freaks. They come in together, they must go out together. In March 44 BC, a group of Roman senators assassinated Julius Caesar over concerns that he would declare himself king. 4 months later, a huge funeral festival called Ludi Victoriae Caesarius was held in his honour. A great comet appeared in the skies during the ceremonies and remained visible for 7 days before disappearing. Today we remember that comet as the Great Comet of 44 BC. Astronomers say it is one of the brightest comets to have ever appeared in the sky, and it was also recorded in ancient China. Another great comet soared past the Earth in 1264. Today we call it C/1264N1, or the Great Comet of 1264. It was very bright and remained visible for 4 months, starting in July. At the time, people already had some superstitions about comets, and seeing one was considered a forewarning of impending disaster. On October the 14th, 1066, troops loyal to King Harold II of England faced the Norman army led by William the Conqueror in the Battle of Hastings. The battle was decisive. King Harold was killed, and William the Conqueror went on to take his throne and become the ruler of England. Halley's comet, which had appeared in April that year, was linked to the battle. As I have already mentioned, people of the day had not yet realised that the comet was a periodic one that came around every 3/4 of a century. That year, Halley's comet was so bright that it was 4 times the size of Venus and around 25% as bright as the moon. On October the 20th, 1811, Europeans and Americans watched in awe as a bright comet made its closest approach to the Earth. This was the Great Comet of 1811. The comet had showed up in March, even though no one was expecting to see one at that time. Some Americans became paranoid and suggested that it was an omen of some upcoming disaster. That disaster came on December the 16th, when the great earthquake shook the Midwest and southern United States. The earthquake was so intense that the Mississippi River temporarily flowed backwards. Americans soon linked the comet to the earthquake. They blamed it again when the US and England went to war the following year. The comet did favour other parts of Europe, though. Grape planters had a very good harvest, which was ascribed to the passage of the comet. They even called the wines made from the grapes harvested that year comet wine. A bright comet passed the Earth in 1680. Predictably, it's now called the Great Comet of 1680. This comet was of interest to several scientists, including Sir Isaac Newton, who used it to confirm a gravity theory he had proposed. In addition, Edmund Halley used it to determine the orbit of 24 comets. Mathematician William Whiston later studied the Great Comet of 1680 and concluded that it had made earlier flybys thousands of years beforehand. He said the comet strayed so close to the Earth during one of the flybys that water from its tail fell to the surface. Whiston added that the gravitational force of the passing comet also forced water out of the Earth's crust. Whiston concluded that the massive rainfall from the comet's tail and the huge amounts of water that reached the Earth's surface from below caused the massive floods mentioned in the Bible, the same one that Noah built an ark to escape. In AD 536, the Earth suddenly got cold. Scholars of the day wrote that the sun was small and obscured, as if there was an eclipse. The sun could not provide enough heat, causing temperatures to drop. It got so cold that the ground was covered in frost in the middle of summer. Crops failed, causing famine, mass migration, disease, and plague. This continued for a decade until the earth got warmer again. The Justinian plague of 541 to 542 was one of the most disastrous events of the period. It decimated a good chunk of the population of the Byzantine Empire. Astronomers do not know what caused the earth to cool. They suspect the sudden eruption of a massive volcano in El Salvador. The Inca Empire was the largest empire to spring up in pre-Columbian America. It had millions of people and covered a vast area until the Spanish came along and overthrew the emperor. Huayna Capac was the Incan emperor at the time the Spanish first arrived. He knew they were going to overthrow the empire based on several signs he had seen before their arrival. One was a large green comet that flew across the sky. The other was his home, which was destroyed by lightning. There was also a prophecy that the Incas would be defeated by some strangers who looked different from any other people they had ever seen. The Spaniards did not attack at the time Huayna Capac was emperor, however. They left and returned after Huayna Capac had fallen to smallpox, which was nevertheless carried there by the Spanish. The Great Chicago Fire of 1871 remains one of the greatest mysteries of the 19th century. The fire lasted from October the 8th to October the 10th, 1871, destroying 1/3 of the homes in Chicago. While Mrs. O'Leary and her cow were blamed for starting the fire, even though there was no evidence to prove they were guilty. Other speculations have been raised, including one that involves a comet. In 1883, Ignatius Donnelly claimed the gas from the tail of a passing comet fell to Earth and caused the sparks that started the fire. Donnelly's claims were corroborated by Mel Waskin, who blamed a comet for starting the fire in his 1985 book Mrs. O'Leary's Comet. Donnelly, Waskin and everyone else who have blamed a comet for starting the fire based their theories on claims by some people who said they saw fire fall from the skies at the time the Great Chicago Fire started. These theories may actually be plausible, considering that Chicago was not the only place that burned that October. Similar fire outbreaks occurred along Lake Michigan and in Peshtigo, Wisconsin, the same day the Chicago Fire started. The Peshtigo Fire was actually the deadliest wildfire in U.S. history, despite being overshadowed by the Chicago Fire.
As you can see, looking through these images from our recorded history, there are very noticeable DNA changes which tie into the cycle change which is called the pole shift. If you have been following our research, you will realize just how much the angel technologies play a very big part in every aspect of our lives, and not just ours, but every living species in this realm. The Fibonacci spiral, it is caused by the angel technologies. Their rotating vortex, the halos we see in our skies that are attached to luminaries. Many of these in the underworld playing their part. Some dormant, awaiting their signal, their turn to activate and change worldly events. Events our ancestors were very aware of. It is in scriptures, glyphs, prophecies, calendars, even history, as our research keeps showing. Our ancestors all knew very well how this realm works and tried to leave us warnings of these cycle changes. The beings depicted in these paintings were from various times in our history, times when a change of cycle caused genetic change, thus showing how this technology can manipulate life itself. The Hopi prophecies tell of these genetic changes. How would you hide such an event from the public? Well, that's easy, isn't it? You promote it. We see this happening everywhere now, various agendas being promoted that are outside of normal society's thinking. You all know what I'm talking about, so I don't think I need to go into detail on all the trans agendas. Do I think it is to hide the genetic changes a pole shift will cause that will leave mainstream with awkward questions? Yes, of course. We have various species of beings in these images that contain other species parts. We have people with genitalia from the opposite sex. There is a horse giving birth to a rabbit. There are animals behaving outside of their known behaviour. Perhaps now you understand the various sets of 4 faces mentioned in scriptures. Birds, humans, bulls, lions, and various other combinations. These are a sign that these technologies somehow play a part in the genetic makeup of various beings, and during a pole shift this may be interrupted, causing the effects we see in these images. Life forms that used to exist will return, and even new ones may be created. Do you see how this technology plays a part in this, people? This really is the Genesis machine. True miracles decoded from technological processes, life forms being able to create life itself. The creator of this technology truly has done amazing work, technology that not only projects and moves luminaries, but plays a very big part in nature itself. So who is the creator of all this technology? I don't know, but I would like to, wouldn't you? Going back to the first video, if you remember Walter Russell's winding and unwinding of the cosmic clock springs, the cycle is going to reverse its direction. This is now going into the cosmic unwinding. The luminaries will rotate the opposite way the Hopi prophecy tells us. This is the same event. Now when you think of unwinding, think of the rings on a tree changing. More growth. This can now answer why there were titans and giants in ancient times. They were born near the end of the unwinding period. Life was larger in those times, not just for humans. We obviously get smaller during the winding cycle, as this is compression. Expansion and compression decoded from the mechanics of the realm. And it all starts with Noah's cycle, it seems. If you wish to go deeper with giants and titans, I would recommend Jimbo's channel and Mud Fossil University. Roger's work not only proves the DNA of these petrified titans to be human, but his amazing work in biology also perfectly shows this to be the case when he identifies various parts of human anatomy. You will find the links to their channels below this video. We really need to consider all of this, people. Not only this, but our diet too. What should we be eating and drinking? I'm pretty sure it's not GMO or chemically sprayed foods. In what way could these cause problems during such a pole shift event, you should ask yourself? What is in the food and water we consume? What is the ultimate human diet? What is in vaccines and medications that can affect us during this event? Not to mention 5G with its genetic changes at the molecular level. Think really hard on this one, people. We are not here to fearmonger, merely to inform on how this realm really works and how it interacts with all of the life forms therein. Our ancestors knew and understood this very well, and for very good reasons. All these golden ages come and go every 400 years and will continue to do so forever. This is for you to know. Be sure to inform the people of 2400, 2800, 3200, 3600, etc., etc., etc. Know thy world, only then can you be at one with it.